Yeah? Is that helping yourself? Language? Is helping yourself if you want to assist yourself. So the representative, is that a formal way of saying from Desta University? If you want to do the housekeeping. Oh, sorry. Which side? I'm from the rural areas. I represent the rural. Yes? Is that helping yourself? Language? Is helping yourself if you want to assist yourself. So the representative, is that a formal way of saying from Desta University? If you want to do the housekeeping. Oh, sorry. Which side? I'm from the rural areas. I represent the rural. Yes? Is that helping yourself? Language? Is helping yourself if you want to assist yourself. So the representative, is that a formal way of saying from Desta University? If you want to do the housekeeping. Oh, sorry. Which side? I'm from the rural areas. I represent the rural. Yes? Is that helping yourself? Language? Helping yourself if you want to assist yourself. So the representative, is that a formal way of saying from Desta University? If you want to do the housekeeping. Oh, sorry. So let's welcome I represent the rural. Is that helping yourself? Where we can assist yourself. So the representative, is that a formal way of saying from Desta University? If you want to do the housekeeping. So let's welcome I represent the rural. Where we can let's welcome the representative so let's welcome so we have a Neza. The representative all right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. So we have a Neza here. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust. So we have a Neza. All right, we have Zulu Trust.
It has been several months in the making. We have had planning meetings, several of them. We have had brainstorm sessions on how the agenda for today might look like. We have had interest, lot of interest, culminating with the selection of you to take part in this forum. And for that, we also want to congratulate you. When we put out the public information to express interest for participation in the forum, we got nearly over 1,300 participants interested in the forum. And that brings to the attention the key issues that we are discussing today and how they are uniquely placed within our own lives, our own experiences, and what we do in our various organizations. Just like you, I've had the exposure of education, networking, volunteering, and we can agree that we have come to a realization that systems, as they are currently constituted, work for only a certain category of classes in the society. Over time, we've seen systemic inequalities, but there are also low-hanging fruits that and actions that individuals acting independently or as a group can do together. And that is why we are here today to try to propose innovative solutions around the key questions of the time. The nexus of democratic resilience as it relates to climate justice and human rights. And this comes at a time when Africa, for example, is witnessing a surge of climate change and environmental calamities. We are witnessing a surge of human rights violation. It is coming at a backdrop when, in my own country, Kenya, where we are today, we've witnessed a recent uprising of Gen Z protest, femicides, and related movements that depict and show the larger issues that we have to grapple with in order to realize our individual human rights. The expectations for the forum are immense. The majority of people want to hear best practices. They want to learn from each other. They want to network, and for which we have put together and assembled a program that we hope will live to that bidding, to give us an opportunity to discuss these three issues, but most importantly, suggest solutions and pathways forward that us as a group can continue even after the forum is long gone. From my part at the Youth Café, on behalf of the organization, I want to sincerely welcome you to the forum, and I want us to wish you stimulating discussions, dialogues, and we hope that this is just the beginning of a journey of working towards a future where we have more human rights, we have more actions for climate change, and we have community resilience in Africa. Without further ado, I want to invite my board member representing the Youth Café's board of advisors, and she is an expert in her own right in the issues on gender, human rights, widely traveled locally and abroad. There is no better person to represent the board in such a forum than Mary Yvonne Ododa. So I want to invite Mary Ododa to make a few keynotes and observations.
They give us something. They have to dance, the two of them. Now, if you fail me this time,
before you leave the stage,
yeah,
where the dance? Not escaping. You have to dance.
All right, DJ, give us something. Our boss has to dance today.
Bossy lazima dance. You have to show some moves.
And your guest now, and the one you have invited, the board member and the CEO. Had you intimidated the DJ? How comes now? This is the time that the music is missing. Are you sensing something? Like I am? All right. Where are the dancers?
Our dancers, welcome on stage.
Very good.
He's in safe hands.
Please, you're in safe hands. This is a youth event. We have to feel youthful. We have to be youthful. DJ, tell us what you want with us. If the DJ doesn't give us, just show him how to do one move. Yeah, without the song. Just show him how to do one move.
You put one foot forward.
Uh-huh. Look at it. Mary Yvonne Odonda has to join in there. Sure. Let's go. Please move away from the dais. We want the people to see you very well. Move away from the dais. No, this side. Here. Oh, from the start, sorry. Let's go. Let's go. We have looked for the video of Willis dancing in the whole world. We haven't seen. Now we have one. Thank you very much, Jay, and welcome Mary Bonodora. Asante sana na karibu sana.
Hi, good morning. I'll need a lot more energy than that. Good morning. Yeah, that's a bit better. We are so young, we still have energy. My name is Mwana Dada, as I've been introduced, and I'm one of the board members at the Youth Café. And today it's a privilege for me to address you today on behalf of the organization and on behalf of the board members who couldn't be here today. And today we're going to be exploring the interconnected themes of democracy, human rights, and environmental justice in Africa. These are pillars that are critical to shaping the continent's future and require our collective commitment to address the challenges and seize the opportunities they present. So for me today, I'm just going to give an overview of where we're at in Africa. Africa, our landscape, is a mosaic of progress and setbacks. Countries such as Seychelles, Cote d'Ivoire, and Liberia have demonstrated notable improvements in democratic governance as highlighted by the Mo Ibrahim Foundation. However, this progress contrasts sharply with the struggles faced by other nations under authoritarian rule, underscoring the uneven trajectory of democracy across the continent. Afrobarometer data indicates that on average, in 39 countries, support for democracy remains robust, with 66% of Africans say they prefer democracy to any other system of government. Over the past decade, support for democracy across 30 African countries has declined, with dramatic drops in South Africa, Mauritius, and Mali. Concurrently, opposition to military rule has weakened in nations such as Guinea and Burkina Faso, reflecting a broader erosion of democratic resilience in the region. This dual trend underscores the challenges facing Africa's democratic landscape, where both popular support for democracy and resistance to authoritarian alternatives are diminishing. Alarmingly, 53% of Africans across 39 countries would accept a military takeover if elected leaders abuse power. Despite this, majority of Africans continue to demand government accountability, the rule of law, and democratic norms like term limits and media freedom. The perceived supply of democracy is also shrinking. Only 45% believe their countries are democratic, and just 37% are satisfied with how democracy functions. This dissatisfaction is closely tied to worsening political and economic conditions, including corruption and declining election integrity. Yet, support for democracy as a system remains resilient, highlighting the urgent need to restore faith in accountable democratic governance. Bringing it closer to home, the youth led protest against Kenya's controversial financial bill in 2024 showed us the power of civic engagement, but they also exposed just how much our civic space is shrinking, with authorities responding through violent crackdowns. In Sudan, governance failures fueled a crisis that by October 2024 had left an estimated 11 million Sudanese classified as internally displaced persons, including 8.27 million who were displaced since April 15, 2023. A stark reminder of how weak leadership can escalate human rights violations. Meanwhile, Gabon's upcoming transition elections present a crucial moment to rethink governance in military rule states. But let's be honest, across the continent, many nations are grappling with restricted civic spaces, electoral fraud, and weakened opposition parties. These challenges don't just threaten democracy, they undermine the very foundation of participatory governance. So the question is, which I'm hoping we can have some recommendations today, how do we reclaim the democratic space and ensure that leadership truly serves the people? Looking at the human rights situation across Africa paints a sobering picture. Earlier this year, Amnesty International reported that in Mozambique, protests over alleged election fraud and systemic issues like corruption and poverty were met with a heavy handed government response. Security forces reportedly killed over 300 people, including children and bystanders, injured more than 700, and arbitrarily detained thousands. Journalists were targeted, internet access was restricted, and military forces were deployed to suppress dissent. These actions highlight a significant deterioration in human rights, with widespread reports of torture and ill treatment in custody. Amid these broader human rights challenges, gender based violence remains a pervasive issue across the continent. Approximately 15% of Kenyan women endure female genital mutilation, while 13% are married off before turning 18. In South Africa, femicide claims the lives of 3 women daily, while gendered inequalities persist in many regions. In conflict zones like the Democratic Republic of Congo, armed groups such as M23 have been implicated in severe human rights abuses, including gang rape, torture, and killings, according to reports from the Chanzu Initiative. Between January and March 2025, escalating violence in South Kivu province resulted in the recovery of 43 bodies in Bukavu alone, including 110 civilians. These violations disproportionately affect marginalized populations and demand immediate action from governments, civil society organizations, and international partners. When it comes to the environment, Africa as a whole contributes less than 4% of global emissions, but faces devastating climate impacts such as droughts, floods, and food insecurity. Recent droughts in the Horn of Africa have affected over 36 million people, while illegal mining and crude oil refining in Nigeria's Niger Delta have wreaked havoc on ecosystems and indigenous communities. Deforestation, soil erosion, and severe water pollution have led to the destruction of mangrove forests, marine grasses, and vital habitats, disrupting water cycles and reducing carbon sequestration. Indigenous communities that once relied on these resources for their livelihoods are now facing displacement, food insecurity, and health crisis. Yet, numerous multinational companies and governments have failed to take meaningful action, leaving these communities without sustainable alternatives. Africa's natural wealth is both a blessing and a battleground. Poor governance of natural resources exacerbates inequalities and fuels conflicts, with marginalized communities often bearing the brunt of environmental degradation caused by extractive industries. However, there are promising developments. The African Climate Summit that was held in 2023 in Nairobi underscored Africa's commitment to leading its own climate solutions. The summit resulted in the Nairobi Declaration, which emphasized the continent's role in driving green growth and climate finance, while calling for stronger global partnerships. A key focus was the importance of local and community led initiatives, ensuring that climate action is tailored to African realities. Kenya has made strides with its Climate Change Act. This legislation strengthens environmental accountability, particularly in carbon markets, by requiring community development agreements for carbon projects, ensuring direct benefits for local communities. It also establishes a national carbon registry to enhance transparency in carbon trading, reinforcing Kenya's commitment to global climate goals under the Paris Agreement. Community movements, such as South Africa's Right to Know campaign, are also driving grassroots advocacy for sustainable practices. Addressing these challenges requires inclusive policies that prioritize sustainable development and the voices of marginalized groups. If we do not urgently address these environmental challenges, we risk losing not only our natural ecosystems, but also the people who have protected them for generations. Amid these challenges lies hope, the youth that we see here today. Hope embodied by Africa's youth. With a rapidly growing youth population, we have an unparalleled opportunity for transformative change. Young people, my message for you: we are already at the forefront, from leading protests against unjust policies, innovating climate resilient solutions, and reshaping governance narratives. With the right investments in education, leadership development, and digital literacy, we can become even stronger catalysts for democratic resilience and environmental justice. This is why today's forum is so important. It serves as a platform to amplify youth leadership, foster cross sector collaboration, and generate actionable strategies to combat corruption and promote inclusive governance. Organizations like the Youth Café have have a more transparent and have leaders where they have been engaging with 947,000 young people across the continent, and they are shaping the political landscape as well. This forum is not just a conversation. It is a call to action, ensuring that we, the young people, have the space and support to drive lasting change. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look towards the future for Africa, let us be guided by the words of Nelson Mandela. For to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. Let us commit to building societies where every individual's dignity is upheld and where our collective freedom is strengthened by our respect for one another. Only then can we truly realize the promise of democracy on our continents. Democracy thrives where human rights are upheld, corruption is eradicated, and environmental justice is pursued. As we gather here today, both physically and virtually, let us commit to fostering systems that empower citizens, protect freedoms, and ensure sustainability for generations to come. Together with courage and collaboration, we can shape an Africa that exemplifies dignity, equity, resilience, and hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that great speech and set of comments, Mary. And I think we all echo your sentiments, and they form very good basis for the day that we have ahead of us. This forum was not put together by the Youth Café alone. We put this together with a group of partners. And today in the room, we have partners from Afrobarometer, Somali Women in Media Association, we have CVA Rwanda, we have CMD, the Center for Multi-Party Democracy, we have the GDC, the Global Democracy Coalition. Now the next guest who is giving a remark is a representative of the whole of the group of organizations that came together to put together this forum. So I'm going to call David Rabur to step forward, yes, and give remarks and comments on behalf also of the organizers as organizations. You're much welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hi. Vijana oi. Vijana oi. Yes, my name is David Rabur. I'm the Director for Community Action for Health and Development, simply known as CAHED. Professionally, I'm a lecturer currently at Just University. And I know here we have also quite a number of students. We are building a democracy, and it must start with us. So I want just to have a keynote speech for the Global Democracy Coalition Africa region on behalf of the partners that are here. Our theme, advancing democratic resilience at the intersection of human rights and environmental justice. Distinguished guests, esteemed partners, fellow advocates for democracy and champions of justice, good afternoon. It's still good morning. Yeah, it is a great honor to start at the Global Democracy Coalition Africa Regional Forum, a gathering of visionaries, leaders, change makers committed to the resilience of democracy at a time when Africa faces unprecedented challenges of opportunity. Mali Media Association and the Citizen Voices for their unwavering commitment to strengthen democracy governments and amplifying civic voices in advancing human rights across the continent. In Africa, we have progress, challenges, and opportunities. Africa's democratic trajectory has been a story of resilience, reform, and evolution. From the post-colonial transition to the wave of multi-party democracy during the 1990s, African nations have made significant strides in expanding political freedom, electoral participation, and civic engagement. However, today we find ourselves at a critical crossroads. Some of the countries continue to deepen democratic governance, others grapple with rising authoritarianism, shrinking civic space, electoral malpractices, and the suppression of dissenting voices. Military coups, we realized in West Africa, digital repression, and the manipulation of occasional term limits threaten democratic gains. Democracy data consistently shows that African overwhelmingly support democracy, yet trust in electoral process and governance remains fragile. And you can imagine what we as a people in Kenya realizing after and each and every election. The question before us today is not just about preserving democracy, but about strengthening its resilience, ensuring that governance structures are adaptable, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of the people. The intersection of human rights and environment justice. At the heart of democratic resilience lies the protection of fundamental human rights, including access to justice, freedom of speech, and political participation. Yet in Africa and Kenya, climate injustice has emerged as one of the most pressing human rights challenges of our time. From the arid landscape to the Sahel, where desertification displaces communities, to the coastal citizens of Kenya and even across like Zimbabwe, where rising sea levels threaten livelihoods, climate change is deepening social inequalities and exacerbating conflicts over natural resources. The destruction of ecosystem, forced evictions due to land grabs, and exploitation in indigenous territories have made environmental justice a critical pillar of human rights advocacy and the impact of climate challenges. With disability, youth, and indigenous people are disproportionately affected by environmental degradation, yet remain a government that does not integrate climate resilience into governance is failing its people. What do we do? A call to action. 5. Strengthen citizen participation. A democracy is not only as strong as its people. Government must prioritize participatory governance, ensure that youth, women, and marginalized communities have a seat at the table in policymaking. The second one, protecting safe space and human rights defenders. Environmental and human rights defenders across Africa face intimidation, arrest, and even assassination. We must advocate for policies that protect activists, journalists, and grassroots civil organizations from prosecution. The third one, integrating climate justice into democratic governance. Climate resilience must be a governance priority. Africa governments must implement legal frameworks that recognize climate-induced displacements, enforce corporate accountability for environmental damage, and promote sustainable land use policies. And number 4, we should leverage on technology for transparency. Digital technologies offer a powerful tool for enhancing transparency, accountability, and civic engagement. Government must ensure digital platforms for open data governance, combating misinformation, and ensuring free and fair elections. At regional level and global solidarity, Africa cannot tackle these challenges alone. Partnership with international institutions, civil society networks, and regional bodies such as African Union are critical in ensuring democratic resilience and environmental justice. What is our future? Democracy is not a static achievement. It is a continuous struggle for dignity, justice, and accountability. As we gather here today on 28th of March for this forum, let us reaffirm our collective commitment to a just, inclusive, and sustainable Africa, one where democracy thrives, not just elections, but in daily lives of our citizens, where human rights are non-negotiable, and where environmental justice is a pillar of governance. Let us leave this forum not just with discussion, but with actionable solutions, because the future of Africa, democracy, and environmental justice depends on the leaders for tomorrow, on the action we take today. Viva democracy. I'm very grateful.
Quiet. DJ. Quiet. DJ. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's very energetic. Elisenda is the brain behind the coordination of the Global Democracy Coalition. Brain behind the coordination of the Global Democracy Coalition. As national idea, Elisenda enormously. I will welcome Elisenda to say a few remarks on behalf of the coalition and her general observations. Welcome.
All right, let's all say sister, sister. Hey, come on, let's say sister, sister. You can do better. Sister, sister. Welcome.
No? Yes. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Thank you for the dancing. I've never done that. It's amazing. Thank you. I like to dance. It's a pleasure, an immense pleasure to be here today among such committed democracy defenders. And at the Global Democracy Coalition, we truly appreciate the tireless efforts of our esteemed partners in making this event not only possible, but impressive and timely. I hope that each one of you lives here with something that fuels your determination to continue the fight to strengthen, enrich, and advance democracy and human rights. So Willis asked me to share some remarks on the funding of democracy and human rights. So let me start with something we often forget. Democracy and human rights are not self-sustaining. They are not. They are not a luxury. They're not a nice to have. They are the foundation of peaceful, resilient, and just societies. And yet, they remain chronically underfunded. As you might know, today, less than 1.5% of the official development assistance goes to democracy and human rights. 1.5%. Despite overwhelming evidence that these instruments reduce conflict, they promote economic inclusion, and they foster long-term stability. We are at a turning point. In 2025 alone, as you all know, democracy-related aid has taken milligrams, and in some cases, despite this community fundraising campaign. But let's be very clear, resilience should not be a replacement for investment, because here is the crisis. When rights are denied, instability grows. When we defund democracy, we don't just silence NGOs. We weaken societies, we embolden autocrats, and leave entire communities absolutely unprotected. And the danger is that when funding disappears, so does the infrastructure of democracy. Independent media outlets, civic education program, women political platforms. But even when in some African countries, it is a third of the national budget is lost in crisis. Democratic questions a citizen can ask. Because when funds meant to strengthen civic engagement or support human rights initiatives are diverted for personal gain, we're not just witnessing corruption, we're witnessing a betrayal of public trust and the erosion of democracy itself. Take the example of public school meals, a simple yet vital service. When money meant to provide daily meals to children end up buying luxury items or filing private pockets, we lose more than a line item in a budget. We lose. That meal is not just about nutrition. It's a child entry point to education. It helps them concentrate, stay.
Something for them. Let's see how they go. And where is Willis? Willis is supposed to be in the great DJ. All right, you conspired, but over to Willis.
When we put together the program, one of the requests that you had was that we had a question, how can we improve, make the program be better? Many suggested that we need to bring government and policymakers, and we have a number of them. Actually, we'll also have a member of parliament in one of the panels. But notably from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we've had very good goodwill from the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and then the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Korir Singwei, who was to grace the occasion as the chief guest until a few days ago, when the instability now in South Sudan shifted a bit of his attention, and he's now represented by the ambassador, who is before us, Ambassador Michael Miriti. And I think, as the head of multilateral affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it would be also very interesting to hear his perspectives on how multilateralism can support democracy at this era of democratic backsliding, funding freezes. How can we step in or step up? Therefore, without much ado, I welcome you, Mr. Ambassador.
Willis, thank you very much. But I have to correct you a bit. I'm not yet an ambassador, but thanks for the prayers. Asante be here, and he really wanted to come here, but he had scheduled a meeting at State House this morning, so he couldn't come, and so he sent me instead. My name is Michael Miriti, as you've heard. I am Deputy Director, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. I'm in charge of multilateral affairs. I'm going to use big words today, but multilateral affairs just means we manage relations between the government of Kenya, the UN entities, the UN system, and also international organizations, such as the ones present here today. I'm glad I know some of them personally, so it's a pleasure to have such an inclusive event. You'll forgive me for I'll put a few of my own personal anecdotes because I'll share my little experience, but to get some of that energy, some of that creativity, innovation, and we can exchange. So, esteemed speakers who have spoken before me, ladies and gentlemen, again, good morning. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the convergence of democracy, human rights, and environmental justice. These are important principles in global governance and therefore demand our thorough examination. My goal today is to ensure that we all understand the role of government in establishing democracy, human rights, and environmental justice. And why is that? It's because we owe it to ourselves and, more importantly, to future generations, most of whom are seated here, to understand how our country should function and demand scrutiny on any elements that are functioning. Democracy demands accountability, and a functioning democracy provides political framework for human rights, and by extension, environmental justice to flourish. Because we all know environmental justice is also a human rights issue. And what we mean by this is access to clean air, water, and a habitable planet are all fundamental rights that allow all of us to live in dignity. Friends, democracy, as we all know, and somebody else I think mentioned before, is not about elections. That's just a small part of it. It's also about creating an environment where rights and freedoms can flourish. It is equally about creating space for diverse stakeholders, like the ones we have gathered here today, this morning, including local communities, private sector, and civil society. Promote civic education and to decentralize power. It is also about promotion of peace, and there must be a minimum level of peace and stability before democratic practices can take root. Willis mentioned this earlier, I think when he was introducing me. The situation in our region is boiling. Some have said it's burning. And this is what I'm talking about when I talk of promotion of peace. And Kenya, as an anchor state, has been at the forefront of promoting peace in our region, in multiple countries. And this is part of entrenching human rights and democracy. Now, when we talk of government, sometimes we tend to think of, I don't know what we think, but we tend to think local. We think about our national government or our county governments. But since I'm from the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, I'd also like to talk about international governance, which affects our local governance in more ways than meets the eye. This is why Kenya is an active member in the international governance architecture. And I want to give an example that is very pertinent to what we are discussing today. Kenya is currently a member of the Human Rights Council, which is an intergovernmental body based in Geneva, and it's part of the United Nations system. It is responsible for strengthening, promotion, and protection of human rights around the world. Kenya will be a member until 2027. Our key priorities during our membership of the Council are to build a stronger foundation on national human rights policy and action plan, that is locally, a clean energy transition, which is what we are talking about, environmental justice, and emphasizing environmental justice as a human rights issues, and that Kenya recognizes it as such, and also to have inclusive social protection that leaves no one behind. At this juncture, many of us might be wondering, how can Kenya police itself in the human rights space? Or how can the Kenya government police itself? How will we ensure that all these priorities are met if there's no one to be accountable to but ourselves? Well, we are accountable to something called the Universal Periodic Review, or UPR, and this is a unique mechanism of the Human Rights Council that calls for each UN member state to undergo a peer review of its human rights records every 4.5 years. In other words, other countries will review what Kenya has done to improve human rights and to overcome challenges to the enjoyment of these human rights. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for democracy to flourish, there has to be a respect for the rule of law. Respect for the rule of law is fundamental, and no person can be above the law. This applies both locally and internationally. In terms of environmental justice, it is well known that African countries, who, by the way, are suffering from the worst effects of environmental degradation, climate change, and biodiversity loss, despite being the least contributors to the same. African countries are underpaid due to the undervaluation of their carbon sinks. Kenya recognizes this in the Kenya Foreign Policy of 2024, which, by the way, is available online, and I encourage all of you to get a copy of it and read it. The Kenya Foreign Policy 2024 and other instruments like the Climate Change Act, which somebody mentioned earlier, commits to championing Africa's green revolution so that assets are properly priced for the benefit of the citizen. Indeed, environmental harm is deeply tied to political and economic systems that enable an equal distribution of resources and power. We all know, or most of us, I think, know about the Paris Agreement, which is an international instrument, legally binding international treaty on climate change. This is a treaty that ensures collective global climate action and financing. However, we have to be truthful and say that the lack of commitment to emission cuts, to energy transition, and climate finance for the most vulnerable countries, including Kenya, raises concerns about the future of international cooperation in this sphere. There's a process ongoing at the International Court of Justice, which is the apex United Nations Court, where Vanuatu, a small island developing state in the Pacific, is taking a lead on seeking an opinion on the state's obligation towards climate change. The small island developing states have an existential threat. All of us do, But the small islands, developing countries, have an even greater existential threat that they are facing from climate change. In fact, in the next few centuries, a few decades, their countries might collapse, might sink under the ocean. So even as the International Court of Justice prepares its ruling on the case of the obligation of states in respect to climate change, we must ask ourselves if international cooperation will carry the day, or will this be another case of failure to honor collective global agreements? Now, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, democracy cannot be a system that serves the interests of the powerful rather than fostering justice for all. Because the injustice erodes trust, and erosion of trust weakens legitimacy and effectiveness of institutions. So that we all owe to ourselves, all of us, to fight injustice in all forms if democracy is to thrive. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 is alive to the fact that there may be violations of human rights and threats to democracy. That is why our Constitution lays out checks and balances, guardrails, and institutions that will outlive us to protect citizens against these abuses. Kenya is on a journey to bolster our democracy, human rights, and environmental justice. I'm sure many of us can list all the ways that we fall short. However, allow me to share some few measures that I believe are important to also reflect on what we have gotten right. During the Human Rights Council meeting in Geneva, the one that I've just mentioned in February, our Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, His Excellency Musalia Mudavadi, and High Commissioner for Human Rights, agreed to formalize establishment of the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights regional office in Nairobi. This expands the footprint of the organization in Kenya and enhances position of Nairobi as a multilateral hub. Now, colleagues, I don't think a government that allows the United Nations Office on Human Rights to expand its presence in Nairobi, and this happened last month, I don't think that is a government that fears transparency, accountability, and scrutiny. More importantly, critique. This is part of it. So very soon, the United Nations Office on Human Rights will open a regional office in Nairobi. They already have a presence, but they'll enhance the presence. And remember, this is an organization that has been blocked and kicked out of other jurisdictions. I'll not mention them because I'm diplomatic. But it has been kicked out of other jurisdictions, but we are welcoming it. This just shows our commitment as Kenya to this space. In terms of enhancing position of Nairobi as a multilateral hub, this is something that is real. A lot of organizations are establishing their regional presence in Nairobi. I have seen among the partners, we have Plan International. We had a meeting with Plan International CEO, the newly appointed CEO, just this week. I think it was on Tuesday. And they are establishing their global headquarters in Nairobi. So Nairobi will be the global headquarters for Plan International. So I'm happy to see them today. I don't know if they are represented here. We know, of course, that Oxfam also has its global presence in Nairobi. We know that other organizations like IDEA. IDEA is an organization based in Sweden that promotes and also funds human rights programs worldwide. So they're also expanding their presence here. The United Nations itself, as I've mentioned, and many others. This shows the government's commitment to transparently adhere to international human rights norms and to the peer review that I mentioned earlier. You'll agree with me that great strides have been made in this country to strengthen human rights freedom regimes and ensure accountability when violations occur. As part of our UPR report that I mentioned earlier, we highlighted various institutional reforms that are anchored in our constitution to enable this to happen. This includes strengthening the role of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights by increasing its budget and also operationalizing the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, or IPOA. I know we'll have somebody from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, and they'll speak more to this when they come for the panel discussion. IPOA, as we know, is an independent body that holds law enforcement organs accountable for their actions and ensure that they operate within the boundaries of the law and the Constitution, to ensure that law enforcement organs do not violate constitutionally protected rights and freedoms. These are some of the institutional reforms that we are making to ensure that when violations occur, they can be remedied. And I encourage you to also read the report from the it's actually, the report was actually prepared by the Office of the Attorney General, but it was a inclusive report with civil society voices, it was participatory. It's a 30-page report. It's quite bulky, but I encourage you to look at it and see what measures have been taken. I just highlighted a few. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, what is the role of government in establishing democracy, human rights, and environmental justice? Government is a guarantor of these principles. Government must create the enabling environment for justice and accountability to thrive. However, we all have a role, all of us, in a whole of society. We call it whole of society approach. Whether it's civil society, whether it's youth, whether it's the church, private sector, all of us. We all have a role in holding the government to account and in building a Kenya that future generations will be proud to call home. Asanteni sana.
Oh my. But there's someone behind you. You are told not to leave the stage. Today we are even commanding the government. Can you imagine that? Oh my. My co-MC, what do you have for government? Carry on.
Whoa, I didn't see this one coming, but my
Mike.
MC told me that we have to show some moves. And I'm pretty much honored to be here. And actually, as you can see, this is the most diplomatic and disciplined ministries coming together. And they serve a very critical role in any governance. So we have a representation of Ministry of Interior and Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. I'm truly humbled. Let's give each other a handshake.
All right. All right, move to the center a little bit. Move to the center. So I want my ushers to help me remove the pod. So as we get the song, let's remove, that one, remove it. So I want DJ, give me that song. Oh, sorry.
Put us in a spotlight.
Oh, yes.
We are equal to the challenge.
All right, let's see.
Mr. Michael
Let's
here
see.
is going to show us his dexterity in dancing.
All right. Let me hold the speech. Let me hold the government speech.
Mr.
Can
Michael,
I?
are you up to the task?
All right. I wanted to feel how government. All right. Okay. Give us a song. As the song sings. Oh, yes. Where are the dancers? Where are the dancers? Show them. Show them. Show them.
We need your guidance.
Oh, my goodness. This is a youth event. You have to feel like a youth. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You have to dance like them. All right. Alessandra, whoever sees Alessandra, please join them. Our partners, CVA. All right, let's join. All right, Alessandra. All right, our partners, please join. Our partners, please join SOMWA. DJ, just a bit. Hold on. You're not dancing, you people. We want you to dance like youth. This is a youth event. All right? And also democracy event. And you know you are right at the center of democracy. So DJ, give us the song. I want all of us to come in front for the group photo. It's our moment to shine. And I mean all of us. Led by our leaders here, our partners. Yes. So DJ, give the song. Everyone should be dancing as you go to the podium. All right, Santiago, The panelists, where are the, all of us, all of us. Oh, Hanifa is here. Who have not seen Hanifa? You have to take a photo. You have to take a selfie. Why are we not on the podium already? Let's go, all of us, a group photo for all of us. Hey, come on, you're not dancing. Hey, who is not dancing? Let me see you. Commissioner. Yes. Commissioner, you're not dancing. Yes. Yeah, let's come front to the front. Let's come to the front. Please come to the front. My ushers, please give me 5 seats here. DJ, just a moment. So, Alessandra, DJ. So please, we want to take a quick group photo. So, the chief guest, representative, CEO, Youth Café, our partners, please come to the front. Yes. So, yes. So we have to fit in this photo, please. We are friends of democracy. We have to fit here. Let the photo at the back be the Global Democracy Coalition. And please leave some space for the MC. I have to be visible there for marketing purposes. All right. We have to smile. Come on. Come on. Come on. The students and the Gen Zs, sit here. Man. Imagine you'll be seen with government, with Alessandra here, with Mary Von. All right. Come here. Come and sit just like this. Come on. Come on. We are young people. You can even, you can even score like that. Hey, what's up, man? All right. Come closer. Come closer to us. We are Gen Zs. We are very peaceful. Very peaceful. Most of the times. Most of the times. Like, come here. Who is not here? Hey, come on. Who has refused to join us?
My MC, for those who smile with their teeth inside, smile with your teeth outside.
All right. So let's see who is refusing to come for the democracy photo. Let's see who doesn't love democracy. Those who are seated, we can see you. We can see those who don't support democracy. We can see you. Please take a good photo. The videographer, focus on the people who are not supporting democracy. They are seated because they don't want to feature on this video, on this photo. Oh, are we here, all of us? Can you see all of us? Yes, you can even squat here. Oh, those on the back, you can do your hand like that, democracy. All right. Viva democracy, viva! Come on. What a viva is that? Viva democracy, viva! Viva democracy, viva! Let's all smile. All right. The screen, please give us the Global Democracy Coalition photo. And then my ushers, please get the seats ready for the first panel. All right. Very good. The screen is doing a very great. It's bright. Viva democracy, viva! Viva Kenya, viva! Viva Africa, viva! Viva the world, viva! Viva democracy, viva! And you're smiling. Say viva! We want to see your teeth. Are we good? All right. Give us that song. No one should leave the podium without dancing, okay? So if you want to leave the podium, please dance the best. Also, all right. And we have even Nigeria Features Fund here. All right. Let's dance. Okay, then you can go dancing to your seat. Let's go. You're not dancing. Hold on, DJ. Everyone stop. The person leading is not dancing. Yes, yourself. You went without dancing. You are sitting. You have not danced. I'm putting you on the spotlight. All right, let's dance, all of us. Let's go. All right. So let's have the first panel. All right, and then Professor Paul Kamau. Professor Paul Kamau, come here. My ushers, give me the seats. Hey, you are going without dancing. I will tell all of you to come back here. Who is not dancing? Let me see who is not dancing. All right. Where are my dancers? Come to the podium. Let's get the seats. Where is Professor Paul Kamau? I'm waiting for you. Professor Paul Kamau, Director of Research, Institute for Development Studies, University of Nairobi, to present for us the trends in democracy in Africa, highlights from Afrobarometer data. Please come, please come. We are behind time. Please come. You can be introducing yourself as we carry on.
Hi, good morning. Okay, good morning. I thought we've just come from that very enticing and engaging session of dancing. We should be more louder. Good morning. Viva democracy.
Viva.
Wow, is that how you do it? MC Kingori, is that how it's done?
No, I'm not.
All
What
right.
has happened?
Oh my.
All right. Yeah. Viva democracy, viva!
Viva.
All right. As Prof continues, I want to call to the podium Mr. Daniel Liberi from Afrobarometer to come here so that you can call your panelists. We want them seated here so that after the presentation, just come, just come, just come. We're behind time.
Yeah.
So I want you to introduce your panelists and they should be seated. They will comment on this as well. So let's
Let him present and then after that I can introduce. Thank you very much. It's an honor and a privilege to be here this morning to speak briefly about Afrobarometer. My name is Paul Kamau. I am based at the University of Nairobi in the Institute for Development Studies. I know we have alumni and students from Daystar University, but if we also to sample University of Nairobi that MC Owen said, the University of Nairobi is well represented. We're not in competition, we are the premier, right? Anyway, in the Institute for Development Studies, we anchor the Afrobarometer project, and I'll be speaking briefly about it. When we got this invitation as part of the organizers was to come and bring some insight from what research says about democracy. And thinking about these 2 points, I would like to mention, I know speakers who were there before me have alluded to this. One, democracy is at risk, more so in Africa. Number two, we have democracy deficit in terms of institutions and structures that are there to spur development. I would just like to make a reference to the report 2024 on democracy index that shows globally democracy has declined from about 0.56% in 2006 to 0.52 in 2024, meaning that all indicators of democracy are on decline. But Afrobarometer, which is a research organization with presence in 39 countries in Africa, has been conducting public opinion surveys to inform what do the citizens say about development. So we are Pan-African, non-partisan research organization that provide data to support and evaluate democracy and governance. Our goal is to give voice to the voiceless, the citizens who more often than not are not considered. We've been doing this from 1999, and currently we are undertaking our round 10 because we do around every 2 years in all the countries. In every country that we work in, we have a national partner, and we have the secretariat based in Accra. So the national partner undertakes the survey in the respective countries with about 1,200 or 2,400 respondents. And the figures that we shall be presenting here, only one theme of democracy. If we can move to the next in the interest of time. One, is that Africa, and I think it's Yvonne, right? You mentioned about the declining space, and actually you spoke to this presentation, so I will not belabor the point. But the point is 66% of Africans support democracy. They would like to see a democracy that is working. Let's look at one man rule, and we know Africa is very fond of one person ruling generation. But 80% of Africans do not support that particular way of governance. One party rule, you remember there's a time in Kenya we spoke, sang, and dreamt of only one party. Again, I do not want to name, but it was Kano rule for a long time, right? Then we used even to pledge loyalty to those of you who are in my age. Africans are against that. Military rule. We know that we are witnessing a lot of unconstitutional change of government in many parts of the continent. 66% of Kenyans feel that should not be the way to go. Allow me to move to the next one. When we look at support for democracy, we are seeing a trend that is very constant across time. We're looking at the span of 14 years, and Africans do support strongly election, which we know is not everything about democracy, but one of the indicators of democracy. A high of 83%, and in 2021, the data that we have, it was at 75%. Support for accountable government. Africans continue to call for African governments to be accountable and not to be heard as saying, talking of democracy, but be seen to be practicing and providing setup for democracy. Allow me to look at how Africans think about democratic norms and institutions. One is that when we set up democracy, we have institutions, and one of the shocking confirmation is that our confidence or trust in IBC, for example, in Kenya, is at its lowest. A survey we conducted recently showed that only 36% have trust in IBC. That's similar to also trust and confidence in police force. And we all know the role and the responsibility they do have in our democratic space. But coming here, again, consolidating almost 40,000 responses across Africa is that the feeling that elections express people's view and opinion is on decline. Many people think that elections are not fair, they do not represent people's view. There's also a strong feeling that presidents either rarely ignores parliament. We have seen this a lot in many contexts where presidents sometimes do not adhere to the same institutions and government that they respond. So we can draw this from our respective countries. There's also a feeling that officials who commit crimes might all be going unpunished in many cases. And just want to talk about the satisfaction with democracy. We're seeing a decline from 50%, I hope it's green, right? It's a green line, that's showing that satisfaction with democracy in Africa has declined from 50% in 2010, 2011 to about 39. So many of us are not happy and satisfied with our democracy. We've seen a lot of military interaction or engagement. And one of the questions we ask our respondents is, should military intervene in politics? Across Africa, 53% think it should not. So over half of our popular respondents think that military should not intervene with politics. It varies across the region, with the highest support that when political leaders abuse power, then military should take over, highest in Mali, and we all know what has happened, followed by Tunisia, Cape Verde. Because we in Kenya, only 56% think military should not intervene or participate in political affairs, even when government or elected leaders fail to do so. Allow me just to make one presentation as I bring it to a close on democracy in terms of demand for democracy and supply of the same in the country. So this is purely on Kenya. We have teased out this data just to talk about Kenya. What do we think about democracy? One is that there's a rise in call for democratic space. So what we've been doing as young people is what every Kenyan, including those of us who are called silent majority, would be calling for. Two, are we in support of term limits? A majority of Kenyans, up to 80%, think we need to limit presidential terms. Support for democracy, for multi-party democracy is quite high in Kenya, and that armed forces should never intervene in politics at 57%. How satisfied are we, or how do we think of the democracy in Kenya? You can see that it's been on decline across time when we look at 2011, 2010. And generally, just like in the whole of the continent, there has been a continuous refusal for military or non-democratic intervention. So what can we say are our takeaway points? One, that when we look at the data across Africa, there's a very high support for democracy, and these citizens remain committed to democratic space in terms of their participation. But poor political performance make people not feel that it's happening well. National government, regional government, continental organization, as Mr. Mireti has alluded to, there's a role to play. One is to strengthen public sector integrity and accountability, curb official and informal impunity, and ensure good quality election, because it's through quality election that we can be seen to practice democracy. We have our website that is free, and you can interact with this data. Our data for all the rounds from 1999 to today is available. If you can just move that to the last slide that shows our website and our contact. I'm done. Thank you very much. Let me just show that, Daniel. Allow me to recognize my colleague, Daniel Iberi from Afrobarometer, and we thank you very much, MC, for this.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. Maua, 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 tumangushie. Thank you very much. Thank you for that inciting. That I want to welcome Mr. Daniel Iberi to come and introduce the panel. As he comes, we have internet and Wi-Fi. Everyone should pick their phone and take a selfie. But did you know that your badge has a barcode, a QR code? Sorry. Do you know that? Can you scan the QR code and see what is there? Who has scanned? What is there? What is in the QR code? Ah, very good. So you can see all the hashtags and all that. And we have internet, EduRoom. You can go to your Wi-Fi, EduRoom, doesn't need password. So all of us can have internet in the room. Let's brag about our event. Shouldn't we brag about our event? Viva democracy, viva! Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Kingori. I'm not really sure I will match your energy. I need to see you aside to ask you what you eat in the morning. Um, hopefully, nothing illegal.
Doma.
Anyway, yeah, that's too much energy. Good morning, everyone, once again. A very warm welcome to our first panel discussion of the Global Democracy Forum Africa chapter. My name is Daniel Iberi. I work with Afrobarometer. I'm a communication and survey research professional. I work with Afrobarometer as the communications coordinator for East Africa. And I will be your moderator today. Allow me to just tease out a few questions before I invite the panelists here today. Many questions have been asked by the foregoing speakers. The keynote speech, we've heard from Mary Von Ododa, we've heard from Professor Kamau with Afrobarometer data on trends in democracy. But on democracy and human rights, where are we with democracy in Africa? As much as we've seen the data, where are we? Are we progressing? Are we regressing? There is much talk about democracy and regressing. There is much talk about democracy has plateaued in Africa. There is confusion now in Africa that we no longer understand the concept of democracy. Experts are trying to tell us that now can we redefine democracy in the context of Africa, in the context of history of Africa, so that it can serve us. The question is it serving us right now? We've seen back and forth. We've progressed. Africans want democracy. Okay? But then, when you look at West Africa, the coups and, there are so many fora that are being organized in West Africa right now. They are telling you that that thing is not working. Is it because we are not able to define democracy, understand its tenets very well, so that to the extent we are saying that it's not really working? Okay, so there are so many questions around these concepts. Okay, our panel today will talk about democracy, human rights, and environmental justice. But again, I'd like to tell them that, as much as we are talking about all these things, Africa Agenda 2063, where will you be in 2063? Okay, some of us will be, very old. Where are the youth? Do they understand the concept of democracy? Aspects of human rights? And it's a good thing that today we are having that discussion in this setup, because we are able to reach young people. But again, this is a conventional way of reaching young people. Not so many young people are able to attend such fora and really grasp this concept. I'm not saying they are complex, but again, we need to really find a way of appealing to them. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here to give a speech or to present. These are very weighty questions, and I'd like to introduce our esteemed panelists who will be responding to some of those questions. May I now call forward Gloria Wawira. Gloria Wawira, where are you? Gloria Wawira is the CEO, National Youth Council. Gloria. Hi, Gloria. Where is my panelist? Okay, let's move on. Zaina Kombo. Zaina Kombo is the campaigns manager, equality and anti-discrimination at Amnesty International Kenya. Thank you very much, Zaina. Come forward. We have Santo Astorino. Santo Astorino is the project manager, Mundus Group. I don't know if I pronounced that well. We also have Dr. Dennis Wamalwa. Dr. Dennis Wamalwa is the commissioner, Kenya National Commission for Human Rights, KNCHR. Okay, so thank you very much. To set the stage, I'd like to invite you. Let's start with Santo. Can you briefly give your opening remarks about our theme today? You know, in not more than 120 seconds.
Hello? Okay. First of all, it's a pleasure for me to be here today to take part in this conversation in this forum. I would like also to to thank the organizer for the invitation, as well for the opportunity to share some reflection on the role of the crucial role of the grassroots organization in the implementation of policies and of environmental policies and social justice, with a particular focus on the importance of the youth-centered solution. My name is Santos Torino. I'm project manager at Mundus, an organization based in Spain with over 10 years of experience in international mobility projects. So the main objective of our project is the employability of young people for providing learning opportunity, capacity building, and internationalization programs. But also we work to promoting the internationalization of vocational education and training centers and enhancing cross-cutting and technical skills for youths. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move on in the interest of time. Zaina, can you give your opening remarks?
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Zaina Kumbo from Amnesty International Kenya, and we advocate for human rights for all. Just to say that there is a lot of intersectionality between democracy, human rights, and environmental justice. So we must all get concerned, not tomorrow, not yesterday, but now. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Amalwa.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Dennis Omalwa from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. And for us, we're glad to join you because we know that environmental human rights is human rights for all. And we hope to engage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amalwa. Maybe just give the mic to Zaina. Let's start with you. Zaina, how can democratic governance frameworks effectively address environmental issues or crises while ensuring human rights protections?
So to start with, we cannot speak about democracy if we do not work on accountability. Our institutions need to be strengthened to tackle impunity, because impunity is at the core of the regression that we are seeing in terms of human rights, governance, and democracy. Our current constitution, the Constitution of Kenya 2010, is a framework that gives all of us, including the youth, a lot of agency to ask questions to individuals and institutions that are mandated to take care of human rights and democracy in the country.
Thank you. You said we need to get concerned.
Yes.
And how do we get concerned with regards to human rights? How do we get concerned? How do people in this room get concerned? I mean, you're talking about involvement, definitely. What are the channels of involvement, beyond the ordinary?
As I started by saying that the Constitution has given us agency. Our previous Constitution regarded citizens as subjects. Right now, Article 1 of this same Constitution gives the sovereign power to the people. So we all need to understand that, first of all, human rights are inherent. They're not given by government. The moment you were born,
you deserved all the human rights that are there, from the UDHR all the way back to our constitution. So you have a right to stand up and speak up against any human rights violation, as enshrined in our Chapter 4 of the Bill of Rights of our Constitution, and as stipulated from the Article 1 of the UDHR, which says we are all equal. So we need to enhance our agency, stand up for our rights, demand for accountability, not even ask. Demand that we are on the table, because at some point we do not need invitation to the table. We have to realize that we are the table. When we do not have environmental justice, it is not just the trees and the oceans that are being affected. We are talking about human beings who need this environmental justice. To be honest, the trees do not need justice, it is us. Because we can't live without the trees, for instance. So we need to stand up now and speak out against discrimination, speak out against exclusion, speak out against suppression of the civic space. And it is up to us to expand this civic space. They might decide, whoever decides, they might decide to defund democracy. But it is we, the people, who can expand this democracy, even without funding. It requires only our voice to stand up against atrocities, to stand up against impunity, to decide that we want our country back. And for sure, we will get it. We saw it from last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We saw it from last year. We'll get there. I mean, this is what happens. Last year is what happens when, we don't listen to the people. But then, well said. Let's act within the law. We should be at the table, speak out against suppression of the civic space. I mean, well spoken. So let me move on to Santo. Santo, you've talked about briefly employability of youth. But then what role do grassroots organizations play in bridging the gap between policy and action? And we understand the gap between policy and action. That's really a conundrum. Okay, we have very good laws, but no action or little action. Santo?
Yeah, connecting what Zaina told before, of course, maybe some progress in environmental policies had been in the last few years, but the impact of the vulnerable communities on young people remain unequal around the world, and they are still affected by the effects of the environmental issues, the climate change, and also the lack of democracy in some part. But the question is, who ensure that this policy translates into real change? I think it, in my opinion, is where grassroots organization can play a crucial role. In what way? Based on my experience in the last few years working with my organization, I noted three main points. The first one is the grassroots organization have direct connection with the community. This is a big value because this allows them to identify environmental issues and social issues at the local level. But also they facilitate active community participation in decision making, and they can ensure also that the policies respond to the real needs. The second point is grassroots organization can implement contextualized solution because they are able to adapt to global strategy to real realities. For example, sustainable technology, community-based resource management, participatory approach, but also they operate in this participatory approach. So they permit fostering also decentralized governance model. And for the last point, the third point is that grassroots organization can provide political advocacy and foster social mobilization. So they are able also to translate to the community demands into effective political pressure and ensure that the citizen oversight of environmental regulation and also guaranteeing the compliance of these policies. So there are also other points that we can reflect, but I think, in my opinion, that this is the principal role that have the grassroots organization in this way. And also, I think that the grassroots organization can operate effectively when some conditions are available. But before to do that, it's important to do a consideration, three consideration that is important, that I think my consideration, so both in Africa and in Europe, the main challenges in policies making and policy implementation often follow a top-down approach. So rarely involving communities and final beneficiary in the decision making. Other point is the lack of resource and undefined common values that make difficult to adopt also initiative to improve community well-being, to ensure the social and environmental justice. And the last one, that is the education skills and development, particularly among youth, are fundamental to achieving social and environmental justice. Last week, I attended to an vocational educational network event, and one point was the common foundation of the 70 CDGs is skills. So the skills of youth are important for progress also in social and environmental justice. Told that, to a grassroots organization to operate effectively, have need to a common value framework to guide the actions, peer-to-peer collaboration, a strengthened peer-to-peer collaboration and strong partnership with civil society, public institution and private entities. And also it's important the community advocacy and management and engagement to promote and address the real needs. Just an example, for example, I was thinking that what represents this like a model is the Erasmus Plus program. The Erasmus Plus program is the European flagship program designed to enhance the skills development, support lifelong learning, promote inclusion and diversity, and foster global cooperation. So since the 1987, the Erasmus program has been funded based on the European values like human rights, democracy, sustainable development. So this foundation has also contributed to its long-standing success of this program, and still provides a value framework on each organization, where each organization can base their work.
You done? Yeah. Thank you very much, Santo. I mean, you've spoken a lot about grassroots organizations. They're closer to people. You know, you engage in I mean, they are capable of engaging in political advocacy. We need to focus on shared values or common values. But I want to ask you two questions. You can respond to one. How do you compare policy action nexus in Africa and Europe in terms of challenges? And number two, what's your call to action to the youth in the room vis-a-vis your work and experience? You can choose to respond. You still have like 2 more minutes to the two questions, or you can respond to one.
Okay, basically, like challenge, I would say before, both in Africa and Europe, I think that the decision making and policy connected with environmental justice and also social justice, often they depend from a top-down approach. So it's important also to develop a bottom-up approach, also to understand the real needs of the community, not only the community, but also the young people that they want to apport and contribution in the local in social justice and environmental justice. From my experience as coordinator of international project, I have seen access to training and exchange opportunity as transformed the way of young people to engage with their environmental, and they become a leader within their community. So I think that when you provide the right tools to young people, not just to part of discussion, to be part of discussion, but involve them in design and implement innovative solution to the challenge we face, the young people can apport a lot of contribution. Because also young people have the talent, the passion, and also the tool to provide this drive real lasting change, because they, how say before also Zaina, they are not just the future generation. Also, I would say that before during the speech I heard that they are the generation of today, not the generation of tomorrow. They are the generation of today, so they have to act today.
Thank you. Certainly, they are the generation today because they have the energy. Um, yeah, that's what we get every time, right? Yeah, but then the youth in the room, you have the energy. What are you using the energy for? Beyond Anguka. All right, that's just to tease you right there. Okay, so access to training for the youth, give them the right tools, but most importantly, involve them in the actual work. Thank you very much, Santo. Let's move on to Dr. Wamalwa. The theme of this session and the forum actually, human rights. That's an elephant in the room, by the way. What are the biggest human rights challenges linked to environmental justice, and how can institutions like yours address them? You can speak broadly, but then you also bring in environmental justice, and you can also bring in the youth.
Thank you, Daniel. I want to pick up from where Zaina and Santos left. And from where I sit, I'm going to speak from the policy making point of view. So to go direct to the question, because I know you don't have much time. However, detailed slides and references have been shared with you, which you'll be able to share with the team at the end of the session. So universally, in terms of universality, human rights is often expressed and guaranteed by law, as you understand, in forms of treaties, customary international law, general principles, and other sources of international law. The Constitution of Kenya recognizes and guarantees the right to a clean and healthy environment as such as viable right. And the government has now made it a requirement, just like our colleague from the interior just shared before. It's a requirement that for every planning process to address the mitigation and adaptation of measures concerning the environment by way of undertaking environmental impact assessment. And this is what we are advocating for. Because we believe that environmental justice entails the right to have access to and benefit from natural resources, as well as the right to participation and involvement in decision making on all matters touching on environmental policies, like I mentioned, laws and regulations coupled with our programs. Some of the challenges, of course, we have quite a number of challenges, but we're talking about, killings, arbitrary detention, and harassment of environmental human rights defendants is all over. Limited disclosure of environmental information. Access to information for any kind of a community is very crucial and meaningful for public participation, because concerned individuals and communities cannot meaningfully engage on the exploitation of resources without their environmental full disclosure of the purpose and the scope of benefits of projects or the communities. Inadequate public participation. Participation is a natural values and principles of governance under the Constitution and bind and applies to all persons. So people have to be engaged. Lack of an effective benefit sharing framework. Many communities have complained. They came, they mined, they left us. Our donkeys, our camels are breaking legs. because there's nothing they're getting out of that. Access to justice for historical and ongoing environmental challenges, like previous cases of environmental concerns have not been adequately addressed, while new and emerging cases continue to impact on communities in Kenya and in Africa. However, we have opportunities and solutions for actors, all human rights institutions, all partners to engage in. A case of the Commission, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, what we're doing. We have targeted complaints and investigation system on reporting and unreported environmental matters. The Commission, as well as the human rights actors, have the opportunity to do so. Redress on one, and the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights is in place. Through national and regional, international monitoring and reporting, the Commission has the mandate to monitor Kenya's compliance. Finally, the emphasis on collaboration of effort from stakeholders. We are actually emphasizing that we cannot do this alone. We need all the partners in this room, young people from across Africa, across the country, to come together and work together. Thank you, and back to you. I hope I'm within time.
Thank you, Dr. Wamalwa. Who will bring the young people together? Are we going the route of last year, faceless, leaderless? I mean, that's not for you to respond. Okay, so the Ogiek story is a tragedy. By the way, it had to go all the way to the African court. I mean, it tells a lot about our system. But Dr. Malwa, you've mentioned there is law, but there are also implementation challenges. Specifically, I don't know whether you have information. How are relevant bodies addressing arbitrary detention? Okay? I mean, we have structures, we have government structures which justify detention, okay? But we have arbitrary, illegal, quote unquote, detention. From your perspective, from your work, how, are they handling?
Thank you, Daniel, for a wonderful question. I'm glad that I'm accompanied by my colleagues. I have a senior lawyer in the house, and these are colleagues who have hands-on, who've been arbitrating for this, and I wish that they respond to that. My colleagues, probably by show of hands.
Okay, so...
Yeah, so I want to push this to Martin Pepela. Kindly, someone pass the mic.
So, Martin, in one minute, please.
Martin. Thank you very much for the question. And on behalf of the Commission, I want to respond to that question in the following sentence, that we have the doctrine of rule of law. That's what the Commission adheres to. That's the solution to all the issues of protecting and promoting rights in Kenya. However, I know the implementation space is a challenge. The arresting officers sometimes may arbitrarily arrest, and as they arrest, they may not in any way follow the due process of the law. But as a Commission, we rely on the judiciary. The judiciary is literally the pinnacle of justice in the country. And that's the reason why the Commission quickly moves to court under the auspice of public interest to support or to assist victims who have been arbitrarily arrested and seek justice for them. And in many cases, we have been very successful. The other opportunities to write or petition Parliament. Parliament is a house, a representative of the people, and there are committees that are charged with such areas. So that's how we work. Journalism, of course, the media is also very important to highlight some of these issues. We use this adage that Mulika, those statements that we used to use long time ago. Mulika nani? Okay, I don't want to mention that word, but it's just to mulika. And umaiona mchana usiku. You've heard of that statement. Umayeona mchana usiku. So that in the darkness, things can happen. But when you have some light and you mulika the person may flee. So that's how we have been rescuing persons who face arbitrary arrests or unjustifiable detentions. I hope I've responded to the question.
Yes, Martin, you've really, really tried to respond to that question, but what I'm getting between the lines is that you're really trying not to bite the hand that feeds you. But these are some of the challenges. They are there, you know, I mean, we understand. Thank you very much, you know, lady and gentlemen, for those remarks. I'd like now to open the floor for engagement. I'll only take 3 questions. You can see that the agenda is really, really packed. At least one question from each, can we say, what do you call this, row or, yeah. Yeah, so that hand was up. Uh-huh. Okay, so yeah, just give it to that lady. Please also indicate to whom your question is directed so that they are able to adequately respond to your question.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Zaha. I think this might just be directly back to Martin, but it can also be for the panel as well. I'm keen to understand, we're very keen on victims, yes, in that when arbitrary arrests happen, enforced displacements, we have to speak truth to power here. I'm looking at the cases whereby police officers, for example, have been identified, or members of the government have been identified violating human rights in the presence. Has there been any accountability on them? Do we have these people being detained? What exactly is the challenge there? What is the challenge of us pursuing justice when it's against the functional government policies that actually implement it? What's the challenge there? So
Thank you.
For people like Rex, etc.
All right, thank you. Very important. No, please just keep it. Continue, you know, mulling about it. We'll come back to you. So in the, there was one hand there. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Proceed.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ramas Ibrahim.
Stand up, please, and
Okay.
yeah, introduce yourself. We want to see you. Come on.
Okay, so hi, everybody. My name is Ramas Ibrahim, and I work with an NGO, and we mostly deal with, marginalized groups. So my question is to the panel. With the growing impact of climate change, marginalized communities are often the most affected, people. So how can Kenya's democratic institutions be strengthened to ensure that environmental justice is not just a policy discussion, but a lived reality for those most vulnerable? Thank you.
So I was a little bit distracted. Which whom have you directed the question to?
The entire panel.
The entire panel. Please,
Yes.
the entire panel, think about that. Okay, the last question here, please. And panelists, please keep that to within 1.5 minutes per response.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nelly Chepkemoy. I would have had my question directly to government, but seems like they are already away. So I'll direct it to the panel. On the issue of accountability, the government, I appreciate in their statement, because we're here to speak to power, right? In their statement, they say that they are committed to, advancing human rights. As a country, we are a signatory to the Maputo Protocol, all these human rights treaties and agreements. But how far are we with the commitments that they keep making in these agreements? And because they cannot just come to keep telling us every other time that we are committed, we are committed. How far are you with the commitments already made of accountability? Thank you.
Thank you. Question on implementation. I think the panelists should now respond. Can you give that to Martin? Because I think that was Martin. You're not a panelist, so keep it under 1 minute.
There were quite a number of questions. So
okay.
one minute.
All right, you can proceed. Respond to them. By the way, we don't want to really restrict because we want answers.
1 minute will be an injustice. On the issue of holding, let me say, officers, police officers, strictly responsible for crimes against the citizens or persons within the Republic. The Commission's role under our statute, which is the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights Act, is to investigate, to document, and to report. We do not have enforcement power. We cannot arrest. We can only report through a report done by the Commission itself as an independent office. And we have done that on all these cases that you have mentioned, including the Rex case. And as you can currently see, the officer who was allegedly involved is before court, right? He's before court, and there's an inquest on the same. It's going on. Unfortunately, in this country, justice is a slow-moving wheel. It can be sometimes, very demoralizing for victims. But at the end of the day, we believe justice will be found. On the case of Baby Pendo, you know very well, it has taken us as a commission close to 8 years, 7 years, when that baby was, unfortunately, lost her life. You know very well, 11 officers are currently before court. They have been doing all mambo-jumbo things to delay taking plea. But we thank God, last week, the Court of Appeal has rejected their request, or rather their appeal, not to take plea. They should take plea anytime in the coming few days. Once they take plea, they'll take plea not under the Penal Court of the Republic of Kenya. They will take plea under the International Criminal Act, which Kenya is party to, because they have been accused of various counts: murder, rape, forceful transfer of people, amongst others. So we are happy that that statute will be enforced in this country. As a commission, we are closely monitoring. We also provide legal support to families that are affected. I think when it comes to enforcement, the only person who can be charged of enforcement is who? The executive. I like the way we argue about the government. The government has 3 arms. We have the executive because the executive is the one that has the machinery to enforce. They have the police. They have the relevant machinery to enforce. But for us as an independent office, we can only investigate, document, and report. I hope I've responded to your question.
Thank you, Martin. You've redeemed yourself and the organization. But the aspect of independence, yeah, it's dicey. But do you want to add? No. All right. So Zaina, you can go respond to.
Yeah. So on the question of strengthening institutions, my sister asked, and the impact of climate change to marginalized communities, this is what I have to say. What we need to do is, number 1, follow the money. So accountability, 360 degrees, follow the money. We've had the Auditor General, we have the Control of Budget giving us facts and figures every other time. This money was allocated, it was never used, or it was used wrongly, etc., etc. Some of these monies are also meant to fight, climate change, for instance. So we need to follow the money. After we've done that, we need to access information so that we have the actual documents or evidence to support our cause. Then third, we have to engage in solidarity. When any particular marginalized community speaks about the atrocities they're going through or any type of discrimination, for instance, those of us who are not part of the marginalized communities need to speak up for them. Because climate change is not only targeting marginalized communities, it is all of us. When any hurricane comes to Kenya, it will not choose whether you come from a marginalized community or not. It is just that the marginalized communities suffer more than the rest of us. But we all need to engage in solidarity actions, solidarity efforts to make sure that we get answers to all our questions. For instance, I will give you an example. All Chapter 15 commissions, that is the KNCHR and the rest, charged with the mandate of oversight and, giving reports, they all suffer one thing in common. They will tell you we don't have budget. But where is this budget? So we need to go to those who are meant to allocate budget to these institutions and ask them, where is the money? And after they allocate the money, then we come back. So it's all about accountability. It's like continuous accountability every other day until we get our questions answered. Thank you.
Accountability, integrity, key issues. Yes, Santo, you want to add something?
Yeah, I totally agree with what Zainab told before. I just want to add something about respect my role of a project coordinator. Sometimes also raise awareness in marginalized community in what they can do is important in terms of conscience, and also give them the opportunity with the resource available, of course, because sometimes it's not possible to put there at the center of the actions, so that some community-based initiative can implement that, because I think from the action also the institution can be changed. An example just an example with the Youth Café we presented in March, the European Commission, a project is called ICANN, that I made to raise the awareness in climate change in a vulnerable community, but also to empower youth to implement youth-led initiative, fostering also the collaboration between young people from Europe and Africa to influence the local environmental policy and promote environmental justice. So this is small part, but maybe from the small part can the change could be strong.
Incremental changes, right?
Incremental, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for responding to those questions. I have two more questions from those following us online. One is, can democracy guarantee and deliver peace? To any of the panelists, or even the audience, can democracy guarantee and deliver peace? I mean, it's really broad, abstract, but then very important. What form of democratic system has Kenya adopted, either in phases or as a unit? What form of democratic system has Kenya adopted, either in phases or as a unit? So can we have responses to the first one? Can democracy guarantee and deliver peace? Just one person to respond. From the audience, or you want to engage online? You want to engage online? Now that this, that's Elizafan Kamau has asked these questions online. All right, so again, in the interest of time, okay, thank you. You want to respond to the question, or either of them? Thank you. Can you please take the mic to that lady over there?
Morning, everyone. My name is Sia Ntoyambaso. I'm from Sierra Leone. So to answer that question, definitely democracy will be able to enhance peace. But for me, I'd like to just outline three preferred solutions from the conversations we've had here today. First of all, we have to speak to these politicians and our people in leadership, especially grassroots too, that it is necessary to have servant leadership type of leadership in Africa. It is necessary to understand that you are for the people, you were placed there for a reason, and we do not have to always beg you guys to place money where they're needed. Another thing is people have rights to their opinions. We have to ensure we understand this before taking up leadership spaces. You can also listen and give preferred solutions. Also, like you said, faceless or leaderless organizations. It is necessary that when we say youth organizations, let the youth speak. Let us have people in authority that are really youths. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Very well responded. You've made your point, but in a subtle way, you've responded to the two questions. Do we have 30 more seconds for?
Please, let's wrap up.
Kingori is killing me here, so we don't have that time. Sorry. You can engage the panelists after this. Thank you very much. You want to take over?
Yeah, sure. Now, let's clap for them. We've had an insightful session. Right about now, we need to break out for tea break. Tea break. We'll have our tea from this area, so you can just leave through this entrance of this other one. So let's take a break for 15 minutes. We'll be right back after 15 minutes. Okay? So let's keep time.
All right. We have to clap for the panel until they are out of the podium.
Yeah,
and let's engage with them. We were not very, we did not allow them to give the parting shot because we want you to interact with them and get the parting shots direct from them. How is that? Thank you very much. And then let's move forward for a photo together, the panel. So we are using this route to go and have tea. We do it in 15 minutes, okay? All right. So please come forward for a photo. Don't leave the stage yet. A photo with my assistant MC here. Just join them for a photo. Very good. I don't know whether Willis is around, but let's proceed to go grab a cup of tea. 15 minutes, okay? All right. In the meantime, let's have the videos of our partners playing so that we are able to see that. Let me take one with you, people. How will I brag around that I was here with you? All right. In my photo, I cannot see anything. You have to pay. Come back. I will, by the way. Thank you. Yeah. DJ, let's have some music, and also let's have for our online participants. Thank you very much, and we really appreciate what you're doing. Let's continue engaging for our part, so that we keep our online participants also engaged. Those who remain behind, also you can be seeing our partners' video. I'm waiting to see the partners' video on screen so that we can continue. But we had a very good discussion this morning, and I think what is coming out is that youth want not just to be heard, but also to be represented by their fellow youth. That has come out very, very well, and I think that is very good. So please, we are calling it tea and greet. All right, so we take tea as we greet and interact. Okay? So we take tea as we greet and as we interact. 15 minutes are almost over, so we ought to almost be back. And DJ, I'm waiting for the partners' video to be on the screen.
We come as one embodiment of development and progress across Africa. One voice within which young voices in the continent are constituted. One avenue, and their reverb is heard from every corner of the world. Growing as the youths grow, being transformed as lives are impacted, marveling as young people are included in developmental projects, na sauti zazidi kushikika, as they become more confident. We come as one embodiment of development and progress across Africa. One voice within which young voices in the continent are constituted. One avenue and one platform where these sentiments are amplified profoundly and their reverb is heard from every corner of the world. Growing as the youths grow, being transformed as lives are impacted, marveling as young people are included in developmental projects, na sauti zazidi kushikika, as they become more confident to speak up. From Nairobi to Algiers, or Cape to Cairo, since 2012, with over 150 projects focused on 17 sustainable development goals, over 947,000 young people as members, over 3,500 member organizations, and over 260,000 touchpoints. The Youth Café can point to many successes and impressive statistics. It can describe the journey traveled, the obstacles it has overcome, and the lessons it has learned. But the lives of the youth impacted is the true measure of the Youth Café. They are the reason for the Youth Café's existence. Although much has changed, the Youth Café's fundamental intent remains the same. It is about creating opportunities, transforming lives, and growing beyond set bounds. It is about making a difference where a difference is needed most. We envision a new and highly transformed Africa, where sustainable development and accelerated inclusive growth are the norms. Investing in youths and creating paths for their opinions to be heard, and for them to implement their ideas about social development is how we as a continent get there. An organization for the youth, run by the youth, with a close-knit relationship with the youths from all walks of life. A diverse team, passionate about youth development and engagement, be it in sports, arts and culture, peace and security, education, skills and technology, environmental conservation and climate change, governance and political inclusion, universal health coverage, and business job creation and entrepreneurship. The Youth Café is at the forefront of social change in these areas, leading the way toward a more gender-equal continent. By speaking up, challenging the norms, innovating, researching, and influencing decision-makers to take action. To date, our projects have impacted and improved the prospects of over 2 million youth, their families, and the greater community, as a monthly digital reach of over 1.4 million. Since its foundation, the Youth Café has partnered with governments, businesses, multilateral foundations, and individuals to invest over $30 million in young people. As part of its journey to self-reliance and sustainability, the Youth Café also manages endowments. These funds are managed in perpetuity, and their proceeds are invested in community youth and development projects. Members are driving visionary change in their communities, countries, and around the continent. They are selected via an online and offline application, followed by necessary documentation procedures. We work with them to lead the process of change and take ownership of outcomes. All of these wouldn't have been possible without the unconditional support of our friends, individuals, donors, media, corporate organizations and partners, and most importantly, our members, our youth. For that, we cannot thank you enough. Today, we come as an unfathomable force, committed to championing and empowering African youths to stand in their power as the leaders of today and the future in their countries and communities. We come as a familiar voice, saying that believing in and equipping youth with solid leadership foundations, business and entrepreneurial skills, civic leadership, and public management frameworks is the foundation for the change that Africa deserves. Our experience proves that it takes passion, dedication, and collaboration to create the continent of our dreams. Connect with us to be a part of creating positive change in Africa. We come as one embodiment of development.
Donating books, equipment, and financial sums, or be part of our ecotourism programs and let us lead you through the beautiful ecosystem of our continent. The Youth Café has many more innovative ways for you to play a part in our ambitious initiatives. Visit our website today to learn more. Roughly 75% of the African population is below 35 years of age, filling our continent with incredible potential and energy. But despite all this, factors such as poor distribution of healthcare, education, employment, and even water and sanitation facilities have severely crippled our potential. As a result, we can see our youth lacking safe convening spaces and unable to influence the decisions that are being made for their own nation's development. This is where the Youth Café comes in. Since 2012, we as a unique youth initiative have ensured that the talented youths of Africa are allowed to step up and play their role as the new driving force of their nations. How do we intend to bring this change, you may ask? The answer is in our theory of change, an ambitious plan to strengthen the youth of Africa and help them soar to a world of opportunities and freedom by mobilizing the goodwill and support of governments, international organizations, the United Nations, civil society groups, corporations, and the youth of Africa themselves. We follow the theory of change to carry out 8 catalytic, action-driven, and progressive activities for the sake of helping our young citizens. Firstly, we support regional sports, arts, and cultural endeavors. Then, we ensure peace and security for the youth by actively involving the stakeholders to avert their participation in cases of violence and extremism. We regulate seamless flows of knowledge transfer to help educational and skill-based institutions, directly increasing awareness and access to employment opportunities among the youth. Apart from this, we actively work to promote green, resilient, and inclusive development to combat environmental degradation. We regulate resources and eradicate poverty for the undocumented. And finally, we represent accountability initiatives and increasing advocacy for political stability, utilizing our community resilience and convening power. With the improved domestic development, distinguished intergenerational co-leadership, and the ever-expanding global outreach of the Youth Café, our dream of a youth-led Africa now draws closer every day. Along with our identity as a creative amplifying laboratory, advocating and fostering innovative, impactful, and progressive policies that promote youth participation and engagement at national, regional, and global levels. If you wish to see the young minds of Africa be beacons of leadership in the global community, register as a member of the Youth Café today and help us carry out our tremendous responsibilities from the front line. We welcome you to volunteer or have an internship with us and gain valuable guidance, professional recommendations, and future employment opportunities. You may strengthen our resources by donating books, equipment, and financial sums, or be part of our ecotourism programs and let us lead you through the beautiful ecosystem of our continent. The Youth Café has many more innovative ways for you to play a part in our ambitious initiatives. Visit our website today to learn more. Roughly 75% of the African population is below 35 years of age, filling our continent with incredible potential and energy. But despite all this, factors such as poor distribution of healthcare, education, employment, and even water and sanitation facilities have severely crippled our potential. As a result, we can see our youth lacking safe convening spaces and unable to influence the decisions that are being made for their own nation's development. This is where the Youth Café comes in. Since 2012, we as a unique youth initiative have ensured that the talented youths of Africa are allowed to step up and play their role as the new driving force of their nations. How do we intend to bring this change, you may ask? The answer is in our theory of change, an ambitious plan to strengthen the youth of Africa and help them soar to a world of opportunities and freedom by mobilizing the goodwill and support of governments, international organizations, the United Nations, civil society groups, corporations, and the youth of Africa themselves. we follow the theory of change to carry out 8 catalytic, action-driven, and progressive activities for the sake of helping our young citizens. Firstly, we support regional sports, arts, and cultural endeavors. Then, we ensure peace and security for the youth by actively involving the stakeholders to avert their participation in cases of violence and extremism. We regulate seamless flows of knowledge transfer to help educational and skill-based institutions, directly increasing awareness and access to employment opportunities among the youth. Apart from this, we actively work to promote green, resilient, and inclusive development to combat environmental degradation. We regularly push for changes in the regulatory framework to mobilize domestic resources and eradicate poverty for the undocumented and unbanked sections of the youth. Plans to promote improved access to active healthcare privileges and general health awareness against drug abuse, COVID-19, and transmissible diseases are being carefully planned by us for the young citizens. A growing businesses incubation program has been set up to support unfunded business ideas of young entrepreneurs by offering them startup capitals. And finally, we represent accountability initiatives and increasing advocacy for political stability, utilizing our community resilience and convening power. With the improved domestic development, distinguished intergenerational co-leadership, and the ever-expanding global outreach of the Youth Café, our dream of a youth-led Africa now draws closer every day. Along with our identity as a creative amplifying laboratory, advocating and fostering innovative, impactful, and progressive policies that promote youth participation and engagement at national, regional, and global levels. If you wish to see the young minds of Africa
in community youth and development projects, we come as one embodiment of development and progress across Africa, one voice within which young voices in the continent are constituted, one avenue and one platform where these sentiments are amplified profoundly and their reverb is heard from every corner of the world. Growing as the youths grow, being transformed as lives are impacted, marveling as young people are included in developmental projects, na sauti zazidi kushikika, as they become more confident to speak up. From Nairobi to Algiers, or Cape to Cairo, since 2012, with over 150 projects focused on 17 sustainable development goals, over 947,000 young people as members, over 3,500 member organizations, and over 260,000 touchpoints. The Youth Café can point to many successes and impressive statistics. It can describe the journey traveled, the obstacles it has overcome, and the lessons it has learned. But the lives of the youth impacted is the true measure of the Youth Café. They are the reason for the Youth Café's existence. Although much has changed, the Youth Café's fundamental intent remains the same. It is about creating opportunities, transforming lives, and growing beyond set bounds. It is about making a difference where a difference is needed most. We envision a new and highly transformed Africa where sustainable development and accelerated inclusive growth are the norms. Investing in youths and creating paths for their opinions to be heard, and for them to implement their ideas about social development is how we as a continent get there. An organization for the youth, run by the youth, with a close-knit relationship with the youths from all walks of life. A diverse team, passionate about youth development and engagement, be it in sports, arts and culture, peace and security, education, skills and technology, environmental conservation and climate change, governance and political inclusion, universal health coverage, and business job creation and entrepreneurship. The Youth Café is at the forefront of social change in these areas, leading the way toward a more gender-equal continent. By speaking up, challenging the norms, innovating, researching, and influencing decision makers to take action. To date, our projects have impacted and improved the prospects of over 2 million youth, their families, and the greater community, as a monthly digital reach of over 1.4 million. Since its foundation, the Youth Café has partnered with governments, businesses, multilateral foundations, and individuals to invest over $30 million in young people. As part of its journey to self-reliance and sustainability, the Youth Café also manages endowments. These funds are managed in perpetuity, and their proceeds are invested in community youth and development projects. Members are driving visionary change in their communities, countries, and around the continent. They are selected via an online and offline application, followed by necessary documentation procedures. We work with them to lead the process of change and take ownership of outcomes. All of these wouldn't have been possible without the unconditional support of our friends, individuals, donors, media, corporate organizations and partners, and most importantly, our members, our youth. For that, we cannot thank you enough. Today, we come as an unfathomable force, committed to championing and empowering African youths to stand in their power as the leaders of today and the future in their countries and communities. We come as a familiar voice, saying that believing in and equipping youth with solid leadership foundations, business and entrepreneurial skills, civic leadership, and public management frameworks is the foundation for the change that Africa deserves. Our experience proves that it takes passion, dedication, and collaboration to create the continent of our dreams. Connect with us to be a part of creating positive change in Africa.
Ecosystem of our continent. The Youth Café has development. Roughly 75% of the African population is below 35 years of age, filling our continent with incredible potential and energy. But despite all this, factors such as poor distribution of healthcare, education, employment, and even water and sanitation facilities have severely crippled our potential. As a result, we can see our youth lacking safe convening spaces and unable to influence the decisions that are being made for their own nation's development. This is where the Youth Café comes in. Since 2012, we as a unique youth initiative have ensured that the talented youths of Africa are allowed to step up and play their role as the new driving force of their nations. How do we intend to bring this change, you may ask? The answer is in our theory of change, an ambitious plan to strengthen the youth of Africa and help them soar to a world of opportunities and freedom by mobilizing the goodwill and support of governments, international organizations, the United Nations, civil society groups, corporations, and the youth of Africa themselves. We follow the theory of change to carry out 8 catalytic, action-driven, and progressive activities for the sake of helping our young citizens. Firstly, we support regional sports, arts, and cultural endeavors. Then, we ensure peace and security for the youth by actively involving the stakeholders to avert their participation in cases of violence and extremism. We regulate seamless flows of knowledge transfer to help educational and skill-based institutions, directly increasing awareness and access to employment opportunities among the youth. Apart from this, we actively work to promote green, resilient, and inclusive development to combat environmental degradation. We regularly push for changes in the regulatory framework to mobilize domestic resources and eradicate poverty for the undocumented and unbanked sections of the youth. Plans to promote improved access to active healthcare privileges and general health awareness against drug abuse, COVID-19, and transmissible diseases are being carefully planned by us for the young citizens. A growing businesses incubation program has been set up to support unfunded business ideas of young entrepreneurs by offering them startup capitals. And finally, we represent accountability initiatives and increasing advocacy for political stability, utilizing our community resilience and convening power. With the improved domestic development, distinguished intergenerational co-leadership, and the ever-expanding global outreach of the Youth Café, our dream of a youth-led Africa now draws closer every day. Along with our identity as a creative amplifying laboratory, advocating and fostering innovative, impactful, and progressive policies that promote youth participation and engagement.
See the video. Please tell the people outside they will miss the awards during the trivia. If they are still outside, let them come back with tea.
Our countries and communities. We come as a familiar voice, saying that believing in and equipping youth with solid leadership foundations, business and entrepreneurial skills, civic leadership, and public management frameworks is the foundation for the change that Africa deserves. Our experience proves that it takes passion, dedication, and collaboration to create the continent of our dreams. Connect with us to be a part of creating positive change in Africa. We come as one embodiment of development and progress across Africa, one voice within which young voices in the continent are constituted, one avenue and one platform where these sentiments are amplified profoundly and their reverb is heard from every corner of the world. Growing as the youths grow, being transformed as lives are impacted, marveling as young people are included in developmental projects, na sauti zazidi kushikika, as they become more confident to speak up. From Nairobi to Algiers, or Cape to Cairo, since 2012, with over 150 projects focused on 17 Sustainable Development Goals, over 947,000 young people as members, over 3,500 member organizations, and over 260,000 touchpoints. The Youth Café can point to many successes and impressive statistics. It can describe the journey traveled, the obstacles it has overcome, and the lessons it has learned. But the lives of the youth impacted is the true measure of the Youth Café. They are the reason for the Youth Café's existence. Although much has changed, the Youth Café's fundamental intent remains the same. It is about creating opportunities, transforming lives, and growing beyond set bounds. It is about making a difference where a difference is needed most. We envision a new and highly transformed Africa where sustainable development and accelerated inclusive growth are the norms. Investing in youths and creating paths for their opinions to be heard, and for them to implement their ideas about social development is how we as a continent get there. An organization for the youth, run by the youth, with a close-knit relationship with the youths from all walks of life. A diverse team, passionate about youth development and engagement, be it in sports, arts and culture.
We need to get back to the session. My co-MC, where are you? Okay. So in about 3 or 5 minutes, we start with the second session. So a very interactive session. We have the trivia and we have gifts. Not just the trivia, we have gifts. Then we have Madam Charity with us, the World Cafe. I don't know how she'll do it. I hear we are to have tables, but I know she's creative enough. She will tell us how we do it. Then we have Madam Hanifa. Hanifa was the first youth to be arrested during the Gen Z protests. She also fundraised millions of money and distributed the money to those who were affected. So I'm sure you do not want to miss this. Please help me, my fellow actors, to get the people outside to come back with the tea. In about 3 minutes, we start the second session. DJ, let's go on with the videos. Thank you very much.
Roughly 75% of the African population is below 30.
All right.
To a world of opportunities and freedom by mobilizing the goodwill and support of governments, international organizations, the United Nations, civil society groups, corporations, and the youth of Africa themselves. We follow the theory of change to carry out 8 catalytic, action-driven, and progressive activities for the sake of helping our young citizens. Firstly, we support regional sports, arts, and cultural endeavors. Then, we ensure peace and security for the youth by actively involving the stakeholders to avert their participation in cases of violence and extremism. We regulate seamless flows of knowledge transfer to help educational and skill-based institutions, directly increasing awareness and access to employment opportunities among the youth. Apart from this, we actively work to promote green, resilient, and inclusive development to combat environmental degradation. We regularly push for changes in the regulatory framework to mobilize domestic resources and eradicate poverty for the undocumented and unbanked sections of the youth. Plans to promote improved access to active healthcare privileges and general health awareness against drug abuse, COVID-19, and transmissible diseases are being carefully planned by us for the young citizens. A growing businesses incubation program has been set up to support unfunded business ideas of young entrepreneurs by offering them startup capitals. And finally, we represent accountability initiatives and increasing advocacy for political stability, utilizing our community resilience and convening power. With the improved domestic development, distinguished intergenerational co-leadership, and the ever-expanding global outreach of the Youth Café, our dream of a youth-led Africa now draws closer every day. Along with our identity as a creative amplifying laboratory, advocating and fostering innovative, impactful, and progressive policies that promote youth participation and engagement at national, regional, and global levels. If you wish to see the young minds of Africa be beacons of leadership in the global community, register as a member of the Youth Café today and help us carry out our tremendous responsibilities from the front line. We welcome you to volunteer or have an internship with us and gain valuable guidance, professional recommendations, and future employment opportunities. You may strengthen our resources by donating books, equipment, and financial sums, or be part of our ecotourism programs and let us lead you through the beautiful ecosystem of our continent. The Youth Café has many more innovative ways for you to play a part in our ambitious initiatives. Visit our website today to learn more. Roughly 75% of the African population is below 35 years of age, filling our continent with incredible potential and energy. But despite all this, factors such as poor distribution of healthcare, education, employment, and even water and sanitation facilities have severely crippled our potential. As a result, we can see our youth lacking safe convening spaces and unable to influence the decisions that are being made for their own nation's development. This is where the Youth Café comes in. Since 2012, we as a unique youth initiative have ensured that the talented youths of Africa are allowed to step up and play their role as the new driving force of their nations. How do we intend to bring this change, you may ask? The answer is in our theory of change, an ambitious plan to strengthen the youth of Africa and help them soar to a world of opportunities and freedom by mobilizing the goodwill and support of governments, international organizations, the United Nations, civil society groups, corporations, and the youth of Africa themselves. We follow the theory of change to carry out 8 catalytic, action-driven, and progressive activities for the sake of helping our young citizens. Firstly, we support regional sports, arts, and cultural endeavors. Then, we ensure peace and security for the youth by actively involving the stakeholders to avert their participation in cases of violence and extremism. We regulate seamless flows of knowledge transfer to help educational and skill-based institutions, directly increasing awareness and access to employment opportunities among the youth. Apart
Wow. Viva democracy, viva! That is not a good viva. Viva democracy, viva! What's happening? And you just had something to take. So, Shirley Jameli, come here. We want to have a quick trivia. We want to see whether you understand democracy. Are you ready for the questions? Are you ready for the questions? So this is it. Let's all rise. Let's all rise. Let's all rise. Let's all rise. So I need 2 ushers here to come here to help. I want 2 ushers here to come and assist Jameli. Just leave it. They will push for you. All right. Are we there? So I want us to put our finger like this. Point someone. Point me. Imagine how many people are pointing me. But imagine how many fingers are pointing you. How many fingers are pointing you? You. Is it very hard to count fingers? How many fingers are, yeah? So there is mine and there are 3 from yourself. So there are 4, all right. So you can point me with the hand like this, okay? So I want us to write the word democracy very fast with the hand, okay? Are we like this? Let's now do the finger like this. So democracy, you remember how we do it? D, E. Who is reading for me? You know I'm not a very good in English. D, let's go together. Let's start. All right, let me see whether there are fellow drunkard mates here. So we are doing it with the leg now. So let's go. I'm like, hey, but we did very fast. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. And by the way, if you don't do it very well, I'm looking at you. You'll be the first one to be asked the trivia question. Who is that? Okay, let me not ask. Okay, let's go. 1, let's start. Not with the finger, with the leg. And not putting the leg down. Let's go. Seen my fellow drunken mates. Thank you very much. We can have a seat. Welcome to the second session. We have a trivia, and then we will have a World Cafe. But we want to allow a super lady here, Shirley Jameli, to take us through the trivia session. We have super gifts. And please, if you can give me a gift without a question, I will appreciate. Welcome very much.
Hello, everyone. Well, you all are looking at me like I'm the one who introduced Sha, She, Shu in the grade 2 curriculum. You need to relax. Okay, my good name is Shali Jameli.
Programs Associate at the Youth Café. I am a public health officer by profession, and I am a hype mistress by default. So you all better get ready because here we need energy. Yes, viva democracy, viva! Thank you so much. So I believe by now you know your neighbor by their name, right? So you call them by their name and tell them you like their smile from the bottom of your heart. Please tell them that. Okay, the XY species are looking at me with criminal offensive side eyes. I'm sorry, guys.
Hi, everyone. Sorry for interrupting the party. I just wanted to encourage ourselves to engage a little bit on social media, on the TYC pages. So you can just go to Twitter or Facebook or any other platform and search the Youth Cafe and engage with the conversations there. So there's a hashtag that you'll see. You can always retweet, comment, share, because there are also like more questions there and engagements. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So before we get into the questions, first I'll give you the instructions. And you need to get the instructions clearly, right? So the first thing is, I will ask a question and you have 15 to 30 seconds to respond to the question, okay? And the first 3 hands to go up will be given a chance to speak. I hope I'm clear. Okay. So now, let's get to the questions. Number 1. Are you ready? Get ready, get ready, get ready. Okay, let's get to it. As we all know, we have 54 countries in Africa, right? There's this country in the southern part of Africa, whereby when Michelle Obama said there is no limit to what we as women can achieve, they really understood the assignment. I believe by now you have a rough idea of the country I'm talking about. So let's get to the question now. Yeah. So, who was Honorable Lucius Witboy's predecessor as Vice President of Namibia? 10 seconds gone. 11 gone. 12 gone. Ay, Kasongo, yeah. You have 14 seconds gone. 1 second remaining. We have 1 second, second one, second one, second one, third. Ningumu, saingine ningumu. So let's hear from him. And you please say you introduce yourself, then answer the question.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tanaga Ndongera. Also, the predecessor was Dr. Netumbo Ndaitwa.
Yes. Some claps for him. Please proceed to the stage, get your t-shirt. The pressure might be getting worse, but please compose yourselves and just get the answers. Get the answers, guys. It's not that hard. If the questions are as easy as swallowing Misheveve and Sarati, right? Okay. Congratulations. Let's get to the second question. See, panicky, relax. So, again, as we are all aware, the African Union held its elections on the 15th of February 2025, where our very own His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga stepped up for the challenge, and sadly, the stars didn't align in his favor. In Swahili, we say, nyota ilizima, my guy. But since we are youth, and youth leadership is our business, my question to you is, when was the AU Youth Envoy institutionalized, and who is the current Youth Envoy for the AU? 5 seconds gone. One hand, second hand, second hand, second hand. By the way, no external. You just use the RAM and the ROM in your Buruane. Second hand. Yes, we have a second hand there, and third hand. Which one Google? Okay, now you won't get the chance to talk. I'm sorry. So we will have the two people, him and him, and ladies. Hey. Okay, please.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Tanaka once again.
Why? He has the answer. Can I know my offense? He raised his hand first. You all didn't raise your hands. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So, the Youth Envoy Office was instituted in 2020 and came into effect in 2021 with Aya Chebi being the first Youth Envoy, and the current Youth Envoy is Chido Cleopatra Mpemba.
The next person. It's him. Please stand.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Muku Watanaka from Zimbabwe. The current AU Youth Envoy is Chido Cleopatra Mpemba, and it was institutionalized in November 2019.
So now they got the answer wrong for when it was institutionalized. So she was the first one. So please.
Hello, hi, how are you?
Hi.
My name is Eunice Wabuda, and I think the answer it was institutionalized at 2018. 2018.
She was the first one to raise the hand.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I think it was 2021.
2021. Another try. Yes. At the back.
It was institutionalized in 2018. The first chairperson was Ayachebi. And then in 2021, it was Mpemba from Zimbabwe.
Another try. Yes. Mike.
Hello, everyone. My name is Blessing Makuiza, and I believe that it was institutionalized on 15 February 2025, and the chairman was Kelefi Raila.
Sorry, pardon. What's your answer?
On 15 February 2025, and the chairman is Kelefi Raila.
Another try. Yes.
All right. So my name is Samuel Bato. I come from Liberia. It was institutionalized in November of 2018, and I know that for a fact because the first chairperson, Aya Chibi, made a state visit to Liberia then, and she was hosted by myself. So
Evidence,
I know that for a fact. Yeah, thank you.
So now we need to discuss this. There's a difference between establishment and institution. Sorry, that word.
Institutionalizing.
That word. Yeah. So there's a difference. Establishment was in 2018. Are we okay up to there? And then now we need to talk about institutionalizing. So when was that? Yes? Thank you. It was in 2024. I'm sorry to disappoint, but it was July 2024. Yeah. So now that they got the answer about the who part, should we give them a t-shirt? Or we just go to the next question? Okay. Okay. I'm told E is for effort, but let's go to the third question. It's about climate and environment. So climate change is not just an environmental issue, it's also a justice issue as well. And the people who contribute the least to global emissions often suffer the most, sadly. So, in response to this, a historic fund was established at COP27 to help vulnerable nations deal with climate disaster. So my question is, what is the name of this fund? What is the name of this fund? Yes, one, two. Mi sikupati tena, I'm sorry. Number three. Yes, number three. I am so in that order.
It's called green funds.
Sorry?
Green funds.
Next person.
Loss and damage fund.
Next person. Him.
Loss and damage fund as well.
So the two got the answer right. It's the loss and damage fund. Please come for your t-shirts.
All right, we have to conclude.
So as we conclude, for those who didn't even have a clue of what was going on, I believe by now you know you don't need to travel to Egypt to see Giza. You get it? If you don't get it, forget about it. So Giza is Swahili word for darkness. Yeah, and for those who wanted to try but didn't get a chance to, there's always a next time. And for those who tried and got the answer wrong, in Kipchoge's words, it's not about winning medals, it's about participation. And congratulations for those who got the answers right.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations.
She's a superwoman. Yes, she's a superwoman. Let's clap for her once again. Now I see my job is about gone because we are getting better MCs very soon. Clap for her once again. That's why we need to keep giving them opportunities and chances too, because they have a lot they can tell us and show us, and they can keep us very lively. So about these moments, I want to invite Madam Charity, because we want to go into the next session, which was supposed to be a world cafe. We were supposed to have tables, but I'm sure she's creative enough. But as she comes, we have the first youth who was the first one to be arrested. Come, I want you to be here with Madam Hanifa. Come here, Madam Hanifa. Oh, sorry. All right, Hanifa. And we have an Ignite speech. So, karibu sana. So I want you to, Hanifa was supposed to speak to us at 3. She's the first youth to be arrested. She was the first youth to be arrested. She fundraised. So I want to request you just for a minute or two to grant to Madam Hanifa, because she has to go for a meeting at 2, so that we can hear how are the demonstrations, how did they plan it, how did they fundraise. Are you ready? Are you excited to hear about it? Are you excited to hear about it? Please, do you allow us?
I've even given her the mic, yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, guys. Viva the youth, viva. Viva the youth, viva. My name is Hanifa Adan. I'm a journalist by profession and a human rights defender and an activist too. So many things. So the topic today is very, very interesting. Like everything just relates to me. I relate to all of them. Environmental justice, human rights, literally everything, and social media, how they're all linked. So fun fact, I think many people know me from the Gen Z protests, but I started way back. So I think 4 to 5 years ago, I leveraged my social media platform to try and bring about change. And that's years again after trying to lobby on ground to bring the very same change. So 4 years ago, I saw something so disheartening, and it's something I also grew up seeing. So there was a raw sewer just across a road, and that raw sewer had it was such a disgusting sight, and there was a hospital and a school just opposite it. So you'd see kids after school, playing there, and just moving around. I took pictures and said, we can do this. The helplessness made me go to social media, particularly on Twitter. So I tagged the governor of Nairobi, Johnson Sakaja, and I vowed that I'm going to tag him for 30 days until the mess is cleared. So we went on and on with him, and fortunately enough for me, on the second day of the campaign, it gained a lot of traction and attention, until the governor responded for on the third day. So he responded, and then they went to fix it, but it wasn't well done. So we went on and on again with him, and in about 1 month, and I feel proud every time I pass by that place. So it's very well done. It looks amazing. I wish you could just share the before and after images. You'd understand how powerful social media felt for me at that time. So, okay, I realized something then. Something clicked. So you want to tell me this problem that has existed for over 30 years has been fixed within months on social media. So you want to tell me that we can achieve such changes on social media. So I began my activism, my digital activism 4 years ago, and never looked back. And I think we all know that environmental injustice only affects a section of people. It affects the poor, the marginalized. It never affects the rich, I'm sorry. That comes to my second campaign. So last year, just before the Gen Z protests, so last year was a lot for me particularly. So we had floods in Kenya. I'm sure many of you remember that time. So floods wreaked havoc in this country. Every poor person, I'm going to use this word because this country hates poor people. So they were evicted, forcefully evicted with no compensation out in the cold and in the rain. I went to cover the story as a journalist, but came out as an activist yet again. I think every journalism is honestly even linked to advocacy, so they're all connected. So after I went to cover the story in Madare particularly, and I just started crying in the scene there. We had fathers on top of the, destroyed buildings, crying, children, everyone. It was a mess. You're just seeing how the government hates its own people. I was so disheartened, and I couldn't just write the story and move on. So I came online again and asked people what exactly we can do to help with the situation. And I'm saying this because every time I go on social media to do something, I never expect the results. So I was in so much awe of how generous and loving Kenyans are. So we managed to fundraise over 1 million Kenyan shillings to help with the victims of the floods in Madare, in Korogocho, in Huruma, and all the slums which were affected by the floods. So the government did not care. We were the ones who bought food, mattresses, and blankets through the fundraised money and funds. So that opened my eyes yet again to how powerful social media is. So I hope you're getting the point here, how environmental injustice is linked to human rights, and also how we can use social media to bring about such changes. I hope you're seeing how powerful social media is when it comes to democracy. And I'm saying this, I like saying this about democracy. Democracy is not given, it is built. And as we've seen for the past 1 year in Kenya, how social media has protected this democracy and has strengthened our ways of asking for accountability. And we're going to the elephant in the room. and the Gen Z protests. So the Gen Z protest again started as something none of us expected. I, for instance, found myself in the middle of it. So there was this Hanifa who's been leveraging on her social media platform, and I was just scrolling on Twitter. That was a few days before the first protest, which was on 18th June. I was just scrolling on Twitter. Everyone was talking about the finance bill. I think people were educating people on TikTok and everywhere else about the finance bill. Hi guys, hey guys, come here, come see this certain and certain proposal. See, the cancer patients were even going to be affected. So everyone just came together and to reject the punitive, ridiculous bills. So I saw a link on Twitter. So it was a group of people. People were sending in numbers of their MPs, the member of parliament, their representatives. So actually people tend to forget this a lot, but what really led to this movement was a culture we have called kusalimia. Basically means greetings in Swahili. So the kusalimia culture is when all of this began and how I also found myself in the middle of it. So I took numbers from the group of the area representative, the MPs, and posted it on my Twitter. So yet again, the attention, the viral, the trend started. So people started greeting their area. Basically, they were telling their members of parliament to reject the bill. So they were telling them to represent their interests and not the interests of their masters. So did they listen? No. Do they ever even listen?
In conclusion,
I'm going to be as fast as I can. I have a lot to say, but I'll conclude. So after people started greeting their area MPs and stuff, so most were arrogant and did not respond. So here comes the first protest. We started distributing posters here and there. And we also fundraised money for t-shirts and water, and I was in charge again. So the first day of the protest, 18th June, I actually got out of the Uber and immediately arrested. The officer was very aggressive and vulgar towards me. So I got arrested, and I think their intentions was to scare us. So they wanted to scare people by arresting them. But oh wow, it led to such a beautiful moment in this country. So they wanted to scare us, but it made people come out. So there was a campaign and a hashtag to free me. I was freed before the rest, but we had 300 people, over 300 people arrested that day. And I'm honestly really proud to say that I was in a cell with young kids. These people were 19 years old, 20, 21. I was so amazed. And it was our first protest. So that is such a proud moment for me last year. And sadly, we lost a lot of lives. People have been killed. No one held to account. That is why I'm against any form of dialogue with the government or with any oppressor. We are past the dialogue stage. We are past any talking stage. So I want to encourage the youth. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm missing the most important part of the Gen Z protests, which I spearheaded. So we fundraised 31 Kenya million shillings last year to help the injured and those who had lost their lives, to facilitate for the burial. Thank you. So the target was 10 million, and in few hours, in like 3 hours, we fundraised for 14 million. I was shocked. I will not lie. I was extremely shocked, and in no time, it was 31 Kenya million shillings. I mean, I love Kenyans so much. It's amazing how we were able to come together. The medical aid, the legal aid, everything. We were there for each other. And that is what the political class is scared of. And that is what we are going to use against them each time. Unity, solidarity. Unity and solidarity, literally. I don't believe in leaving any comrade behind, anyone who is suffering. That's why The LSK has been behind us throughout. LSK, all the organization we've had, literally. Everyone was there. And that is our power. So in short, what happened last year was we realized our power. Did you guys realize your powers? So we realized our power, and we're not going to look back again. I hope we don't get tired. It's tough. There's so much going on. There is a lot going to happen as well. We don't know. We don't even know what's going to happen in the next few weeks. So I'm encouraging every youth in this country. You have to use your energy, as someone said here. What exactly are you doing as a youth? Because this is your only time, literally, to show what you're capable of. This is your only time, I'm just saying. Of course, it's never too late. I don't want to get so motivational, but as a youth, what are you honestly doing about democracy, about accountability, about your country? Can you stand here and say this is what, and honestly, it's never something grand. I started as a nobody. I never intended for the fame or whatever it is I'm in right now. No one I never anticipated for anything I do online. It just comes. I think the intention matters. So if you are somewhere doing something, starting something, I encourage you not to give up. If you're changing this country in one way or the other, just continue doing so. I'm sending you all my love and solidarity as a young Kenyan as well. It's tough, but we will win. Thank you.
Is a superwoman. DJ, you would have given me that. Hanifa, just hold on there for a moment. We need to celebrate you. Let's all rise. That brevity, raising money, she was accountable. I want, as Madam Charity starts, it is your session, Madam Charity. Pick the mic. Um, I just want you to tell the crowd how to celebrate Madam Hanifa. We can just do the Igwe. We have a Nigerian here. We have the Nigerian Futures Fund. Where are they? We have Nigerian Futures Fund. Go to the podium and show people how people celebrate people in Nigeria.
The Nigerians. Eh? Please. Behind us. We're going to walk. Okay. They're coming for you, woman. Yes, they're coming for them, please. Please clap for them. Where is the t-shirts? Please clap more as we have to congratulate her for the good work she's doing for our country. Thank you for us. Continue for us. Thank you for not being afraid. Thank you. Okay. One of them wants to, or two of them want to say something. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. And on behalf of Nigeria, the Nigerian youth, I would like to say well done to Hanifa and all the young people in Nigeria, especially the Gen Zs, for leading the protest. We have something in common as well, the NSAS protest, which was led by young people as well. So well done, and let's keep advocating for our voices to be heard. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay. So thank you, Hanifa. Somebody else wants to say something? Oh, yes.
Please be short.
Kenyan, I have to stand here.
Oh,
to
yes.
represent you who are not clapping.
Oh, yes. Madam Alessandra, for a quick photo, join them. Yeah. The next session is very interesting. We have, yes. Very good. Well celebrated, and we really appreciate the great work you're doing. Continue doing it. Thank you very much. All right, we have to sit crowd for the next session.
Thank you, Kingori. I've really been harassed. My session has been moved like 20 times. But we are here now. You see, even guys don't even move things for us. We move things for ourselves. Are you seeing women? We are not waiting for anyone to come and save us. We are saving our. So I'd request the DJ, as I'm hustling with this thing, to play Giuliani's song. Please, Nikonja. How many people know that song? How many people know that song? Hey, kwani mimi ndio mzee ama? All of you know the song. Okay, so please DJ. Umeipata? Niko tayari. We are not singing. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Ufisadi, ukabila. Aya, there are no human rights defenders. Tasema. Ni ufahamu, sitasimama maovu. Aya, nyinyi mutaka. Let me behave like a pastor. Na nyinyi? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know how to rap that part. DJ, thanks. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You'll engage, sindio? Msiniangalie tu hapa muone tu nimekuja kuwapea speech. Speech lazima niwapee. Oh, I have to give a speech. I need to align myself because we have comrades from different parts of the world. Please, Kenyans, welcome our friends from Nigeria. Please clap. From Zimbabwe. Yay, I've had two Tanakas. One of my best friends is called Tanaka. I've said Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Zambia. From Zambia. From which other country have I not said? Liberia. From Liberia. You guys, have you met anyone from Liberia? You make sure you say hi to him. You might never make it there, so it's good that you interact with him. Where else? Rwanda. Yes, let's clap for Rwanda. Hey, Rwanda. Rwanda are doing great. Wow. Who else? Tanzania? Somalia. Let's clap for Somalia. In fact, Somalia is a country that is showing us that it is possible to rebuild. Don't you think so? Yes, Somalia is now making strides. Kidogo, slowly. They are going to overtake some of these democratic states because of how focused they are with trying to rebuild their country. Which other country? I had Tanzania. Tanzania, clap for Tanzania, wa Kenya. You know, we are told we just love ourselves and speak in English, but we need to welcome our visitors. Sindio? So my name is Charity Wangoi. I am a Kenyan. I am a woman. I identify as she and her. I am a mother. And I am a youth. Can you imagine? Not teenage pregnancy though, but I am young. So I'd want to read a speech. I'm the one coordinating the World Café. The World Café, as the name suggests, is going to be like an all-rounded conversation of different topics that the coalition is also focusing on, and as young people, we want to focus on. Sinisawa. So I'll read a speech, and part of this speech, there are questions, so I need you to answer. So what kind of Africa do you want our children to live in? Is it an Africa where we are in constant conflict amongst ourselves, fueled by a few selfish individuals, internally and externally? Or is it a prosperous who serve and leave the countries in better spaces than they found before? Which Africa do you want to live in? Is it the one in conflict or the one in prosperity?
in prosperity, right? Is it an Africa where we're in constant debt, heavily dependent on aid? Or is it Africa where we can look internally for resource mobilization, find ways internally to grow our economies, and even lend? For sure, Africa can lend. Which Africa do you want to live in? Kwa nini hiyo inawashtua? Usijali, the aid is not going yet. It is already shrinking, but it's not gone. But it's possible for Africa to lend to other nations. Do you believe that? Yes, we should. So we need to, what I'm trying to say is this. We need to live in an Africa where we want to live. Like we want to live inside this continent and not always looking for opportunities to leave the continent. Because you'll find a lot of young people are so focused on leaving this continent. And then when they go away, they don't even remember their mother tongue. In fact, you speak to them in Kiswahili, they're like, what are you saying, right? Because you want to completely forget the trauma you've experienced living in your countries, right? But we are aspiring to have a continent where we are happy to be in our continent. We are happy to be able to share our learnings with other people from outside. Is that the Africa you want? Okay. Yeah, some of you just want to leave. It's okay. So I say this at the risk of being labeled an idealist, that kwa ground vitu ni different. For translation, that on ground things are different. But you know, as an African, I have to keep hope. Hope is our human lifeline. Without hope, we would not be here. Each person carries glimmers of hope, a hope for a better tomorrow, a hope of financial security, a hope to make your big break, a hope to meet your worldly icon. Some of you, I'm sure you've already identified the people you need to interact with and network with here. Is that true? Is that true? Kuna mwingine hapa hata ajui. Is that true? Yeah, so in this hope still, we need to do the work. We need to save ourselves. We need to put our hands on the plow. It is our duty as young people to make sure that we do not lose our continent, that we do not lose our continent for people who in 2063 will not even be here. Do you know in 2063, majority of them will not be here? I'm not naming names, but you all know that majority of them will not be here, right? Who is going to be left here? What will the future look like in 50 years? No one is coming to save us. We can only save ourselves. So as we are going through this World Cafe session, we need to look at it from this view. I know you've been in discussions, dialogues, conversations, and a lot of young people get tired. They say, you're always calling us for meetings. We don't see actions, right? During the morning discussion, there was a conversation about there are so many policies in Africa, but there's lack of implementation. Isn't that the case? So that's the part that hurts the most, that this thing, we have it on paper, that it's just simple, just follow what is on paper and implement. But it seems to have, we are facing some challenges here and there, right? And so I want you as a person, as you're going into those discussions, we are going to break into groups to discuss for about 20 minutes and come back in plenary. Do not run away. Your country is depending on you, please. Are we together, youth? Are we together? Yes, please don't go away when we break into groups because your country is depending on you. Kenya, we are depending on you, these people who are seated here. Okay, in 2063, I'll be 71. So I want you to really do the work so that my daughter is able to benefit from the work that we are doing here. Isn't that the case? Okay, so look at these questions this way. So picture yourself as a child. Can you picture yourself as a child? Do you remember? Why? Do you remember yourselves as children? Yes, right? Si kitambo. How many people are 25 years? You see, that's not too long ago. 24? 18? There's 18. Stop lying. Are you 18 years? 19? 31? Okay, so all of us or the rest are 45? Yay! 35. How many people are 35 and below? Yes, so you can remember yourselves as children, right? So reflect on that as a child. So look at yourself as a child who's dreaming and a child who's forming, who is curious and has a zeal for life. What kind of environment would you like to live in? What ideal situations would you like to find yourself in? So journey with this child in their different stages. When you are a toddler, as a teenager, and as a young person, what kind of Africa would you like to hand over to them? Because this work we are doing here is for us, because the youth are the present and the future, but they are still children being born. Africa as a continent is a teenager. We are the average age of 15 years. Can you believe it? 15 years. So as a continent, we are about 15 years old. So we have a very young population that's depending on the work that we are doing. So it's not only about coming to meetings, talking, dressing well, looking nice. It's about what impact are you going to leave behind? Because whether you have children or not, you'll have them one day. Whether you choose not to have them, you'll still interact with them, right? And then at some point, we'll all die. And then there'll be a different generation. So which kind of generation do we need, right? Thank you. Clap for me, guys. Thanks. It was a powerful speech. Anyway, at this point, I'd like to say, I don't know if you guys were given papers. Were you given papers that have numbers? Does everyone have, who has number 1? Do you have them? Okay, who doesn't have that paper? Okay, so it's majority of the room. So this is what you're going to do. We're going to divide this room into 3, okay? We'll have this middle session, okay? This section, how many Kenyans are seated on this side? I've noticed a lot of guys who are from out of Africa are seated on this side. How many Kenyans out of Africa? Out of Kenya are on this side. How many are Kenyans? Okay, so it's balanced. Okay, you can. And how many are Kenyans here? How many are not Kenyans? Okay. And on this other side, Kenyans? No Kenyans? Fantastic. So there's a bit of a mix. So we'll have 3 groups. The groups will be facilitated by Daniel. Daniel will be facilitating, Daniel, right? Daniel will be facilitating the 3rd group. So this will be the 3rd group, okay? The 2nd group is this one. It's going to be facilitated by Keen. Please, Daniel, wave so that people can see you. Yeah, so that's Daniel. Okay, he'll facilitate that group discussion. Then we have Keen here. This is Keen. Please allow her to facilitate, okay? But you can also help her. Then Kingori will be on this group, the ones with the MC. Okay? Yes, so it's going to be the facilitator. So the facilitators have the questions. We'll have about 25 minutes to discuss. It's now 12:53. So what time should we return here? 25 minutes? About 1:20 something. 1:20. Is that okay with everyone? Are you excited about this session? Are you excited? Okay. All right, that's fine. So I'll not read the questions. We'll come and reflect on them after 25 minutes. Thank you. So the DJ can put my favorite song and then we can divide into groups. We are not rotating. Rotating. Okay, DJ, continue. Maybe when it's a bit lower, so that guys can hear each other. Is that okay? Yes. Okay, groups, please.
You're not placing your mic down. It's your session. I'm over harassing you. Am I not? All right. Let's try this. My group, move to the far end. Let's rise up. Let's rise up. Move to the far end, my group. And your question is question number 1. Innovative, right? Innovative solutions to strengthen democracy. Innovative solutions to strengthen democratic institutions. So that group moved to the far end. So the middle one, maybe you can discuss around the center there. And this group, all of you come downstairs here. You can sit on the floor. You can, this is a nice event. All right, we are allowed to feel. Then a rapporteur, there will be a rapporteur coming and us as a facilitator. So she will be the overall, and she'll be coming and listening to what we are saying and also guiding us a little bit.
Is it clear? Is it understandable? So the second question will be best practices in environmental justice and climate resilience. So it's going to be here. And then the third question is youth and civil society's role in driving democratic reforms. Okay?
So what is expected by the facilitator? About how I want to overharass it.
If you need a mic, you let me know. The facilitator will. Okay, DJ, we kill the music. Thanks.
needs to go, what everyone needs to go, show that member who's told about the interest in projects. Humanity and lostness. So the memory is going to share yourself. There are some works. Fine. They don't do working. Probably support for that. It does not.
And then, yeah, that is the first question that the was friendly environmental justice in the first readers of implementation of reaction to frustration and justice and to justice issues. Yeah, not the most different. Yeah.
No, no, that's
And that would be, I'll give you an example of all of Africa, whereby these people are less prevented in participation of issues like environment justice. And to get to see like a project I'm working on the northern eastern part of Kenya, people they're not aware of how maybe they're giving the land, putting the land and the resources that can be extracted from there. I think this one leads to by university law and also laws of that the criticism. But then these people they don't know, they are not aware of it because they are presented. So and the representation of peoples in these regions. And awareness is so we'll move on to the next question because interest of mine. So the next question is how can marginalized community, grassroots movement offer solutions and build their capacity and advocate for climate resilience? Whether my name is Ramat. Ramat Barish. So yeah, how marginalized communities, grassroots movements offer solutions to build their capacities to advocate for climate resilience. We'll start with the guy there, yellow card. What? You're not going to record.
It's okay. My name is Waziri, and to answer on that question, I have a point on whereby I think the indigenous communities or the marginalized communities, they should promote livelihoods by doing the indigenous practices that are far forgotten. Like if, for example, you want to do farming, there's no point of you introducing, as the guy says, the Western nature of farming. You can use the traditional ways of farming, and you can use pieces of thunder, they just do the cow thing instead of doing the tractors. You do maybe the plow. You get the point? So now here you can reduce air pollution, and you're increasing productivity, you're increasing livelihoods, and you're also bringing food on the table. But when you use fertilizers, you're going to get the profits, the benefits, but also after the demerits of using the fertilizers, what are the demerits? It's climate change and extreme weather.
Good afternoon. My point would be conception. Like, proposed to a national treatment, transportation outcomes, in another party. We have a program for beneficiary local and climate action. the communities are the one prioritizing the issues that are very pressing them. Maybe like it's your law, let's say, kind of drought. Maybe there's drought in the community. We prioritize their which issues that the funds that are coming to this program that are going to that the fund will be directed. So for instance, sure.
Thank you. We have a lady now. Oh, hi everyone. My name is Wahuda. I wanted to speak on the point that Waziri has touched on, but briefly. I think he's saying something very important. What? Oh, okay. About the importance of leveraging on traditional knowledge, which I think is very critical. Okay, my point would be to through training and skills building, because these communities, they need to be trained on the impacts, devastating impacts that affect the youth and climate change at large. So if people could have a well-organized community and leaders that will be able to guide them and train them to lead them on best practices that are going to offer solution to, to curb the effects of climate change and environment, I think that will be good. Yeah, for the interest of time, I'll leave it at that. Yeah, thanks. You did hear? My point was upscaling through capacity building and training. Yes.
Thank you. Just to add on that, as I said earlier, I'll voluntarily answer this question. But to add on to whatever has been said, which is very true, in my organization we have projects whereby we start a project in a certain community, and it's like community and people led, whereby the leaders of that certain project will be chosen that community, whereby they'll be taking things in their own hands. And I think this is it has been working for us, and it works. Yeah. I will go on to the next question, please, for the interest of time, and we have 2 more questions to go. The third question is, kindly share examples of grassroots movements and community-led initiatives that have successfully tackled climate injustices. Kindly share examples of grassroots movements and community-led initiatives that have successfully tackled climate injustice.
Okay. Jambo, Kenyans.
Jambo, jambo.
How are you, Wagin? Fine. So fine.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'll speak on behalf of my community in Mathare. We have environmental champions. Immediately, the community was evicted along the river banks. You can remember the eviction from last year. We formed groups to plant trees along the riverbank. We've also biodiversified the area into crop and food supply. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel. I'd also like to add on, because I also come from the same community, that is Mathare. Maybe just to be specific on which grassroots initiatives. We have Mathare Social Justice Center, we have Mathare Green Army, we have, sorry? We have Mathare Social Justice Center. We also have Mathare Green Movement. We also have MASCA, which in full means Mathare Social and something Community Association. I just missed that part, but it's MASCA in short. So we get to see that these grassroots initiatives, they focus on just like, sorry, I missed your name. Arthur mentioned, you'll realize that they've started, there is that aspect of urban farming. There is that aspect of championing for growing of trees in the riparian land that, remain bare and all that. They've even sensitized basically the community. They even have sessions with the community, at least on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, on the importance of, keeping the environment, basically clean, apart from conducting cleanup campaigns and all that. So think those are just a few to mention, but there are a lot by the way.
Yes, an additional. I think another additional like grassroots movement is the Green Belt movement that was basically started by Wangari Maathai. And following the directive of President William Ruto recently, where he was championing for tree plantation, I think so far they have planted over 50 million trees, according to the data from the Jazamiti app, if you have interacted with the application. Yes, and apart from Madare, there's another one in Mukuru. Yeah, what is it called? Yeah, it's in Mukuru. It's manifesto or something. Yes, something like that.
Wait, someone from the back? Okay, next question. And the last question, that is. So how can the youth and civil society organization contribute to, oh, okay. Society organization contribute to environmental justice and climate resilience advocacy? We have you, and you. Okay, let's start.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
My name is Anton. So I'll talk about carbon trading. Carbon trading. I feel like carbon trading is over. As my good friend is talking about trees, and the government planting 50 million trees. These trees are being sold as carbon trading. On 5th March this month, there was a public participation for regulations on carbon trading, but that was online on the think Ministry of Environment's webpage, but we didn't have a link provided, even a link to the meeting. So I'm not so sure whether public participation took place. So we need to come together, CSOs, and speak about this thing, because these things that Europe are giving money towards Africa with the country, then this needs to go back to
Thanks, you, Lady Courage.
Hi. I'd say advocacy and influence, but in localized way. So that can happen in local language, because if we're advocating for marginalized communities, give them their voice, give them solutions based on them, and let them give the solutions themselves. You just ensure you're explaining a bit of context and really telling their problems, don't tell them your problems and solve their own solutions. So I don't mean it. So yeah, community led and local language. Great. Get people understanding what you're doing, not policy and document business.
Yeah.
I think to me, I'm from civil society. The role of civil society, sometimes, like in this country.
Okay, our one. However, because I'm feeling philanthropic, we shall attend meeting. So, and that because kuna talk, okay, there are people who are feeling concerned too. So, yeah, 10 more minutes. Please finish.
Thank you.
This country, around 83% of this Kenyan land is semi-arid. The problem we have been having, we need to compare, like people from civil society, we need to compare the government to do what they're supposed to do. Because the goodwill, they don't have the goodwill. They know how to talk politics, but to implement the things, it's not there. So, like civil society here, we are here just to make sure that they implement whatever they are doing because they have money. Thank you.
Yeah, basically saying the talk.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. What has the operational people?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then actually allocating money to this operation. Money.
Yeah. One is being embezzled. Being embezzled. Good afternoon.
My name is Don. I'm a strong Henry and international talents. Gender integration. At the same time, gender different the youth, things have changed. Sometimes the youth scream, I is laughing peacefully and help with solution of that. And I know there were solutions. So black parents had very critical messages that the group of us lost along the way. So as the houses as we have mixed over heads and as our poor the community to do and then the community they've been giving the strength and something. Then gender based information started we all need to work with the only reason why we have tourists, but then we have so it's the reason why we have checked. When there's a parity, you're talking the issue of you, issue house of me. Children are saying that and want to learn a bit from the environment, families, and in the urban space in the business. So, it's too much gender, age, solidarity. See, that was not advanced. So, when you're getting it is much more simple. It's not talking for professional government.
Yes. Basically, you say no to divide and conquer.
Say no.
Okay. Have the guy from the back, he hasn't spoken. And then
I think we have to make this. I'm not taking it from the point, but yeah, Master Viva, yeah, yeah. I'm saying my name is Omoni Clyde. I believe we can make it an individual responsibility. If we cannot keep a simple discipline of littering, if we can't keep a simple discipline about littering, how are we going to tackle climate change? Then we need to narrow down and ask ourselves the question, like, what's the impact if we make this work? Because we are focusing much on credits and what we're gaining from it, while we are forgetting the fact that this is affecting us and we are doing this for ourselves and for the better. So we need to focus more on the objectivity and not what's coming with it. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, you down, just don't want for this one, down, sorry.
Thank you. The question is about the role of society and youth.
Yeah.
To tackle on two aspect of the youth. First of all, as the youth, we should understand that what is being wrongly done today will affect us in the coming years. In that case, I will immediately reflect to what Omod has just said. We should take it as personal and understand that if we take something to do it will affect us. Number two, civil society. Say that policies are there. So the civil society panel start or right? One, two. Couple trading. Nafanya for the money of which hapo tuko na the background. What we have to say to him. So the virtual now, you can just
I'm studying the we'll start with business first.
Yes, yes. Because of see, all of us are participating. Are you seeing that? Yes. So please introduce yourself and then you can read your question and give the highlights. So you have like 2 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Okoko Felistas. I'm from Generation Us Kenya, and I'm rapporteuring here today. So I was in Group 1, and one of our questions was, what are the main challenges facing democratic institutions today? We had funding, limited funding or restricted access to funding, corruption, lack of accountability, interference from the executive, power imbalance between stakeholders, like power is not decentralized, closure of civic spaces, like the current civic spaces have been shrinking a lot lately, lack of cohesion among stakeholders, like hakuna collaboration between churches, government, communities, civic societies, and all that, inequalities, including social, political, economic, uh, in practical policies, our policies are mostly just for the room. They look good on paper, but aziko kwa grassroots vizuri. Lack of power, lack of proper civic education, and laxity from duty bearers. Our second question was, what innovative strategies can you suggest to enhance transparency and citizenship, accountability of the institutions? So one of the suggestions was actually making some of these issues punishable offenses, because our political leaders don't have an ethics standard. So that was also another solution, developing an ethics standard for our political leaders so that if they go against that ethics standard, this becomes a punishable offense by law. Independence and power in our current justice system. Our current justice system have this sort of correlation where they can't independently question other arms of government on what they're doing. We had creating structured civic engagement strategies where you can maybe open an app or go to a certain space and ensure that you get education that you need on civic processes. Engaging tech to keep government accountable and transparent. Someone was suggesting there are apparently apps where you can go and check government projects, how they're proceeding, the funding that has been allocated to them, if they are working as they should. Some of the platforms mentioned was A40, there was Wajibikaji, and there was Wamwizi, which has been functioning for over 1 year now. Strengthening engagement mostly at the end of project or financial year to ensure accountability. So this includes like having collaborative efforts at the end of a financial year. We come together and we talk about the budget that was there, what has been done, what hasn't been done, and why. And then we have some of the issues that came up with how do we strategize to decentralize power to promote work amongst people who are appointed in government? How do we venture into alternative funding, because funding from the government actually leaves us vulnerable to not questioning or not exercising our agency over these issues? And also, how do we get conversations out of these rooms and actually on the ground? Because policies are majorly just things we talk about, and most of them are not being implemented or accounted for. Our next question was collaborating between stakeholders, and suggestion was having roundtables to promote accountability measures, also dialogue sessions, strengthening and establishing consortiums to promote accountability, focusing more on corporate social responsibility than corporate social investment, reviewing existing policies and acts to promote decentralization of power. And then our last question was case studies that have been successful or that may serve as models for democratic resilience. So one of our members from Ivory Coast say that they have a high authority for good governance system where their high level leaders come together to provide accountability for what their ministries or what their offices have been doing. There were these digital websites and apps that can be used to track and promote accountability, like A40, Tunu Project by TISA and TI. And also there was, it was highlighted like the Gen Z process worked really well. We could learn from all that. Thank you.
A hand clap. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're just not scrolling on your for lunch. We are about to go for lunch, okay? But one of the things I have gotten from that is also accountability through technology, meaning that there's access to technology for everyone. So everyone is able to see what is happening. And congratulations, Ivory Coast, for that development. It's a big deal, right? Is it a big deal for an African country to have best practices in democracy in this time? We are doing well. Group 2?
Good afternoon. My name is Nzia Ndolo. I'm the rapporteur for Group 2. We were taking the question, the best practices for environmental justice and climate resilience. Our first lead-up question was, what are the most pressing environmental justice issues in different regions in Africa? We identified 4: air pollution, desertification and deforestation, biodiversity loss and land degradation, and a lack of awareness. So I quickly move to the second question. How can marginalized communities, grassroots organizations offer solutions and build capacity to advocate for climate justice? So we came up with the solutions that indigenous communities should continue with the indigenous practices and traditional knowledge, which were more sustainable than modern alternatives. We should also have community-led policy actions. For instance, we had the example of FLOCA, where communities provide policymakers with the issues that they prioritize the most. There's also an emphasis on training and building capacity. So people should be in a well-organized forum where the membership allows them to take charge of the conversation. So we also asked to give examples of grassroots movements and community-led initiatives that have successfully tackled climate change. In Madare, there is the Environmental Champions Initiative. After the evictions from the riverbanks that happened a while back, members of Madare formed a group where they planted trees along the riverbanks and allowed for diversification of the area to happen. There's also the Madare Social Justice Center, the Madare Green Belt Movement, the Madare Social Community Association, which also focuses on urban farming and growing on trees on riparian land. We also mentioned the Green Belt Movement, where over 50 million trees have been planted. Our last question was, how can the youth and climate society contribute to environmental justice and climate resilience advocacy? So the first point we mentioned was that carbon credits need to go back to the people. So we need to ensure there's ample and effective public participation whenever you're talking about carbon credits. We also need advocacy, both to be community-led and to be in the local language, so that we give the local community agency over these questions. For the role of civil society cannot be underscored. So civil society is important because we need to compel the government to do what they do, because frankly, there's a lack of goodwill. There's also a point that was mentioned where Africa is a diverse continent. We have different age groups and different genders in the continent. So we need to ensure that the identities need to work together rather than stay divided and conquered. We also need to ensure that we work towards individual discipline. So just picking up litter is an individual aspect, but it does have a big impact. And lastly, we need to ensure there's ample cross-border benchmarking so that we can learn from what, for instance, Tanzania is doing and Nigeria is doing. I think that's all from Group 2.
Thank you so much, Group 2. Please clap for them. I think what I've gathered the most there is about the community-led actions, training and building capacities. Heavy. I also I'm really impressed by the Madare initiatives. They've done a lot of things. And they've also done a lot of things in forms of even organizing and mobilizing in some of the interventions in civic spaces for a very long time. So thank you so much. Group 3.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Esther Nora from the Youth Café. Yeah, I was the rapporteur for Group 3, and this we are handling the youth and CSO role in driving democratic norms or reforms. Yeah, and our first question was, what are the barriers preventing youth from actively engaging in democratic processes? And these were the responses. Number one was the negotiations, where the youth are easily negotiated out by the systems, like, for example, during the campaigns, during even when they are like democratic processes, the youth are easily negotiated out to support a certain group or certain leader. Yeah, and that's one way that it's a barrier for them to engage in democratic processes. Number two is the cultural norms. Most of the youth, they don't like um, run for those political positions due to cultural norms. Like, for example, young women are not in a place to go for those seats because they find like the cultural norms, they don't allow them, or marital status also, they also bar them from getting for those positions. Other issue was the identity card issues, where the young people oftenly, yeah, they don't have the ID card, and the processes most likely they are so long, and it takes long for them to acquire them most of the times. The other thing is the electoral injustices, where many youth, they just believe that their votes don't count, so they don't see a need to participate in elections. Other thing is the fake promises. Like in most of governments, most leaders don't deliver their promises, and that's what most youth, they find that there is no need of going to vote. Other thing is the lack of civic education. Like, for example, in the rural areas, most of the youth are there, and you find that they don't have the civic education, so they don't know the need to vote. They don't know anything, the benefits of voting. The other point is failure of the young people to participate in public forums, where you find that they are you find that their ideas are not represented there in the decision making. So you find that most likely they will be not be considered in the decision making because they were not there to give out their opinions and their ideas. Other thing is the misinformation and disinformation. This mostly in the digital place, where you find that most information that we get in the online platforms, in the media, is so misinforming, and we don't look for clarification, so we just believe what we see online or we hear without fact checking. Next question was on how can civil society and youth movement...
Can we combine 2 and 3 because we're out of time?
Okay.
Yes.
Youth movements be effective in influencing governance, and their strategies that can help sustain youth engagement beyond protest and elections. And the responses were um, knowledge to engage the system. Those are the how we can effectively in the youth and CSO movements be more effective in influencing the governance. So there's need for youth to have the knowledge to engage the systems and also to mobilize others to demand for accountability. Also, the engaging the influencers and media, and when it comes to, we have like during the protest, we have those who have been killed. So we need to have to engage with the influencers to be in the safe side. The last question on how to sustain the movement is to have the grassroots mobilization by the CSOs, because most of the national protests, national issues, they don't reach the grassroots people who are in the rural. So we should have the grassroots movements down here from the communities. And also we have the proper constituted national youth councils across the African nations. Also, we should have the information campaigns to fight against the misinformation and disinformation. Yes, that's
Thank you so much.
Thank
Please clap for her. She was under a lot of pressure. Thank you. Thank you so much for your responses. All this is going to be compiled and is going to be part of a document that we can all refer to so that we can keep each other accountable. Is that the case? Are we together? So it's just not discussion for the sake of discussion. It's discussion for the sake of coming up with an action plan that then can be able to help us keep people accountable, right? Because now we'll move from that to stakeholders. A lot of stakeholders have been mentioned. One of the things I've gotten from her presentation was the power of social media, right? There's a great power in the, not even social media only, the digital platform, where there's information and misinformation and disinformation. So it's good to filter which kind of information is beneficial, right? And with that, I will give my parting shot because the MC is really, he's cramping my style. I will say that we need to stay engaged. This is our home. This is where we were born. This is where we have. So we believe in ancestors. Our ancestors were here, and just remember, even the movements that gave us our freedom during the period of colonizations were youth movements. Are you aware of that? They were not old people movements only. It was young people who were agitating for freedom, for this democracy that now we are joking around with. So please, you have a role to play. Tweet, share when there are protests and you can't go and protest, share the information, right? When there's a meeting, please go. When they are calling you for public participation, we never used to have public participation in Kenya. Are Kenyans aware of this? We never used to have it. Now we have it. Please engage. Know your chief. How many people here know their chiefs? You see, we're just there on TikTok. Tukifuata stories za nini, zina trend. So, we should know our chiefs. We should know our MCAs. Sindio? Even those MCAs are on TikTok. Mumewaona? Amjawaona? Guy, are you that hungry? Okay, nimeenda. So please just know your local leaders and stay engaged. This is our home. Sawa. Thank you. And yeah, that's it from me, Kingori.
Thank you very much. We must agree that they did very well under the immense pressure. And you know, she's an advocate of High Court. You can imagine today, I was pressuring a judge. I hope someday I don't get to your court in the wrong, but I know you are a good lady. And thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. We have to break for lunch. And thank you so much to our rapporteurs. You did a great job in the short notice given. So let's all rise to and go for lunch. But let's also keep engaging. Hashtag thank you democracy. Hashtag GDC. We have to make sure that we keep also making sure that our event is heard and known outside there. So I want all the Gen Zs to come to the podium. The rest of us can go to the serving point. Come, Hanifa. The Gen Zs requested they want to take a photo with Hanifa. So the rest of us, let's kindly use this door. Where are the Gen Zs who say that they're already out? Come. Gen Zs who requested to take a photo with Hanifa, please come. The rest of us, let's use that door. Food is getting cold. We only have 40 minutes, so we must be back by 2:20 or latest 2:30. Let me give you 50 minutes. 2:30, we have to come back. Already, we are past time, but we'll try to see how to moderate the other sessions. Thank you very much. DJ, you can give us the music. And of course, for the online participants, we are very happy. Congratulations and to everyone who has been with us. And we continue to engage. We will have the videos. We'll have the videos portrayed there. So where are the ushers? The ushers who had requested to take a photo with yeah. You can even sit here, by the way. You can come near. Most can sit here. Just sit here. Yeah, sit there. Yeah, then I'll show you a style, how you can celebrate her. Yeah, this looks, oh. So you can stand here. Yeah, you. And they can all point at you. No, you start there. They will all point, even the ones who are seated. Do like this. You all point at her. All point at her. So you're celebrating her. Igwe, the Igwe one, eh? Sawa. Very good. Where are the ushers who had requested for this photo? Where are your ushers who had requested the photo with Hanifa? Yeah. So let's grab lunch pretty fast. We have two interesting panel discussions that you cannot afford to miss. So I'll be here. All right, I'll be here, man. Oh, yeah. This looks, wow. Super. Hanifa, tell us something. What can we do? Can we say viva or what? Viva Gen Z's, viva! Viva Gen Z's, viva! Viva democracy, viva! Viva the saviors, viva! So it was only the Gen Z, not the millennials. You're very undemocratic. So let's take selfies. Let's take selfies. And as we post, let's also use the hashtags. We have to make our event trend. Hashtag GDC Forum 2025. Hashtag Thank You Democracy. Hashtag Africa GDC Forum. So DJ, have the videos of our partners playing for our online participants, even for ourselves. Okay.
Yeah. Democracy. Naweka lami safari hiyo. Akina mama wataweza kufungua chama, wakina baba hivi tu. Unataka pesa ngapi ya bado? Napanga leo.
Chen kuonyesha.
Katese.
Maybe 1 minute. Hi guys, how are you? Hi. How are you guys? How are you doing? When you
Second like right? Proximity of a credit you can make me smile. It's funny smile. Tell me something funny. That was fun. It was fun. Something else. Fun. I feel like this is too much lie. Democracy is not about voting alone. It is all following up to ensure that the people you vote do exactly what you send them to parliament or to another office to do their work. And that's why we are here for democracy. Ama mnasemaje? Ama mnasemaje? social implications. Nigusa na hii ya macha. Kwanza unajua Yvonne nini? Machakos. Lakini ni rahisi. Yaani ya Machakos inaitwa Mekishwa ama ya September. Nimemaliza shule sasa. Nilikuwa nachapiana. Sasa hizi hawezi kaambiwa amefanya kazi. Na hawezi sasa post fulani. It's a very vivid.
So the mission that you're ultimately going to work again. But yeah, I got it.
This is wow, I think because I met that with you.
So there are some youths who had requested to do the spoken word. I don't know whether they are around. If they are, they can see me, then we can organize how to plan that. Viva democracy, viva! DJ, thank you very much. I have two beautiful ladies who want to do a spoken word for us. Thank you, DJ, for the song. Very good. So I have two vibrant young people. I want Ayan Mohammed. Where is Ayan? Please come. Max, please get the people back for me or for the session. So where are the ushers, the dancers? I want the dancers. I want us to just warm the seats, and I want people to come back. So I want Ayan to do a spoken word. For the online participants, we have Ayan here. She will introduce herself. You can come here maybe, and you can even do yeah, yo. Or you want there? Can I move the place for you? Hold the two mics. Joy, anafanyia partner. Pick one mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ayan Mohammed. I work with Recruiters Africa. It's a recruitment agency based here in Kenya. But hobbies, I do spoken word from time to time. So I decided why not speak a small poem about injustice. So
All right, sorry for interrupting. Ashers, I need you here. Please help me have 5 seats and the 3 tables. Ushers, Paulette, please have the ushers here. Let them bring 5 seats and the tables ready for the next session. Thank you and carry on.
good afternoon, guys, again. Sorry for the interruption. So today's spoken word is about injustice. I feel like it's a very hot topic right now in our generation and why it's so important to speak about it. Okay. Injustice is a fire. Injustice is not a mistake. It's not an accident of history, not a flaw in the system. It is the system, built brick by brick, law by law, generation after generation, by those who learned the power is easier to hold when others are kept on their knees. It does not hide, it does not whisper, it burns. Through borders drawn in blood, through the silence of those who have kept that privilege. I have seen injustice in the eyes of a man, standing before a judge, his hands bound, his future decided. Not by truth, not by guilt, not by the color of his skin, the weight of his name, the emptiness of his pockets. I have seen it in the mother's trembling hands, lowering her son into the earth, his life taken by those sworn to protect him. And when she speaks his name, the world calls her grief, all inconvenience. They ask for calm, as if peace has ever come without justice. I have seen it in boardrooms where men sit in suits decide who gets to breathe clean air, who gets to drink clean water, whose labor will be exploited for profit disguised as progress. It is in classrooms where history is rewritten, where the oppressor is called a hero, where the stolen lives, stolen land are footnotes, where the truth is softened so that power never feels discomfort. It is in the silence of those who benefit, the silence of those who know better, but fear speaking will cost them. But I say no more. We say no more. Let this fire meet a storm. Let voices rise like a thunder. Let footsteps shake the ground. Let truth pour down so heavy. Let that it drowns the members of oppression. Because injustice is not fate, it is a choice. And we were not born to kneel. Thank you so much, guys.
You give me something for the love of God. I feel I'm deep in love because I got your fire. If I break you, then I see. Don't but apologize. Let me take a seat in your heart. She got me. Baby, hold me. Happy God. Now, God, Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are starting session 2. We will take the photos later, kindly. DJ, and ushers. People are requesting for water, so let's make water available for our participants. So I want the dancers to come to the podium here. Where are the dancers? Dancers? Where are my dancers? Where is Beatrice for the spoken word? As we get settled, so we have spoken word from two people, Chris and Ayan. So Ayan, get ready. You'll do it again. I know you already did it, but Beatrice is here, 1 minute or two for the spoken word.
Hi, everyone. My good name is Betty. A spoken word. Okay, I will not call myself an artist, but that's what I do. Now, feel democracy is one of these things. Practicing is not like you go to the laboratory and then you start the chemical test, no upate results. But now feel again, you can have your own way of doing it because it's by people with people, and I think Sisi, we are the people. I feel walking majestically saying I'm democratic, and all I can do ni kuitwa kaongo. I can offer them. I mean, sina ubaya na mtu, but I mean, we have to make our step look at what people are calling us. I mean, sizi kuita mwizi kama utanibia. That is victimization or taking victims to where the missing is not. I mean, working toward what we think is democratic, taking actions, putting the resources to the right places is what I can say is being democratic. But mi nitakushow. Tunakuanga na president tunamwita kiongozi lakini yeye anauma ngozi. I mean, kondoo anakuanga tunamwita kondoo because of how well we think tunamlisha, but at the end of the day we are the worst enemy. Tunamkula kama vile ngozi wanatufanyia. Walking and talking about what democracy is being what I think I am. But to be honest, pia mimi nikipata za kaongo siwezi kosa kukula tu ni zetu. And what I can say is can't to be democratic by what you do, what and how you do it. Thank you.
All right, DJ, give us something. The dancers, you can just be here. Let's all rise. Let's all rise. Let's all rise for session 2. We have to start session 2. The dancers, come here. As we get our panelists ready, the panel, Marianne Salah is very ready. Let's all rise. Let's all rise. Let's all rise. Let's rise up. Let's rise up. Yes, let's rise up a little bit.
MC, where are our dancers?
Aha.
I hope our dancers are on standby.
Yes.
Because we need to have a session sasa ya kukatika, like dancing, before we get into the next session for the afternoon. So our dancers, welcome. Take the center stage and give us the guidance. You lead, we follow. Our dancers, I can see you. Beatrice and Rose. Karibuni sana to the stage. The floor is all yours. Now we are going to just watch and follow the lead.
All right. In 2 minutes, just come here. We just want food to settle down. Then Marianne will come. Salah, then we'll continue with the first panel, and then we'll have an Ignite speech as we go on. All right. How are we going about it? How are we going about it? All right. Freestyle. You need the mic? All right. Music, DJ. They say it's a freestyle dance. I'm scared what that is. Yeah, I can sing. Let's go like them. Let's go. Let's go. Oh.
Moja vile imetupamba
while you've been gossiping. I'm bitty, let not go high class out here, King Nicky. Was not compact clothes with to no ditchy. Wanatsu, why not you no biggie? Big shoes, the togos, it feels so easy. I make millionaires, wakakuwa greedy, wananja excess, the medium governor watching city while you've been gossiping. The medium governor watching city while you've been gossiping. The medium governor watching city while you've been gossiping. I've been busy, networks gone.
DJ. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO SOMWA Marian Sela, karibu sana. Welcome for the third session, which is the other panel as we go on. Viva democracy, viva! Viva democracy, viva! Welcome very much.
Thanks so much, Mambiko. What a full of energy. I don't think I have that energy, considering that I'm fasting and you guys had to eat the food and drink in front of us. How unfair. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mariam Zela. By professionally, I'm a journalist, and I have another hat, which is women rights advocates. So welcome to today's panel discussion on anti-corruption efforts and collective action for governance and justice in Africa. Corruption remains one of the most significant barriers to sustainable development, justice, and inclusive government across the continent. It erodes public trust, stifles economic growth, and disproportionately affects the most vulnerable in our society. However, across Africa, we have also seen some inspiring examples of resilience, of activism, policy-driven reforms that have made tangible progress in tackling corruption. As earlier, our colleague Mary mentioned, we have some our African countries who had made milestone in regards of anti-corruption. So we need to be proud of that. So today we have we are honored to have distinguished panel experts, policymakers, and change makers who are at the forefront of anti-corruption efforts. We will explore successful initiatives, collaborative approach, and the role of governance, civic engagement, and environmental accountability in fighting corruption. Without further ado, allow me to introduce you to our panelists. We have a Kennedy, and please forgive me if I ever mispronounce your names. We have a Kennedy Omokundu from AGRC team leader. We also have Mr. Elvis Sitati, entrepreneur and dedicated environmentist. We have also in our panel discussion a very lovely lady, an inspiring lady, Natasha Kimani, future-elect East Africa Director. She's a lawyer. I am so proud of her. Also in our panelist, Dr. Stephanie Cabello, PhD, Sociology of Inclusion, coordinator of the European Pole of Knowledge National Network of Educational Institutes. Dr. Stephanie Cabello came from all the way from Italy. So we are so proud to have you in our discussion today. I would also like to welcome John, who is a legal officer at the Thomson Reuters Foundation, also youth activist. Who am I missing now? Is that on? Okay. let's welcome Leonardo Wonyama. I hope I'm pronouncing right there. CEO of the International Relations Society of Kenya, IRCK. Welcome all. Before I start the discussion, I would like to give all our discussions 1 minute of remarks on our topic today. And I would like to start with Dr. Cabello. Remarks, opening remarks on our topic of anti-corruption.
Okay, I'm just starting with a couple of books because I love books. Books are the memory of humanity and one of the main strategy for development. One is by Vandana Shiva, is Earth Democracy, concerning the environment, how the environment is spoiled. The other one is from Gandhi, Nonviolence and Development. It means there is a possibility to development without violence. And those are pillars of anything against corruption. But I will talk about it later.
Okay, Kennedy.
Okay, I didn't carry the book. Allow me to give my opening remarks. This is very important for my discussion. I will just read quickly. Democracy and human rights and environment justice are interlinked, forming the foundation of just and sustainable society. While democratic institutions provide governance frameworks that ensure public participation, human rights protect fundamental freedom and environmental justice, promote equitable access to resources. However, in many African countries, and I think we are coming back home, including Kenya, these principles are often undermined by weak governance, corruption, economic interests that prioritize profit over social and environmental well-being, resource exploitation and land dispossession and environmental degradation remain significant challenge that is increased by political interference, weak enforcement, and mechanism, and limited access to justice for the affected community. And I propose that to address this effectively, we need to have sustained collective action from government institution, civil society organization, and international partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Natasha, please.
Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone. Do you have energy? I know it's after lunch. My opening remarks will be opening questions. So, some things for us to think about. One, do we think corruption is only when people steal billions, or when a person is donating to a church and not saying where the resources come from? Is that corruption? Yes or no? When we have members of parliament who are both oversighting national funds, but also in the same breath responsible for CDF, is that corruption? Food for thought. When your relative is given a contract in the county government because they're a friend of the governor, and they're not a bad person, they're just, in fact, when they are praying in your WhatsApp group, they say, it is the grace of God. Is that corruption? So I can see people saying no. So the truth is, corruption sounds different when it affects us. So perhaps the question we should ask ourselves, what is our collective conscience as Kenyans? What does corruption mean to us? And when it affects us personally, is it corruption or is it a misunderstanding?
Good afternoon. Woza. My name is Itati Elvis. I'm the founder and CEO of Wamuzi. So basically, Wamuzi is a social networking platform. It's an alternative social media platform that what you guys use, where we are trying to give the young people in Kenya a safe space and equal opportunity to be part of decision-making process at every level of governance, where one, they can be able to have a meaningful engagement among themselves and also with the elected and aspiring leaders at their convenience. This this is where now we need to keep our leaders accountable. Two, they can be able to access verified and credible information on time. And also they can freely express their thoughts, their ideas, and their concerns. So what I can say is we are seeing a new wave of accountability, and that is by the use of technology, and which has helped us to expose fraud, and also communities can easily demand for transparency. We've been able to see civic engagement and also digital activism. So I'm happy to be here and also just to be part of this engagement. Thank you.
Leonardo.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Youth Café, for inviting me here today. My name is Leonard Wanyama. I'm here thanks to my two roles. I am first the International Relations Society of Kenya Chief Executive, but those are some of my members clapping there. But I'm also the regional coordinator of the East African Tax and Governance Network. That therefore puts me at a cross-section of democracy and diplomacy. Now, for the purposes of this discussion, I just wanted to tie into what my co-panelist here, Natasha, spoke about by briefly drawing the arc of history about this corruption topic in Kenya in a very brief sentence. For 20 years, we fought for our rights as a country, which culminated in passage of the Constitution of 2010. From that time to now and going forward, we know our rights. But what is happening is that we are now thinking about our responsibilities in that constitution. Who does what, where, how, when, and for whom. With that in mind, that is simply a question on legitimacy. And so, other than the question she raised about when corruption is touching your personal interests or directly affecting you, there are conversations that we need to have about the loopholes that affect that legitimacy. Those are loopholes in the law. Those are loopholes in the logic, as she had inferred, in terms of when corruption is close to you, you start changing your position, but also in the language. Those loopholes are the ones that determine the legitimacy of policy or the illegitimacy, and put you on the right platform to fight corruption. Because I could also extend a question, was it corruption when the finance bill was passed last year? And so that is the space of thought that we see. And we've been working in terms of simplifying tax language that kind of culminated in the awareness that you saw last year with lots of other groups in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is raised by Uyama and Natasha. The question is that we're here today to discuss and find solutions. John.
Yeah, thank you very much, Youth Cafe, for having me on this panel. I work as a legal officer at the Thomson Reuters Foundation, which is the corporate foundation of Thomson Reuters, one of the world's leading content and information services company. We work to harness the power of the media and the law and data intelligence. And in terms of this topic on corruption, we did a study last year and published a report called Illicit Financial Flows in Kenya, Ghana, and Tanzania, Understanding the Law and Opportunities for Reform. It's available on our website. But as an introduction, I would just like to highlight the amount of resources we lose as a continent. UNCTAD reports that we lose $88.6 billion every year as a continent through illicit financial flows, through corruption, and all these flows of money out of our continent. And so we need to ask ourselves first, what does this mean? Like, what can this money do if it is put into our health sector, into our education, into development? And so it's quite a significant amount. And I think this discussion is quite timely to see what we can do so that we can cap this flow. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll start with you, Wiyama, and I'll return back the same question you ask yourselves to you. Can you describe what corruption means in context of Africa, not in only Kenya? What does it mean for Africa region?
Thank you. There is levels of corruption. First, there is the quite obvious theft. And tying on to what my colleague there mentioned about illicit financial flows, there is the theft. You know, you go and just steal the money. There is the nepotism. Then there is unseen corruption in the sense that you have loopholes in the law that allow you to take resources that are needed for the public sphere legally. Because it's legal, we call that immoral. And so those three levels then bring us to the fighting side of this, where we have tax justice, where we are fighting against the illicit financial flows. That is the loss of money legally in terms of avoidance by mega companies. And then there is the tax governance aspect, where now we are talking about the questions of anti-corruption, anti-money laundering, which are fights against crime, evasion, people who do not want to file. So there's that criminal element, and then there's that immoral element that we are fighting, where public resources are diverted or stolen and affecting communities negatively. Thank you.
Thank you. Sitati, would you like to add?
Yes, yes. Also, in context to that, we can also talk about bribery. How many people in this room they have never given any bribe? Are you sure? When you talk about bribery, this is where public funds are diverted for other things. And this has a negative impact on our development, and it has a negative impact on many other things that we do. We also have election rigging. This is something that is very common in our African context. I don't think there's a time where we can be able to say that there's an African country that they have been able to hold free and fair elections. Maybe we can talk about 2002 in our own context as a country. But other than that, we've never seen anywhere where we can say that our elections have been fair and fair. And right now, even when you talk about things like technology, I believe when we imply things like technology and emerging technologies like blockchain, you know, this is a system where it cannot be manipulated, or it cannot be it's immune. So I believe that once we imply some of these technologies, then it can help us to be able to fight some of this corruption. We can also talk about state capture. This is where powerful people manipulate the law so that it can be able to favor them. And many a times we normally talk about top-down approach when it comes to policy being given to us, because they believe that that's the only way that they can be able to benefit themselves. And these are some of the things that are really affecting us as a continent, and especially as a country. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course.
Thank you so much. Maybe I needed to say that AHED Governance and Research Consultant is a governance think tank. We do a lot of research, consultancy, and capacity development. There's one that is emerging. There's what is called budgeted corruption. In budgeted corruption, you are doing a budget at a ministry, and you make an error of 0.01 or 5 trillion. It looks a small one. You can even come and apologize. Sorry, it was just an error of 0.01. But that could mean funding for a whole county. And I think when it comes to the issue of corruption, we are we are happy with the corruption. Look, in 2022, there was a law that was taken to parliament, be passed in Kenya, to regulate the amount people can use during campaign. It was just delayed, and thrown away. And again, we went to the same circle. So during election, there's a lot of money. Where is this money coming from? And how will it be recouped back? And we appreciate when we get money because we are going to elect someone. So we actually believe sometimes that by electing a corrupt person, we will get a good leader. I actually summarize and say we have bad manners.
So who do you think, just to ask you the follow-up, who is supposed to investigate that money? Who takes it? Where does it go? Who do you think is its role?
It's there are different perspectives. One, there's one who glorify. When I'm being given money as a citizen to vote for someone and I'm lining out to give, I'm glorifying corruption. We have to stand up and say no. Two, our institutions don't seem to just function. Somehow, there's a way we delay things until the last minute and then we bring in. So look at this, that the EACC here, like in Kenya, sorry, I'm using a lot of Kenyan example. They can't prosecute. So you investigate, and then give to someone to decide whether this case makes sense. We have seen clashes in court where the EAC says we are removing this cause. We don't want this to be removed. We see the DPP say this case should be removed. This is the same government. So I feel we have all the responsibility. And for me, I think the hope we have as Kenya or as Africa are Gen Z. Gen Z came in with a lot of force that we are tribeless, we are not corrupt. They are even presenting a former Chief Justice as their preferred candidate for presidential election in 2027 because of corruption records. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Let me go to Dr. Cabello. Can you describe corruption from a general social and sociological perspective?
Okay. I want to tell you that corruption can be prevented, first of all. And it's a question of two phases or multiple phases. I will reach it at the end with the three proposals to prevent it. Very easy to apply, and they don't cost a lot indeed. But first of all, I want to analyze the society from 3 points of views: the normal people, poor people. Second is from rich people point of view. Third, governmental point of view. Okay, and from poor people, I want to describe where, my opinion, of course, it's a little bit provocation. I have no time to explain everything. Where does a social consciousness come from? Social awareness come from? Because it's easy to talk about things when you are poor and you're begging in the street or sending children to sell something to survive. So normally it comes from three pillars: love, time, death. It's common for everyone. Love is everywhere, everything, not only for children, family, but love even for the environment, for something clean, for beautiful buildings, everything. Love is also a demonstration of how the government loves the citizens. Love is everywhere. Second is time to build up something. But let's go a little bit deeper about love. Love is also respect. And there is not only one part of the society, it's common for everyone. And justice, also a symbol of love. And then time. Time is dedicated to education. If education is not free, how can you have time? Your time, life expectation in Kenya, 60 years old for women, for men, even less. You don't have time. And if you don't have resources, you don't have education. So why? I'm always asking to myself, why this kind of society without love? Of course, if you don't have education, you don't have job. I admire my friend from Italy that they are training youth here to find a job, but low pay job, unsatisfied And in the hotel, I was inquiring, asking. They said, I don't like my job, but I have to do it to survive. Is that democracy? Is that, of course, you can be corrupted very easily if you're in those conditions. And then when you have awareness and you have education, rules and laws is easy to apply because people, they know them. They know how they respect the respect of everyone through that. Then the third pillar is about health. Health is connected with justice. Health is when you see 2 million of children a year dying under 5 years old in Kenya. Is that, can you trust your government? You can be corrupted very easily to survive, to make your children living. Why do you have to pay for health? And you are citizens of a country. Then I come to the rich people. Of course, people, they're looking for the army to protect what they have. Of course, for them, it's easy to see an elitarian society, the American standard, for example, where rich people, they are getting more money, they're greedy, and they don't consider what the other things. And it's easy to be corrupted there because you manage money, it's not corruption, it's sharing. And why I don't want to talk about the big corruption of companies coming here and buying for cheap resources and selling for very expensive abroad or something like that. This is a very high level, but a lower level, normal level, standard level is this one. And this is made of egoism. Some people, they don't look at out of the society. They look at the love to see the beautiful in everywhere. And then it's easy to control. You want to control. You want election. You want that kind of democracy, which is very strictly connected with the government. And I finish with this one. And of course, the government, politicians, they want election, equality, justice, social order, protection, because it's for rich society. It's easy. They are supporting this point. But ask to a family who has polluted water in the houses because they don't have money and they got sick and they cannot pay afford to health system. Then I have some suggestions. First of all, to prevent is to start to create, why not to create a faculty of pedagogy for social justice? To teach in primary school, primary. In Europe, you know that it's compulsory education and it's free education. Why not to teach how to believe in a society they will build up together? It doesn't exist kind of pedagogy of equality and social justice. Doesn't exist yet. Why not to create a free master? And we will do it. We are doing, I'm coordinating a huge network of education institutions in Italy and all over the world. A master in pedagogy of social justice for free for everyone in the world to assess and to give free possibility to education. Because education means learning and you got awareness and consciousness. And then finally, uh, we are creating in Europe a kind of movement of youth called blogger, YouTuber, influencer for social justice and against fake news, even governmental fake news, because the power defends itself. But please think about another kind of society, not the one elitarian and we call it structured like you have. Think about something else, horizontal, where people are persons more than money or more than power or more than social position. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Capello. Let me come to Natasha. From a legal perspective, where are the enforcement gaps and how can they be strengthened?
Thanks. I'd like to begin by reading a section from a Supreme Court ruling from the case of Mike Sonkobuvi, petition of 2022. And the Supreme Court ruled, it bears mentioning in conclusion that Chapter 6 of the Constitution was not enacted in vain or for cosmetic reasons. The authority assigned to a state officer is a public trust to be exercised in a manner that demonstrates respect for the people of Kenya, brings honor to the nation and dignity to the office, and promotes public confidence in the integrity of the office. It vests in the state officer the responsibility to serve the people rather than the power to rule them. That is a ruling by the Supreme Court. When it comes to legislation, we have various laws that regulate the fight against corruption. I'm going to begin with the law that governs us all as Kenyans, and that is the Constitution of Kenya. We may all be familiar with Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya. And the Chapter 6 is what we call the integrity chapter, what governs us, our values as a nation, what we say we fight against collectively as a nation. And I just want to bear mentioning that our constitution was developed for those who are younger than the age of 20. The fight for the constitution was a response to years of inadequate representation and responsiveness to the issues and challenges that Kenyans faced, but also we'd come from a very difficult time between 2007 and 2008. So some provisions in the Constitution, by the way, are a trauma response. For example, when we say in the Constitution, the president cannot be sworn in after 5 p.m. The reason is because we had a president sworn in the middle of the night. So while some provisions make sense, others, again, are genuinely a trauma response. And when we talk about the provisions in the Constitution, I now want to go into what has been operationalized, and that's legislation: the Leadership and Integrity Act, the Public Officers and Ethics Act, the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, the Public Audit Act, and there are many legislations that govern the fight against corruption. But I want to briefly touch on the Leadership and Integrity Act and the loopholes therein. For example, it states that a state officer shall not have any other gainful employment. And then it also states that a state officer shall declare when there's a conflict of interest. The law does not define what a conflict of interest means, and it's vague. And interestingly enough, the courts have refused to define what a conflict of interest means. Therefore, that is a loophole that has been abused by state officers. Secondly, the Leadership and Integrity Act does not cover public officers, which then means a lot of county officers can get away with abusing the Public Procurement Act. And they've continued to do so extensively because sometimes the laws that seem to govern national state officers sometimes ignore county officers. And again, that has been a loophole. What we say when we devolved finances and resources, we also devolved corruption in Kenya. We now go to the Public Officers Act, where it says after every 2 years, officers shall declare their financial resources. When was the last time you had anybody declare their resources? Even in Parliament, when potential state officers and public officers are being interviewed, the only thing they do is say, I have 50 million shillings or 100 million shillings. In a country that does not have industries, how is it that 1 + 1 = 50? Is this an abracadabra nation? You know, we need to ask ourselves, how is it someone can declare they have 100 million shillings? They've never had any industry of note. They don't come from a family of the Rockefellers. So why is it that we are not asking these questions? So that is another loophole that is there. We have the the Ethics, of course, and Money Laundering Act. I want to now touch on what Kennedy talked about. And that's actually one of the beginning of most of our problems: campaign financing. We have many young people in this room who want to run for political office. One of the reasons you can't is the cost of running for office. It costs roughly $140,000 to run for MP. How many of you have that in your pocket? So what then happens to the average? To run for MCA, even I come from Kajiado North. To run for MCA in Kajiado North, you need a minimum of 7 million shillings. How many people can afford 7 million shillings? So when we see people spending on a weekly basis, not less than 1 million shillings, and we don't ask where these resources are coming from, what are we creating? What monster are we creating? And what questions are we leaving for young people? And I think collectively, when we even think about the Public Audit Act, one of the amazing things about our constitution is the creation of constitutional commissions. We have the Office of the Auditor General, the Controller of Budget. And one of the ways that the executive has tried to tame these constitutional offices, one, is to withdraw funding. So therefore, you have offices without officers. You have offices that, constitutional offices that cannot carry out their constitutional mandate because they don't have resources. Another example I will give you that we don't consider corruption is the overlap of institutions. We have the National Gender Committee, and Equality Commission, sorry. Most recently, the executive launched a task force to fight against feminism. I mean, not feminism, femicide. Why do we need another task force when there exists a constitutional commission? Is that not another form of corruption? That we have denied one institution of resources and then we are creating another one. So when we think about that, these are so many layers that we need to consider. It's not just legislation, but as someone who has drafted laws, I drafted the Public Finance Act and many others. I want to say you cannot legislate good behavior or morality. There's only so far legislation can go without us consciously asking ourselves as a nation, what are we allowing from our leaders? And I would like to just challenge Kennedy, because Kennedy said we are relying on Gen Z. I feel that is a very unfair expectation to put on young people. Because then you're saying, what are the other Kenyans doing? Are they sitting and waiting for Gen Z to put their lives on the line? And then they wake up and say, hey, Gen Z hoye. No, you have a right, not just as a parent, but as a Kenyan, to involve yourself in matters governance. Not just to say, hey, let's leave it to Gen Z. Because also, as young people, let me finish. While I loved what we did last year, the challenge that young people faced is an absence of political education and historical context. And that is where people like us need to come in and say, we want to help you understand the legacy and history of corruption and political struggle in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. There's a lot of gaps, so thank you. May I please first congratulate John for his recent report about the illicit financial flows in Kenya, Tanzania, and Ghana. I'd like to ask you a question different than your report because time is just running out. What role does technology, including open data and digital transparency tools, play in improving governance and exposing corruptions?
Yeah, I just also referring to the Gen Z protests, which are quite fresh. You noticed that there was a lot of information available to the public, like all kinds of information, including, phone numbers of people and all that, and who owns which company. So in terms of resource governance accountability, there is the concept called beneficial ownership, and some of you may have heard about it. And this is where you get to know like who is the actual owner of a company, because on paper you can have someone written as the owner of the company, but in actual sense they are not the owner of the company. And so we need to look for solutions, technology-based solutions that can help us as a continent so that this kind of information is accessible to the public and they are able to, it is in a form that they can understand, because that is also one thing that we learned, that it is not enough to have this information in a very high profile report. It needs to be broken down in a way a woman in the village will understand what this means for them. And so that means also the media plays a critical role in demystifying and breaking down a lot of these complex terminologies, a lot of these complex reports, a lot of these terminologies that people don't understand, because that's how they will know this is actually what this new finance law means for me, or this new act means for me, or this activity by this company that is evading tax. That is how the common, we call them the common mwananchi in Kenya. That is how they are going to understand. So there is really a gap for information of dissemination of information, especially by the media, and also because nowadays also everyone is on social media. And so we need, and even for CSOs, because we publish a lot of reports, we need to ensure that these reports are accessible to the public. They are in a language, in the local language. They are in the street language like Sheng. So this is also another initiative that even CSOs need to take up, so that information is made available to as many people as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm really excited to call on the podium our Ignite speech, Corruption versus Democracy, the Battle for Integrity in Leadership by Stephen Kariguro. Please welcome.
Let's welcome him. ESCC has been named several here. The man from ESCC, Karibu Sana. As he gets to the podium, please let's get online. We are live on the YouTube Global Democracy Coalition Africa Forum 2025 YouTube, and we are live also on LinkedIn and Facebook and Youth Café. Thank you very much and welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? My name is Mongela Mbiti. I am representing the head of corporate affairs and communication, who is Mr. Stephen Karuga. I work for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. Allow me, on behalf of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, to appreciate the organizers of this forum for inviting the Commission to be part of this event. Now, speaking after I've listened to the team here, and of course the shots that are coming from both sides, especially against the Commission, I will be very particular on what I will speak about and very careful. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission is a constitutional commission that is mandated to lead the fight against corruption. This institution works together with other institutions, and note that I said it is mandated to lead the fight against corruption. The chairperson of the commission and the CEO, speaking in many forums, have said that this is not just our fight. This is a fight for all of us. And when we see youth come together at the national level, na mashinani, we feel that we have partners who can take the bull by its horns and ignite a conversation about corruption and where we need to find ourselves. Now, when I was given this responsibility to represent the Commission, and when I saw the topic that was shared with us, coincidentally, on 3 years ago, on 28th of March, 2021, if I'm not wrong, I wrote a piece, an article in the Daily Nation, linking the campaign financing or campaign expenditure with after or rather post-election corruption. Now, our democracy is founded on many principles that I do not intend to regurgitate here. But trust you me, when you look at our campaigns, our electoral systems, our institutions, and where we are in the fight against corruption, there is a very, there is a very huge connection. Now, having said that, this topic for us is not only timely, but very critical, because corruption as we know it threatens our very fabric of our society. It forms, it undermines democracy, like I've said, it erodes public trust and stifles progress. Now, when leadership and public officials engage in corrupt practices, they betray the very essence of democratic governance. As we know, democracy is built on ideals of fairness, transparency, accountability, and service to the people. Now, it is a system that envisions power being exercised by those elected to serve the people, with their actions being held accountable by the people. Now, EACC is committed, from where we sit, to fighting corruption. For those who have interacted with us, our mission is to promote integrity, combat corruption through law enforcement, prevention, and education. Connecting corruption and democracy, we look at the aspects of the checks and balances. Like one of our panelists has said, the Constitution creates various institutions that check each other. We have various institutions that check the executive. We have the National Assembly. We have constitutional commissions and independent offices, and many other institutions. Now, when we say corruption undermines democracy, we mean that the legitimacy of institutions is diminished because either it is infiltrated by corruption inside, or the people in power assume positions and they attempt, to manipulate processes. And a very classic, a classic example you have seen very recently from the National Assembly, the members of parliament attacking constitutional, office holders, those that are empowered to check, the Office of the Auditor General, the Office of the Controller of Budget, attempting to, to manage them. In politics, the way they say you try to manage because of the impact that they have. So when you look at those institutions, if they are not able to perform, then we cannot have consistency in the fight against corruption. Now, the last thing that I would like to say, of course, is with relation to campaign financing and its impact on post-election corruption. Like one of us asked here, we have seen that our elections have become way too expensive. Now, these public officials are being funded by private entities. Once they get to office, we see a very consistent trend that they manipulate procurement processes to ensure that those companies that participated in their campaigns, they get the contract and whatnot. So we see, and finally.
Please. Finally.
Yes. Our call to action as citizens, or rather also as young people, is to be part of this fight. It is not a one man's show. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. But no, we want to allow Marianne to stand and you sit. And then you're part of now the questions. We get just 3 questions. Is it, Marianne? So you help me, you just send me to someone. Quick questions. She direct.
We'll take some directed questions from the audiences online and in person. Okay.
Is the EACC back in the panel? Okay. As an active citizen, it becomes very ambiguous to me to listen to my own government saying that it can't do what it's mandated to do. So I have a very, very direct. You've mentioned something about there being an evidence of the executive or the legislature manipulating systems, and misinforming and disinforming in other relevant spaces to achieve whatever contradictory they have within their private entities. Are you empowered to follow up on that as the EACC? Do you do the law enforcement on such instances? Because the fraud that is happening in government is it's not too new. It's very much there. And we're seeing also Kenyans deliberately handing out these auditations, even online. Are you empowered, and is it safe for you to actually follow up on these cases? And do you have examples of successful cases that the EACC has been able to overturn against when it comes specifically to corruption?
Okay. We need to be balanced, so I'll try to take the gentleman at the back with the black t-shirt. With the eyeglass.
Yes, first, thank you so much. I'll say my name again. I am Jared Oye, an interim council member at NYC and a member of ODM party. First, so unfortunate standing here before you. I think in East Africa and Africa, this is the only place that we stand to discuss corruption at the same time democracy. When you were there at the group discussion, we asked ourselves whether democracy is really existing within our country. But again, why must we discuss corruption as a country? We are also sitting here discussing corruption, and we know what should be done. We are making it a norm and a normal thing in our life, which is unfortunate. My question now, I want to ask I forget his name. I've forgotten his name. Sorry. The system of higher education in the country is not working for us. We have been taught, nurtured, and streamlined to be consumers, not to be innovative, and not to be able to invent new ideas on how to do things. It taught us, we were challenged there that are we able to invent our own ways Africanly instead of borrowing heavily from our former colonizers, European nations? Second, my brother, such an second is I loved how Natasha put it there very clearly on why young people may get it very difficult getting into this space. Personally, where we are sitting here and a number of us in here, we know that has been very difficult penetrating these political parties and even the political space where we are trying to put our best effort forward. We have the most expensive campaign and election in Africa to elect the worst leaders to lead us again. So we young people of this country, we have 3 phases to do election in the next 2 years, where we will be elected. Some will invite to be elected. Others will be going to the ballot to vote in, but most importantly, we must stand up strongly to oversee our election. The other day we said that one of us was going to to be a member of the commission. Even if one will be there to present us, we are still going to watch this election at the ballot. So we, the young people, must take charge of our country. We're not going to let them run away with our nation as we see and as we know. A number of them will not be there in the next 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years. They're planning a country where they are not sure whether they will be there in the next 10 years or 20 years. We must take charge of this country. And it's so unfortunate. I'm challenging the organizers of this conference here. We will not be standing here in our next generation, in our country, distancing corruption. We need to execute them. We need to make corruption a capital offense. We chill them, we hang them, we shoot them, and froze their accounts even to their generation. Thank you.
Viva ideas, viva. Do we take one more, or we stop at that, Marianne?
Okay. Okay, that lady.
Last one.
Red and white.
We have to start the other panel. We have also to be mindful about time. Just the question. I'll hold the mic for you.
Good afternoon. My name is Okeo Rose Atieno. I'm a student, a third-year student at Rongo University, pursuing political science and public administration. So I really want to echo what he said, that we have the most expensive election in our country as Kenya. And mostly members of parliament get to spend a lot when it comes to election. And when one wins, you would want to replenish back the funds that you lost. So I think this leads to corruption. So my question is, are there strategies or ways where we can put or rather guide so that the members of parliament don't get to spend so much and then later on come to steal so much? And it's really, really dragging our country as Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we allow them to respond each in a second or 30 seconds. So we have to get to the other panel.
All right, thank you very much. I will start with the very first question. Whether the EACC does have capacity or is capacitated to fight corruption. I will say yes, to the extent that the commission is empowered by the law. There are various statutes that provide for the specific mandate of the commission. And in the recent past, we have seen the prioritization of cases, high impact cases that have led to conviction of high profile personnel. And you will agree with me that in the last 1.5 years, we have had, let's say, like 3 governors who have been convicted for crimes committed while they were in office. Even though the conviction has come after they have left office, but still we feel that it is a place that we were not before, and an encouragement that in fact there is no one who is safe. So that is one. Then number 2, I could say no to a certain extent, because the capacity of the commission to fight corruption relates to its resources and personnel. Now, in terms of capacity and personnel and expertise, the commission does have. But now the resources to one of the panelists saying that we devolved corruption to the counties, and trust you me, it is exactly what we did. So we have 47 governments which are the theft is going on in all those counties. So there is so much we can do, and that is what we encourage the members of the public to help us do. The second question on campaign financing. Now, we have a legislation, and then we end regulations that were given by the IEBC, and then Parliament rejected those regulations. And again, you see, we are trying to guide on spending, and the people who we are trying to cap, to cap the spending for, are encouraging us not to cap the spending so that they can spend more. So the question that we should ask ourselves is, when are they intending to get the money that they want to spend in campaigns?
All right. Maybe we can allow the rest to say just a word in a second. Imagine the other panel is getting very late.
Okay. I would just like to comment on her question also. The study I mentioned surveyed different countries in Africa, and one of the issues that was surfaced as a gap was the lack of specialized courts to deal with corruption and financial crimes. In Kenya, we are lucky; we have the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Division. And if you actually would compare, you would realize that Kenya is actually doing better than other countries in terms of enforcement and in terms of accountability with regards to corruption and financial crime. So just encouraging CSOs and also representatives from other countries, please go and check whether you have a specialized court in your country, and that could be a good point to lobby the government on. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, let's talk about a different perspective of corruption. Have you ever seen a political person, what is has promised or she has promised before election and what she or he has been doing after? Was it the same? The opposite. Why? There's someone who decides over them. Why the country has given the power to produce currency to banks, private banks, and not their own power, to produce currency for citizens, to make wealth for people. Why they give it to a private bank or to private banks? This when by agreement, international agreement, only government should produce currency to make people well wealthy in a country. Money is just a tool. Money is not really something for corrupting. It's a tool for a certain power to rule.
Sure.
That's the problem. Education is the only way out. Is the only way how to enhance the level of awareness among people. And until education is so expensive and not free like in most countries, even in Brazil, universities are free. You will not have people a wide awareness. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
Let me be very quick. The reason why we celebrate Gen Z, it took Gen Z to ensure that the president threw away all the cabinet. It took Gen Z to bring president to the Twitter. It took Gen Z to throw away the budget in our history. Now let me go to the next point. The next point is this: why are you furious about election and budgeting? In Kenya, our election budget is going up. This is where we are. As we increase, we have never agreed who has won. We are always in the Supreme Court. Two, we have not provided the best platform for women to participate. Three, youth are struggling to get into electoral process. Number four, in 2022, we had almost half of the counties without people with disability as representative in the county assembly. It would be unfair for me not to say that. So the more the budget goes up, the more we get confused. We are actually asking what's the issue. But let me tell you, we have a hope. My hope is that as I close, that we have we can do this together. That together, we can build more just and transparent country. We just need to hold together, work together, and come out to be counted. We have a starting point. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we should allow Natasha to have the final say before we wrap up.
Actually, if they're not speaking, I will not speak because you have brought panelists from across wherever we've come from.
We will have.
And I would actually rather give up my chance, but let them speak.
We will have it all.
On MC, please calm down so we can actually
have
engage with the audience who've given of their time as well.
Indeed.
Actually, what you're doing is policing us in a
panel
negative
and I will have the
Thank
final
you.
say. Then
I needed to say that.
Just be brief.
Two things. I really want to address the lovely lady from Rogo and the gentleman from the ODM party. And I want to say this. Protests are one way to engage civically, but not the only way. We have MPs who are oversighting and have budgets on CDF that are unconstitutional. We need to take them to court. Number two, when your MP has a forum he's attending or she's attending, you need to go to those events and ask them difficult questions. Make it uncomfortable for an MP to comfortably give 5 million shillings at an event and not say where that money is from. Because you know where that money is from? It's from your taxes. Number 3, how can you engage as young people? I run an organization called Future Elect, and we prepare young people to run for political office. I want young people to run for elections. Reach out to us if you're serious about running for political office in 2027. Reach out to us. I have my wonderful colleague there, Maseke. We are preparing and training young Kenyans to run for political office, and not just young Kenyans, young East Africans. Finally, I want to say something, especially around political education. While protests are effective, the gap that we have is understanding how governments and systems work. So it is upon us as Kenyans to understand what the law provides, so we can challenge legislation where it's relevant, and so we can engage effectively and ask the questions that are necessary. And finally, I would like to address my fellow counsel from the EACC. I'm not going to be very hard on you because I know you are just an officer, so you may not have the powers to do what is necessary. I will be kind and gracious, but I will say there are many opportunities that the EACC has refused to take. And I get because there's lack of political awareness, but also lack of political will. Where do we have, what happened to Anglo leasing? What happened to the issue where we have a current governor, a 2-term governor, whose case was not resolved? I'm not going to mention the governor. We have a governor who was accused, a former governor who was accused of murder, sitting and engaging as a state officer. What exactly has the EACC done? It is not enough to say, oh, woe is me, we can do nothing. If you can do nothing, and I want to say something as Kenyans, there's something called the sociology of politics. And what happens in the sociology of politics is putting a former bishop, or he's actually a current bishop, as a chairperson of the EACC. What that does psychologically, because we are a nation of believers, you say, okay, then if a church elder is leading the EACC, then we are okay. So what then that does, it pacifies you not to ask questions. Because again, I want you to understand political strategy. That is how politicians work. So when you begin to understand how they work, you begin to develop strategies counter how they work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, my good friend Sitati, try to be briefest.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll just answer the gentleman who asked about innovation. So yes, other than us taking advantage of innovations from outside, we need to take advantage of our own innovations. As I told you when I started, we built an alternative social media platform. I know you guys are on X, TikTok, and what have you, but it's unfortunate that we don't have our own social media platform. So currently, as you know, the current social media platforms, they are there to help us to communicate among friends, families, and colleagues, entertainment and fun. But for us, we've brought in the governance aspect. And ours is very beautiful because we've decentralized the engagement in such a way that, you know, these other platforms, they give us an opportunity to have a national engagement. But there's so much corruption and with our devolved system where we need to have this engagement. So there's something that has been going on in the past 1 week called Mzungu as a service, where our innovations don't really thrive because if you don't have a white founder, it's very hard for you to fundraise. But now we need to be able to have a system in such a way that we need to take advantage of our own innovations and support our own local made platforms. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And finally.
Thank you. I'd like to conclude by saying in 1999, a group of young people sat down and developed pathways for their future up to 2030. Everything they thought about was published and has happened and is still happening today. You are 5 years, 2030, start thinking of the years that are coming after that. But hold on, how does that happen? Because I really want to touch on what the questions that came in. You see, Be very careful, and this is not to dampen your zeal. Be very careful not to repeat the mistakes, very recent mistakes, because all that is happening now happened between 2005 and 2007. Organize, don't agonize. This is a daily occurrence. You have to work at it, as Natasha is talking about it. This is daily, every space, every time. These issues are complex and layered, but for us, we come into this conversation by going into the legacy of human rights, where we take a human rights-based approach that says you have to do a panel, participate, look out for accountability, ensure there is no discrimination, there is empowerment, because that is where your future question comes in, and the legitimacy that I referred to.
Thank you very
And
much.
that, before you close, because
Please, we
it's
have to go to the
important, there are
next
just
section.
three things that I do it in brief. The question of structural transformation is very important, because you will have to think about the jobs you are creating. In this country, we don't have any other bigger employer than government. But you have to think of yourselves, the industry that will come in, and all that comes in through fighting for that space democratically. And that is the issue for you and your generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, for the panel, take a group photo as you conclude. Sorry, I had to rush you, but of course, time is a very important aspect of everything that we do. Thank you very much. Let the panel take a group photo. And as we take the group photo, we invite the next panel, and I'll start with the moderator, Diana Tuyashime. Please take a group photo with your panelists. Diana Tuyashime, the co-chair, Citizen Voices Action. And the panelists will be Zaha Indimuli, founder, human activist, Amani Community Organization, Mr. Emmanuel Ojosani from Romad Foundation, Santiago Baril from European Partnership for Democracy, and Brian Gethenji, Executive Director, Coordinator Policy Action Initiative, European Union Youth Sounding Board, and Sankara Kennedy. Please help me to welcome the panelists here. And also, we thank you very much, and thank you, Marianne Salah, for coordinating the panel very well. My ushers, please help me to have the podium well set. As they come, I want to invite, you're already here. Welcome very much. So in 2 minutes, I want to welcome All right. I've been allowed in 2 minutes to invite an Ignite speaker who is called Crisedi Bwanga, Governance, International Affairs, Communication, and Youth Development Expert, to speak in 2 minutes. Perhaps you should be here, my good friend, to speak so that also the panelists can comment to it. And he's a case study of youth leadership and activism, so that the panelists can also comment on that as they carry on. Welcome, and please make it the most brief speech ever in the world.
I came all the way from Zambia to be rushed to speak in 2 minutes. Allow me to, I was actually supposed to speak earlier. The MC was the one who rushed me to speak at this moment in time, but I'll try by all means to speak in a manner that will be as exciting as possible. So I think my purpose is just to fire up the session that we're about to have right now. My name is Mwila Bwanga. I'm from Zambia, and my field of work basically revolves around politics. I think we've talked about so many things, from morning up until this very moment. As I begin my talk, allow me to start with something. In the year 2021, I made a bold decision to run for office as a member of parliament in my country. I ran for member of parliament in Inchanga constituency. I was only 27 years old at that moment in time. And during that time, I came to fully understand the stereotypes, that have been placed on young people who aspire for leadership. That too often, young people are often seen as innovators of political chance. We are often seen as vuvuzelas. We are often seen as cadres, rubber stampers, and kingmakers. Rarely are we seen as leaders. And as many of us might attest to that effect, that when I ran for office, I came face to face with the realization that politics in itself is not a cheap sport, ladies and gentlemen. But regardless how confronted I was, how limited my resources were when I ran for office, I gave my best in that particular race, that I was able to come out third in a race of 5 candidates. Do I aspire to run again for office in 2026? Definitely. As many of us would attest, one thing I've come to understand when I ran for office is that though I may have not won that seat, I won the hearts and minds of many young people across my country. Because at that moment in time, many of them, perhaps who had never even thought of it, now have the ability to understand that it's possible. That it's possible for us to organize as young people. That it's possible for us to lead. That it's possible for us to even represent ourselves as an alternative. When I ran for office, I was an independent. I was not part of a political party because I understood that it's very difficult to get a political party adoption. Allow me to put it on record that as young people, we are not waiting for an endorsement to lead. We are already ready for leadership. We're not waiting for the government to create a conducive environment for us. We are shaping the environment. During my little political adventure of 2021, I learned something important. I learned that power does not shift easily, and change is never given freely, and many speakers have alluded on that. It is taken, it is built, and demanded by those who refuse to accept the status quo. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and comrades, today we stand at a critical moment in our history as we witness democracy being tested and in some places even being weakened. The climate crisis is no longer a problem of the future. It is happening now. The decisions made by leaders today will determine whether future generations are going to inherit a world of sustainability or a world of survival. But across Africa, as we are going to see in this conversation we have today, the young people in the streets of Nairobi, the young people in the streets of Lusaka, Johannesburg, Cape to Cairo, they are shaping policies. They are not only protesting, they are organizing. They are not only protesting, they are running for office. And we ought to ensure that we amplify that story. Because the only way we can inspire a generation into leadership is when we tell their story. Let us be real. The heart of environmental justice and politics in itself is political will. And political will is constantly under threat. It is threatened by politicians who put their interests above the people. It is threatened by industries that put profits above the planet. It is threatened by industries that intend to see climate change as inconvenience and instead of an emergency. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I want to leave you with this. That as we sit in this particular room at this moment in time, let us begin asking ourselves key questions. We, the young people of Africa, are the custodians of the future. And the future begins now with us in this room, in this moment, and in the choices we make. The question is not whether change is coming. The real question is, will you be the one to shape it? The time of sitting back is over. As I conclude, allow me to tell you that the problems of our continent are inevitable. But as a people, we have to be the inevitable solution to our continent's inevitable problem. The MC has been talking to me as though it is a football game. He's been telling me to stop. Allow me to stop right now so that I may give a chance to my colleagues to speak. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Diane Tushim. I'm from Rwanda. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of Citizen Voice and Action. This is a youth-led non-governmental organization based in Rwanda and Benin. It is dedicated to foster civic engagement, protect democracy, and enhance youth leadership in governance. So today I'm very honored to moderate a very important topic which is going to tackle the the barriers, the challenges, and identify the solutions of youth participation. Youth participation is very crucial to foster an inclusive governance. Yet there is many barriers which are still hindering youth to participate fully in the democratic reforms. So give a warm welcome to our panelists who are going to share their insights and experience on this very important topic. So
Sorry, Angel Budga, one of the panelists, has just arrived. Please join your fellow panelists.
you're welcome, Andrew. So let's start. We're going to explore the various obstacles that you face and identify the actionable solutions that can be employed to promote youth participation. So within 2 minutes, everyone, each of you, one by one, is going to share with us an opening remark on this topic. So let's start with Angel.
So the last ones will become the first. So thank you very much. I am honored to be seated before you here. My name is Angel Mbuthier, and in my younger years, I wanted so badly to become a journalist, but I was swallowed up by the students' movement when I was a student at the University of Nairobi, where I served as the vice chair of the organization of Nairobi University. And that threw me into even working at the Continental Students' Union, which is the All Africa Students' Union. And while I was a student leader, I left Nairobi. I went and worked in Accra for about 3 years and served in the All Africa Students' Union. So I have a good understanding about our continent and the passions and the heart of young people in Africa, not just even in Kenya. Currently, I chair the Youth League of the Jubilee Party. The Jubilee Party is a former ruling party who the party leader is the former president, and we are in the opposition and backing the Gen Z movement like never before. Today, as we talk about our challenges, I think when you have served as a student leader, you are thrown right into the pool of what youth challenges are, from working with student unions in Kenya, in East Africa, and in Africa, understanding how we engage with the private sector, with government, and even with the rest of society, and what actually shapes us. One thing I know is that the students' community is the creme de la creme of our societies in Kenya and in Africa. So this is a special sect of young people who are set to lead the nation and set to transform the nation. And especially for Kenya with Gen Zs and millennials, we are about to deliver this country, and I cannot wait to see what that looks like. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Zaha.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Zaha Indimuli. I serve as the National Advocacy Lead of the End Femicide Kenya movement. I am a researcher and a social scientist, but importantly, I'm an active citizen, a woman by default and by nature. When I think about the topic we're handling today, I'm very tactful. I think I had already started the same fire in group 3. Maybe for me, it's to remember that within my conversations and my engagement here, the work primarily becomes to represent, to agitate, to educate, and to celebrate. We have seen young people show up in the most marvelous ways, Kenya being a specific country that has seen this to effect. We have seen the digitalization space taking shape. We have seen participation, not just politically, but we have seen democracy going back to the hands of the people and being implemented by them, by a country that has not been known to do the same. Kenya is a very good example of just how significant it is to not only educate the masses, but equally improvise them with tools constitutionally needed for them to do their job. And Kenyans never want to be told twice. Kenyans will ransack you and move 10 steps ahead of you. And that's what Gen Zs have been able to do together with the rest of the Gen Zote. I think this discussion would just open up what exactly are these barriers? How intentional is it when we say we want young people to participate? And how important is it for us to keep going in defiance? Because again, we have been called treasoners and arsonists. I think then the language the government can actually understand and provide evidence to is violence and arsonry. So that be ideological, that being the organizing, and that being in the belief that this country is in our hands and it's our responsibility to keep at it. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm Jambo. Hey, was the food a lot or what? Because you know it's very hard to talk when everyone is silent. So let's do it another time. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm Jambo. To do it now. I always like to call myself a free thinker. But yes, I work for an organization called Policy Action Initiative. And at Policy Action Initiative, there's a lot we do. But one thing that I always repeat, and we always repeat as a team, is that we are a group of young people who have gone into the research space. Because for far too long, when it comes to research, data collection, data analysis, you would never find young people. And I'll give you a short story. When I was working at CNBC Africa in the year 2019, I once attended, we used to attend so much of the launch of reports. So there was a report that was being done by a certain organization and they were launching it. And I looked at the room, it was all old people, 40s, 50s. And then I'm there, you know, the editor wants a story back. And then you are there, you raise your hand. Everybody is ignoring it until you have to shout. And when you shout, people are looking at you like a madman. So the speaker even ignored the question. But it's understandable because one thing when you talk about breaking barriers is that for very far too long, young people, and it's very true and it's very good for us to do the protest, but it's also very good as well for us to engage in the boardroom processes because at the end of the day, if we are not on the menu, we are going to be eaten. That's sadly. If you are not there at the boardrooms where the decisions are being made, where the information, and sadly, most of the time in Kenya, most policy discussions are not based on data or they are based on data that comes from outside the country, which may not reflect, which is always based on desktop reviews or based on reports like the UN reports, which we know that they don't go on the ground to collect, but that's a story of another day. So when you look at it from that angle, if young people who don't engage in these processes, we are left out completely. And that is one thing at Policy Action Initiative that we do. On this topic about breaking barriers, because I didn't come here to talk much about myself, I have to respect the audience. I would like to ask, among us here, how many of us have a voter's card? That's nice. How many of us have a constitution? A copy. So you guys are an informed audience. You should clap for yourself. Because one thing that always pains me is that whenever we go for this, because we hold so many of these capacity building sessions and debates, and one thing that always pains me is that whenever you go to the ground, you find that young people, somebody comes with very good passion, good arguments, but then you ask him, ukona kura? Hana. So you wonder, okay, that passion, how is it going to be translated into action? And that is why, as we talk about breaking barriers, we have to focus on one thing, the Registration of Persons Act 2012. Because this law, which is a remnant of the Native Registration Ordinance that was brought to us by the British when Kenya became a colony in 1920, this law restricts the issuance of ID cards. Believe it or not, 80% of the estimated 4 million Kenyans who don't have an ID card are between the ages 18 and 25 years. So whenever you hear this argument that young people don't participate in elections, or only 41%, like the report that the Youth Café brilliantly did last year, don't participate in elections. Why is it so? Because young people don't have ID cards. Why don't they have identification cards? In fact, the law says clearly that not having an identification card if you are above the age of 18 years is a crime that you should be arrested. But still, why don't young people have it? Because the processes of getting one is very bureaucratic, and at the end of the day, it relies on an administration officer, and we know our government we can't really trust. You know, the last panel, as I conclude, the last panel I had my colleague from the ESCC saying, our work is to lead. And that is a very good statement. Everybody wants to lead, not take the action. However, if you're going to have a budget of 4.2 billion shillings, I don't think leading is the only thing you should do. Unless I'm wrong, 4.2 billion is a lot of money. And when you look at the expenditures, you see that most of the money was spent in office development, refurbishing their office. But that's a story of another day. So for me, breaking barriers, you have to look at the Registration of Persons Act, and we'll continue the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I would love to start with querying the MC, but I just noticed that he's not here. I wanted to ask why he left my middle name, pronounced the last three letters, and jumped to my surname. Well, that's by the way. So my name is Emmanuel Sani, and I am a legal practitioner and programs officer for ProMat Foundation, and I am a Nigerian. So people say my intonation, they already know that, oh, you don't need to say anything, you are Nigerian, we know that. And I'm proud to associate myself with Nigeria. One thing about ProMat Foundation, where I work, is that we are passionate about pushing youth participation in politics. And that is why this particular engagement is very, very vital to us and not just you guys here in Kenya. So far, we have been working around how we can utilize evidence-based strategies to promote participation, transparency, and accountability in governance. We believe that when these three things are put together, we can then have efficient implementation of government projects, government policies, and government programs that would benefit not just you and I, but for people in the grassroots community. To me, the people here now are elite youth. But the people I believe we should be engaging more are those people in the local communities. Those ones that do not have direct access to internet, those ones that if you give a mobile phone now, would find it difficult to even log into any Facebook account to join you in sharing, retweeting, or doing what have you. So we are really particularly interested in that demography. And over the years, we've been working around the social accountability project to engage with these people. There are a lot of infrastructures that is supposed to be going to those locations, infrastructures like schools, no water, healthcare system. And then our politicians have this money allocated in the budget that do not go to implement this in those communities. So we go as far as engaging with those people to build their agencies, to demand accountability from their leaders, because we know they have representatives representing them in government. But most time, what you discover is that most of them are settled down in, maybe if it's in Nigeria now, we say they are in the Federal Capital Territory. I have a local government chairman from Kogi State, where I'm from, but he's with me in FCT Abuja, and he was elected by the people to represent people in Kogi State. So you can see the kind of funny situation there. And to me, breaking barriers, going to the theme of this particular day, would be we as Africans redefining what democracy means to us. Have we really thought of what does it mean? And when I'm talking about redefining democracy, because it is very, very important that we get what it means, we get it in principles. We might be applying it differently in our respective countries, but then we have to settle what it means to you, what it means to me. And when we are able to put that together, it would make implementation of the democratic processes and principles for Africa more easier. And one thing I'm looking forward to is where young people get to directly participate in decisions that concern us. These people, like our other speakers have spoken, they are going. So we need to step up to the game and make sure that we understand the concept of democracy and how it could move forward. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Super. Thank you, Manu. My name is Santiago Barrell. I'm from the European Partnership for Democracy, so I am based in Brussels, Belgium. Thank you very much for the Youth Café for the invitation. If you guys didn't know, the Youth Café is a former partner of my organization and a former partner of the Youth Democracy Cohort, a platform of around 400 organizations, a lot of them African, that are working to advance youth political participation. I just wanted to share my 2 cents a little bit on the state of youth engagement worldwide, but very specifically on Africa. We have a lot this narrative that young people are against democracy, right? You've heard that? Yes? Cool. I don't really see it. I mean, I get the data, I get the surveys, I see that, I read that. I don't see young people carrying out military coups in the Sahel. I don't see young people coming out to the streets being like, let's not hold elections, voting sucks. I don't see that. I see young people turning up in Senegal to vote for the opposition candidates in a very, very restrictive environment. I see young people in Liberia signing a peace agreement during the elections to uphold peace, the young people. I see young Kenyans coming out to the streets to protest against government repression. That's what I see. And I work with a lot of young people, and a lot of them are here present in this room who are driving real change. So I was actually really happy about how the colleagues from the Afrobarometer presented their stuff this morning, because the track record of autocracy and the image of autocracy isn't very good either. Just as the same with democracy, I think young people are frustrated with the way that the government is engaging with them. They're frustrated that they're not getting enough ways to participate. Young people, especially, are very, very informed. You guys spend a lot of time on social media, right? You get your news from there instantly. A lot of stuff worldwide. So you know a lot more than previous generations, and you want to participate a lot more. And since we're there, and since there's a lot of young people in the room, I also want to add two things. Young people need to engage in two ways. Let's call them twins. One of those is the activist side. That one, young people have always been very strong, still very strong, coming out to protest, taking part in informal movements, student movements. Young people have always been strong there. The one side that we're missing now, and that's like the good twin brother of the activist side, is the institutional side, is the way that you engage with governments and seeing the value of that and being realistic about it as well. You're not going to get a meeting with your government officials and change everything just in 1 hour. It's going to take persistence. It's going to take a long-term strategy advocacy plan. It takes time. Let's stop painting this engagement with government that once we get it, we achieve real change that you can change a country. It's just not like that. It's not like that for young people. It's not like that for old people. It takes time. So I'll leave it at that and then hurry up. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good evening. My name is Range Mwita, Range Mwita from the Center for Multi-Party Democracy. I have been working with political parties to ensure that they create space for young people in this country, Kenya, around inclusion and also young women towards influencing democratic decisions. A few years ago, I was a youth. I don't know how I found myself here. I'm trying to relive the last life I lived. So a fundamental question I have realized, even when we have the Gen Zs uprising this country and setting the agenda for the global discussion around democracy building, is to what extent are young people in Africa viewed as opportunities as opposed to threats? I think and believe that if you look at how we have been managing and handling the young people in this country and across Africa, we view them as threats as opposed to opportunities, because when you have the Gen Zs going to the street to demand their rights and accountability, those in power think that actually their positions are in a threat, they're threatened, and therefore they may not be able to give them an opportunity. And that also cascades down to the institutions that we have, including political parties. We have political parties as the primary vehicles for elections. But if you look at how even they conduct their party primaries in this country in particular, how elections are run, the affirmative action seats that are constitutional, and the people who are given those seats to represent the young people, you realize that they are tactically or deliberately given to people that are not going to represent the interests of the young people. So the question we need to ask ourselves is, yourselves, the young people, is how do we organize ourselves to be able to defeat this perception of you being the threat to democracy as opposed to being the opportunity to our democratic institutions. Finally, there is a gentleman here who contributed about how we should deal with the issue of political corruption in Africa and in this country. The question we need to ask ourselves, like Kenyans, is the constitution of Kenya ahead of us? Because he was talking about we need to deal with those corrupt people. who steal our democratic ideals and rights. We need to kill them. We need to jail them. We need to make corruption a capital offense. But how do we tackle that given the constitutional order that we have as a country? So I came to this panel with more questions than answers, and we're going to find answers collectively in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing the thought-provoking opening remarks. So let's proceed with deeply with the aspects of youth participation. Dear Anjan Butia, youth participation in politics is very crucial to foster an inclusive governance, but their involvement is still limited, and there is where it is not even there at all. As someone who used to engage with the political and governance issues, what are the systemic, economic, and social barriers prevent you from participating in politics in our Africa region?
All right. Many barriers prevent young people from participating in politics. And leave alone young people, even young women is even harder because we are still at an age where we are dealing with teenage pregnancies. There's the aspect of drug abuse, there's early marriage, there's female genital mutilation. There's so much that goes on in the social issues of young people. I think we could go on and on in this conference. We need almost a week to discuss that, or even more. But when I look at the system itself, I also ask questions from the system. Because we are having our election in 2027, but here in Kenya, you feel like the election is next year. And so currently, the Electoral Commission is conducting interviews to shortlist commissioners. These are commissioners who will ideally midwife the election. And in that commission, of about 7 expected to be appointed, they did not shortlist young people to interview for those positions. And Kenya is expecting to have about 6 million new registered voters in 2027. This is about an increment from 12 million who voted last year. We're expecting 6 million more. And that will hit the register of voters to about 30 million. So young people will be at the center of the next election in Kenya, and the Electoral Commission did not shortlist any young person in that list. We had to push a lot with other young people from different sectors and ask that they shortlist. So now, when we wrote to the selection panel and asked them why they did not shortlist any young people, because we went ahead to write to the selection panel asking why they didn't shortlist. And they told us that because of the requirements listed, which is for a chairperson, you need to have 15 years of experience. And for a member of the commission, you need to have 10 years of experience. We are not qualified to sit in the IBC, in the commission, but we are qualified to die in the streets fighting for governance and better leadership. So we have gone ahead to petition the selection panel, and we now have a petition in court that is going to be listened to on the 2nd of April. And why? And the selection panel and IBC, and we need to look at the act again on IBC and see why it is leaving out young people in a decision-making platform. And then we have gone on to see that government has been doing that, leave alone the Kenyan government, even other governments in Africa, requiring people to have 10 years of experience, 15 years of experience. That is ridiculous. We need to bring county governments and governments to court to explain why a certain position requires that many number of years of experience, because counting votes, let's say for the IBC, the commission, counting from 1 to 30 million, why do you need 10 years of 15 years of experience to do that? I mean, counting. So we need them to explain to us why, where we see even like in Botswana, where we had this lady called Lesogo Chombo, who is the minister for youth, 26. So why are we disenfranchising young people even in our own systems politically? Even forget about the other social issues that I just mentioned. Politically, the face of our governments are showing us that, guys, you are not welcomed here. As much as we want to protest, going to the streets, and we even get killed, because if 1,000 of you go to protest in Kenya today, all of you will not go back home. Not all of you will go back home. We also need to use our judicial systems as well petitioning our government, asking them to explain to us why certain roles require such experience number of years. Because even in county governments, they publish call for applications for director of youth in the county government. And they ask again for 10 years of experience. Do you need 10 years of experience to become a youth officer in your county, in your community? We need to take these clauses and take them to court. And when Kenya wins on that basis, you need to also take it to your countries and tell your courts and your governments that Kenya did this. Why are you not doing what Kenya is doing? And because in Kenya, we are going to take what Botswana is doing and ask, Botswana is doing this. Isn't Botswana an African country? Why can't we also do it here in Kenya? Because we keep influencing each other, just the way we influenced each other during the walk of independence. Countries gained independence almost at the same time, 1957, 1960, 1961, 63, all the way to the 70s. This is a span of 10 years. So we need to make this Gen Z movement an African movement where African nations can be able to liberate themselves from the oppression and the oppressors. So what young people must do is we must keep following what our governments are doing, both legally and on the streets where necessary, because there are still so many issues of young people that we need to counter, even before we go to political parties. I think that's the next Kenyans need to petition. Political Parties Act in Kenya says you need to have offices in over 24 counties across Kenya. The Gen Z movement was done on X. We don't need those requirements. They are too stringent and they are giving us more and more obstacles in getting to where we want to get to. And I think these and other more, even in the previous panel, they talked about looking at the legality of some of the issues that we are affecting us. It's the laws that are affecting us. So let's revise them and review them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I agree with you, but allow me to share this. There is no one size fit approach. What was being used in Kenya, I don't think that is going to be used in Rwanda, for instance, completely. There is a need of assessment, assess how is the country context, each and everything.
Just give a quick rejoinder. Okay. Because Kenya has a plastic ban that was instituted about, I think, 5 or 10 years ago. Guys, you can help me. Why it did that? It took that aspect, it took that law from Rwanda. So Rwanda affected Kenya because it banned plastic bans, and it was so well done. Kenya picked it up, and now Kenya has a plastic ban policy, which is something that was borrowed from another country. But I hear you that it is not in every set, but in a similar fashion.
Thank you very much. Dear Zaha, by acknowledging the critical role that you play in shaping political and social landscape, and considering your extensive experience in advocating for gender equality and youth empowerment, what are the specific strategies do you believe political institutions and civil society organizations can implement to create a more inclusive spaces for youth engagement?
I think I'll speak for Kenya and not necessarily to outlaw other African countries, but specifically to speak to the fact that we are all experiencing, yes, the same thing, but in different contexts. Yeah. And one thing that I think I want to bring out very strongly in our engagement is how important social media has been within the Gen Z movement. And I've heard here from morning how we have been told we are just TikTokers. Well, TikTok taught us the finance bill. X brought the president to his knees, etc. Instagram was utilized to have all the influencers be radicalized through a cancel culture. And so we had every single person we see on TV saying the same thing we were trying to say. It is these social media platforms that have been demonized, and it is by design to ensure that young people cannot find any other alternative that is fully theirs. And this is the message I want to bring across. The reason why the leaderless, formless, motionless is so disturbing to this government is because there's no systemic way to control it. And for as long as you can't control something, it makes it very, very expensive to cut it short, to disinform and to misinform. And that's exactly what we Gen Z are trying to do, is to suffocate your money in things that don't work. It's to suffocate the old tricks so that they understand the new dogs are in. And what does this mean? When we mobilize ourselves, and I'll speak predominantly to the end femicide movement, and it's a strategy that we can be using over and over again. And I want us, Gen Z, this is also something we need to come to peace with. We are not being given spaces to negotiate, which is something that I think my panelists can get into. It's not like young people are not in spaces where they knock these doors and take these memorandums. They are not taken into consideration in the first place. So even when we do push, because we have seen young people, she has been a student leader. We can count the number of times, even during the end femicide movement, we did go to Pasaris's office. Was it opened? No. Um, and so we have found a way to create other alternatives that do not necessarily need me to clap for the fish for swimming. The Constitution tells every single government official what exactly you're supposed to do when you get into office. My work as a citizen cannot be to come and remind you of the same thing that the Constitution does. And so when accountability is looking violent, as they would want to put it, and that's in protest and that's in big numbers, because the only thing that the June protest did that was too ambiguous was the fact that we'd never had a meeting point to come and convene with our tribes, with our class, and tell each other we meet. No, Kenyans had one unifying factor, and it was the fact that as human beings in this jurisdiction, there is something wrong with the finance bill. And we were outside, same to femicide. And when we're seeing young people focusing on issue-based advocacy, that's exactly where the problem is, because when you target issues, you render every politician unemployed to some extent, because you affect their money, you affect their political narrative, you affect their corruption, you affect their political party structures. And all these things is exactly what Gen Zs are trying to do. And it's a strategy that has worked. It has worked in so many places. It's just that, again, we have this system of erosion in Africa, whereby everything that either women or young or marginalized groups do touch is not part and parcel of the main narrative that proceeds to the next generation. And Gen Z have found a place whereby you can't delete it, and that's the digital space. And so right now, we usually say everything that is, whatever is in the internet, something, something. You can't delete it. And so right now, when you're as a politician, you're trying to come and vie for a seat, or we'll release the tweets that you did release. And we have seen a couple of them, Madam Elachi being a victim too. We have seen so many politicians being strangulated with accountability on an open platform. But then if the people have the power, where is the enforced disappearances coming from? Where are the abductions coming from? Yet we have courts. If at all there is a problem with the active citizenry that is happening in the Gen Z, it's only the fact that it is uncontrollable, it's unfathomable, it has not, you cannot pinpoint who exactly is in charge of it. The narrative is ambiguous. The narrative brings together one thing that the political class has used in Kenya, and that is unity. We cut the throat of tribalism, we cut the throat of everything else. What strategy that has seemed to work so well from January to December, even with all the defiance we've gotten from government, is that the solidarity of Kenyans stood on the issue and not the other way around.
Thank you very much. Allow me to move to Mr. San. I will come back to you. Dear Mr. San, how are you?
I'm very fine.
We explore the challenges and the solutions related to youth participation, and it is very crucial to consider various factors that can either hinder or facilitate this engagement. Considering your expertise at Plomad Foundation Nigeria, could you please elaborate on how education needs to evolve, how technology can be utilized effectively, and what are the role of intergenerational collaboration plays in breaking down barriers to youth participation?
All right, thank you so much for that question. But before I go straight to respond to that, I would love to recognize the presence of my people from Nigeria, the Nigerian Youth Futures Fund. They have really been a strong supporter of ProMAD Foundation since its inception in 2022. So I see it. So going straight to the question, there are a lot that we can do, and the education, technology, and intergenerational transfer of knowledge could do to help accelerate youth participation in politics and also breaking the barrier as identified. One, we cannot overemphasize the importance of education. Like, according to Nelson Mandela, he refers that youth should
try to attain the highest form of education as leaders of tomorrow, because it is the knowledge that you acquire through these education through activities that you would utilize to make governance better. And they will understand that knowledge is power and information is very, very liberating. And it is important that as young people, we do not discountenance the importance of getting ourselves educated on how to participate in governance. Because I believe strongly, though I do not want to align entirely to that the youth are ignorant, but then an informed youth knows how to participate in government. An informed youth would know what to do when their government is not delivering on their deliverables or not following what the budget is clearly stating. So I believe that education would help us in a very big way to follow up on political activities. But then there's also another important thing that we should not look away from. That is the importance of technology. At Promat Foundation, we're also seeing how we could take advantage of that particular aspect. While we focus on empowering the agencies of youth to be educated to participate in politics, we can also take advantage of technology platform. And when we're talking about technology, we should also be interested in the online technology platform and also the offline technology platform that we can use to directly engage people in grassroots community. And for intergenerational transfer, though there's a stereotype that people from politics would want to say that the young people have no experience in political activity, which is a lie. But then there's a need for collaboration between this particular set, the older people and the younger people. We need to meet to see how we could discuss to make governance better. And we can do that through example of that is happening in Nigeria. We have something like the Legislative Mentorship Initiative, where the legislator himself, they are setting up fellowship programs, training programs, where young people can come into government to learn about the practices of legislators. They can come into to learn about the practices of states. So through that particular platform, I believe that we can help breach the barrier that youth are experiencing in politics, because this would help make them informed and would help them that when they are participating in politics, they do that from an informed perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, for the mic. Mr. Santiago, given your extensive experience in international political development across various sectors, could you share some successful strategies or case studies that have effectively empowered youth engagement in politics? Additionally, which of these approaches do you believe that can be replicated across regions? Thank you.
Yes, I'll keep it brief and I'll mention two things, and they both relate to sort of the public youth sector. The civil society youth sector is very developed, as we can all see, but the public youth sector is really where we need to like really strengthen it. Starting a little bit from the local perspective. For those who don't know, local politics can be very impactful. It's very well connected to the issues of the community, of your neighborhoods, of your district, of your municipality, whatever level it is, and it's a way for you to start engaging in politics from a very young age. There's not so much a partisan like sort of environment. It's not a polarized, it's not a controversial. It really is a place where a lot of young people get their start, and a lot of people stay there as well. So to start off with that, there's a lot of countries that have representative bodies for young people at the local level. If I can mention one of them, Philippines for 40 years has had a system of youth municipal councils that are these bodies of young people, voted by young people with a mandate, and they are directly linked to their own municipality. And they have more than a consultative role. They have a budget to implement things and to like carry out their own activities. This system is now being replicated in many places. In Europe, you have quite a few sort of municipal councils as well. Recently, Colombia started its own system, and now Guatemala is also in Central America, also passed a law to start that similar kind of structure. Going from that into the national sort of youth sector, or youth bodies, there are a few things to mention here, and one is related to the local. You need to have different levels. You need to have a local, a regional, and a national level, and they all need to be interconnected. And there needs to be a very strong legal mandate for this. And speaking of legal mandate, it's very important that whatever youth body you have, it has a strong institutionalized link, not just to the equivalent Ministry of Youth or whatever it is, but also to the other institutions, because we all know that young people can contribute to more than just youth policy. They can also contribute to other things, as we know from the expertise that is here in the room today. Um, and finally, one more legal aspect is in terms of clear responsibilities. And a country that has done this very, very well is Liberia. And I was wondering if you can just pass the mic very quickly to my colleague Samuel, who can just briefly describe his experience as coordinator of the Liberian National Youth Body. Very quickly.
Thank you. So again, yes, my name is Samuel Pato. I'm from Liberia. I head the Secretariat on programs for the Federation of Liberian Youth. Just for information, the Federation of Liberian Youth is 50 years old as of last year, and May this year will be making us 51 years old. The Federation of Liberian Youth was established through an act of national legislation. The legislation that during the early 70s started was that the young people needed to be legitimately represented at a national level, not politically linked, but in a civic manner. So they passed a law enacting the establishment of the Federation of Liberian Youth, FLY. And what we do is we essentially mandate government on how we want programs to be coordinated for young people in Liberia. So no organization goes to Liberia to do business with you or talking to us before even talking to the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Even the Ministry of Youth and Sports cautious them and say, you know what, make sure you are talking to FLY because I don't want problem. Of course, we are radical, but we are professionally radical because all the international partners believe in our legal mandate. And when we tell the partners that this body is not working with us, they will not work with you. So the government is under a moral and a legal responsibility to work with us in Liberia. So that's what right now that's we're reviewing our national youth policy to be validating it next month. We couldn't do that because I had to travel to attend the OGP meeting here in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Super. There you go. Just a very practical example of clear responsibilities, legal mandate, and sort of like different levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then you can hold the mic, the executive director and coordinator. Considering your extensive experience in policy development and community engagement, how do you perceive global challenges such as disinformation and climate change shaping the political engagement of youth today, especially in Africa? And additionally, what are the specific examples or trends have you observed that illustrate this impact?
Wow, that's a very informative question. And thanks for saying I have extensive experience. Uh, Before I address your question, there's something that was mentioned by my previous panelist that we need young people, electoral commission. We have had young people in government. John Musheru was a young person, the Minister of ICT. What did Kenya do during that period of time? Ezra Chiloba, the CEO of IBC, we know famously what he did during that period of time. So it's not just about having young people. Let us push to have merit, because whether you are an old person, whether you are a young child, whether even you are a 14-year-old person in high school, as long as you are able to do the job, you should be given the position. Let's stop just having this blanket of we just have a young person, no matter who it is, because we have had them before and it never really worked well. So going to the question about climate change, of course, climate change has become a very big issue. We know that in Africa, we are disproportionately affected, and then we are lectured by our friends in the global north that you should use solar stoves. As them, they continue mining coal, they continue develop, they continue even now going to Mars using spaceships that are going to be banned using jet fuel. But of course, Africans are supposed to use, we should stop using charcoal. Just go and install solar panel in your home. So unfortunately, now the climate discourse, there's one section of young people who are now advocating, of course, for more money, and also who are pushing an agenda which is not really African. Because when we see young people protesting against a coal plant being built in Lamu, which will employ 100,000 people there in Lamu, and Lamu itself is one of the poorest counties, and you look at all those activists, none of them is living in Lamu. All of them are living in rich neighborhoods in Nairobi. So you wonder, is it really activism? Is it really love for the environment? Or is it paid activism? activism. So that becomes a question. But then there are also young people who are actually on the ground, who are doing initiatives on food security, on climate adaptation. But unfortunately, these are the young people who don't get support. So how are they going to affect the politics? Now we are seeing resistance because these people who are in the grassroots, who are doing real climate activism, are now coming out and pushing back against these narratives that have been so much in the media, have been so much in the political space, and also on the misinformation issue, because this is a big thing. Again, how do we define misinformation? Because we have seen many times, even the government, when Alfred Mutua was a spokesman, coming out and saying this is misinformation. But at the end of the day, we know this is not misinformation. We've also seen the media, we've also seen during COVID, the World Health Organization of all bodies coming out and saying that COVID cannot be spread from person to person. Then afterwards, we know that that is misinformation. So who defines misinformation and who defines what is facts? So we have to be careful we don't use these labels, because these labels have been used to smear young people who are actually somebody who just comes up with a podcast and says, I'm going to do a podcast to create awareness. And all of a sudden, misinformation. How is it misinformation? Because I've said the military, our mission in Haiti has costed 15 billion. Okay, it may not be true that it's 15 billion, but there's some money that is there. And just raising the question itself, it's not really misinformation, because there. So we have to be careful how we draw the line. But again, I have to insist that as young people, we have to shift the conversation from talking about just having representation of any young person to having systems built on merit, having the right person on the job, avoiding this issue of just affirmative action. Let's just have two persons in the boardroom. No, we want to address the root causes so that every young person can have equal opportunity.
Very important. Thank you very much. We have the political analyst in the room. Dear Orange Meter, given the persistent barriers that hinder youth participation in the political process, what innovative strategies you believe are essential for transforming these challenges into opportunities and meaningful participation?
Thank you. I think the young people, especially from this country that I belong, are quite doing a lot to organize themselves. But there's a lot of effort from the institutions that we have entrusted with leadership, disorganize them, right? They can invest a lot of resources, including forming governments that don't have shape and form, to ensure that young people are disorganized and disoriented from the agenda. It is important that the young people organize themselves. I work with political parties, I understand, as formal institutions of governance. But if they're not giving the young people space, then we need to rethink that. Do we enable these young people to organize themselves from these formal institutions, then come to the table when they're organized and demand for their rightful share? Because if you look at how these institutions are, it is deliberate that they are not giving the young people the rightful opportunities and platforms to be able to advance their agenda. We need to explore, as young people, alternative options. If political parties are not giving you the space, you have the option of going independent to seek for political office. But I know they're here. They might, like Angel, may swallow me for saying that she can go independent, being a youth leader from a political party. Do we have the youth leagues that are actually going to give the young people opportunities to advance their political careers? I don't think so, as much as I work with you. So how else are you going to organize yourselves? Gen Z movements, social movements, bunge la mwananchi, then you come to the table and be able to claim your space. Alternative to money, expensive elections, you have the numbers, you have the capacity, creativity, the IT, you have the to guard the elections. You know, finally, when I finish, Baba is Raila Odinga said that he has been winning elections, but he has never been declared a winner. If a man of that stature has been winning elections and has never been declared a winner, how will you win an election as a young person and be sure that you're going to be declared a winner in an African country, in Kenya for that particular matter? So we need to utilize the platforms we have to ensure that we protect the votes, we vote, but most importantly, protect the votes and ensure that young people declared the winners when they win. Thank you.
Wow. What a great session. What a great session. The mics are conspiring against you. Sorry.
I would like to request the MC to help us to take two questions. One for the in-person audience and one for our online audience.
All right. Those who have not spoken, I see a hand back there, here, and that side. One question every row.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Diana Oma from okay. My name is Diana Oma. I work with Youth for SDGs Kenya, and my question goes to Brian Githinji. You spoke very passionately about young people who are doing exemplary work at grassroots levels and don't get opportunities to engage at such discussions. My question to you is, as a youth leader and as a passionate advocate, as we can all see, what have you done to amplify the voices of these young people? Most of the time we talk about this, but also as individuals, what initiatives are we taking to support the young people at grassroots levels who don't have access to such platforms that we're privileged to have? So that is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Short and sweet.
Okay, I would also like to hear a response from Brian. So the issue of tokenism, because I feel like, especially in the African context, there's an illusion of progress while maintaining the status quo among the youth. So I feel like there's just an illusion of like we are flower girls. I'm wondering, is there meaningful participation amongst the youth, or are we just being used as tokens, not only by fellow Africans, but also by the global north, to create an illusion of progress, but there is no meaningful participation amongst the youth? Thank you.
Wow. Short and sweet. One gentleman.
Thank you so much. Bonjour. My name is René Edouard Mendes. I come from Senegal, West Africa, and we speak French in my country. I attend to this meeting as a youth ambassador for the YDC. My question will be for all of the panelists. I believe it's time to go beyond declaration. And what concrete mechanism can we put in place? Concrete mechanism as both national and local levels to ensure meaningful participation of youth in political decision making across Africa. I want to hear from you if you have some examples, concrete, that can inspire us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We read one from the online participants. I could rush here. Yes, for our online participants, yes, we have Honorable Elizabeth Fan Kamau and Dennis Rukundo. What a question. Should democracy have a general definition, or it should be defined depending on the context? Then another one, we are glad to join online. We appreciate the Global Democracy Coalition for the leadership. And of course, there are many. What form of democratic systems has Kenya adopted, either in phases or as a unit? All right. We hope that panelists will wrap it up. My timekeeper, it's 1 minute each.
Okay. Thank you so much. It can be 1 minute because it's two questions. Let's also respect the audience, I believe. So, Madam, to your question, which is a very nice question. I'm sorry I didn't capture your name because I was talking on the other side. But the question about how we involve, it's a question that keeps me up at night, keeps our team at night. And one thing that we developed is that because we are an organization that relies on consultancy, we don't rely on grants because we don't believe in this culture of begging white people and they won't give you the grants, or when they give you, it will come with conditions. So we do consultancies a lot. And when we do consultancies in our data collection, we always give priority and opportunity to young people who live in those areas. Remember how other organizations do it, especially the UN. They would bring a consultant from Nepal to come study about miraa growing in Kenya. We don't do that. We go and collect young people from that area. Another thing that we do is on debates. And debates are always to give young people who have the ability to speak a platform for them to be seen. And we have organized, last year we organized 4 debates. The latest debate that we did was in Mombasa. Again, we don't do it in the capital city, Nairobi, and we don't do it in elite schools, i.e. the private schools like the one we are in, though we are grateful for the facilities, but we don't do it there. So we do it to public. So those are the 2 ways. Of course, in future, we would like to engage more. To the other question about tokenism, that's a very real threat. And it's the reality. And that is why you will see that even, for example, the COP. I have never gone to COP because it's hypocrisy. I mean, if you're going 100,000 people to fly somewhere to talk about climate change, if you believe in climate change, then why are you emitting the emissions? So anyway, for the people who go there, the young people who go there, let's speak the truth. The young people who go there in the negotiations that happen, because in COP there's blue badge. You know, when I learned the system, I was even shocked. There's blue badge, there's another badge, there's green badge. So young people mostly will have green badge. Their work is to walk around, take photos for Instagram. The ones with the blue badge are the old people who are now going to make decisions. So of course, young people are used as tokenism because they know population demographics. You have to show you've involved young people. So as young people now, we have to be very careful that we don't fall into this trap that an organization says we are going to create a youth sounding board, but we are not going to give young people jobs. We should refuse. We don't want youth sounding boards. We don't want to be advisors, perennial advisors. We want to be people who solve our issues. My parting shot would be this. Even as we talk about democracy in Kenya, and we are an indirect democracy to the answer, though my brother will explain more. As we talk about democracy in Kenya, as we talk about what the state has been doing in Kenya, we also have to acknowledge what is happening in our neighbors. We know currently in Democratic Republic of Congo, young people are being killed by interference, of course, the Rwandan government, according to the United Nations Secretary General. It's not me. According to the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, in his statement in January, according to a UN experts panel, even the president himself could not deny that Rwandan troops are in Congo. So we know that young people are dying in Congo. We know what is happening in Tanzania, where we have seen recently, now they're heading to the election. There's a member of parliament who's been abducted. And we've seen in Uganda, where I was studying, unfortunately, where young people are always beaten when they just come to the streets to exercise their right of just assembling, not to protest. So even as we talk about democracy in Kenya, we also have to campaign what is happening outside, because at the end of the day, if all those countries, if our neighbors, there's no peace, it will affect us. So we should keep that and bear that in mind. And I love you all. See you soon. Wow. Discussion is short.
To respond to the last question from Rene, I would love to talk about what PROMAD is doing in Nigeria as one of the mechanisms to increase young people's participation in government. So we understand that it is important for us to emphasize the need for civic education and not the general education that we are aware of. And we know that the general education needs some kind of overhaul to meet up with current needs for young people in today's governance process. So Proma Foundation is taking advantage of that particular process to increase the capacity of young people in local communities. And we believe that when the capacity of these young people are increased, they will be able to engage with their government from a well knowledgeable perspective. And how have they been able to utilize this knowledge after this training is being carried out for them? We deploy them back to their communities to follow up, track, and report government projects and programs in their community. This particular strategy have worked for us in several times. We've tried it in 3 states, and it has even encourage the completion of government projects that are happening in those states. And how we do this is we first try to build a relationship with the government leaders. I understand that it is very good to engage in protests. It's very good to be very firm in holding your leaders accountable. But then there are some other things that we need to still take advantage of, which Nigeria is also trying to work on. And that would involve negotiation and lobbying. If our political leaders can be able to use this particular tool to lobby those illicit activities that they come out to give back to us, then we should consider that particular, since we are bringing in the right information, we should consider that process to ensure that they make us participate by lobbying ourselves to ensuring they bring the right policy framework that makes us included. And we try to work with the government through this program, through our organization. We make a relationship with government stakeholders so that when these local youths are engaging with them, following
from the reports they've gotten from the project. Maybe they have squandered the money or something happened on the way. Then they would have this relationship with them, and it would make the necessary people that are involved, that are directly involved in those projects, to be called to action. And a success story from that would be, I'll just talk about one, the completion of primary healthcare center in one of the local community, following the advocacy from one of our young fellow. Thank you so much.
Yes, very quickly on the question online on a general definition of democracy. No, I don't think we should have one. I was planning on saying something else about mechanisms for participation for young people, but I like debating, and I kind of want to take you up a little bit on the consultative kind of roles, advisory roles that you pointed out for young people. I think they can be very important. I understand your point as well about the remuneration and the importance for young people to feel emboldened in their roles. But I think there's a lot of people here, and Wally, I know that you've had some advisory roles and some roles that didn't necessarily have a proper remuneration or proper salary. They have other benefits. They have like a capacity building benefit. They have a mentoring benefit. They have a benefit sometimes of attending international conferences. And that is very important for someone young who is starting out and who has a true vocation of public participation. That's maybe something that is nice and that we should keep. If you start remunerating these advisory roles, there's a lot of people that will take it as a career. And then you go into like a big issue that we have with civil servants, right? That people go into the civil service because it's a nice career. So like we should keep the value of these roles as like the benefit of public participation. That should be obvious to young people. It shouldn't be money is important, but it shouldn't be primarily a monetary issue. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 1 minute. I will donate 30 seconds. On the last question here around the concrete measures on how to ensure the young people's participation in democratic processes, I think democracy building in Africa has always been funded from the West. It is important that African governments must be very deliberate to invest resources in democracy building work if indeed African countries believe in democracy. We don't have to rely on Europe and USA to be able to give us money to capacity build or to do civic education in this country if we believe in that particular process. So African countries must be encouraged as part of budget making process to put resources on democracy building processes. The last thing, the definition of democracy. We have been grappling with even this country, Kenya, on whether we have a universal definition of democracy. If you go to the northern parts of this country, they do practice negotiated democracy, which works very well in a very peaceful way without any fight. When you come to down parts of the Kenya, the southern parts, where we go for competitive even nominations, we fight a lot. So do we have a universal definition of democracy? Is the Western definition of democracy sufficient in Africa or in Kenya, or we need to have democracy away? Is a question that we cannot answer. There is a discussion worth having. Thank you.
In pure controversy, that's why I'm thinking we can close it. Yeah, yeah. I. Oh, okay. Yeah, please.
Wow, thank you very much. Yeah, but you can say thank you and goodbye. Yeah, maybe in 30 seconds.
Okay. So sorry, you pressed for time. We just had so much we had prepared. But maybe to sum it up, I think we have an intergenerational conflict in Africa. And one of the things that we even saw even in Kenya with the Gen Z protest, it was about young people against the entire system. And even for Kenya, even in the next election, it will be a very interesting one because it's going to be a generational kind of advancement at that time. And it will be very exciting to see how that works out. And even as we are working on intergenerational conflicts, even in politics, even at our workplaces, even when you're working with the UN and there's the UN Youth Envoy, the African Youth Envoy, those advisory panels, they're very challenging to work with because you find people in a different generation already within those bureaucratic institutions. So as when we're talking about concrete mechanisms, I think we need to go back and see how we can have intergenerational dialogues amongst us to see exactly how can we move on as a society, because even these older ones, we can't leave them. They're still part of society. They are the ones who have the capital, the money. They're also the ones holding major decision-making spaces. So let's learn how we can work together, the younger generation and the older generation. Thank you, and thank you so much, Zaha.
Thank you very much. We need to take a group photo as our moderator makes one comment. We need to rise for the group photo as our moderator makes a comment.
Or let me conclude and then we'll take it.
In 1 minute, Kylie.
Okay. I would like to request you all to lend me a round of applause to thank our panelists for sharing the insightful comments. And this theme, let's not be just a theme. It's a call for action for all of us. Let's keep this conversation, and let's leverage our networks, share resources, and support the initiatives that amplify youth voices. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please step forward for the group photo for the panel. We can give them another round of applause. They have really done well. That is good, and indeed, I can confirm that indeed the problem is not those who are giving us the opportunities, perhaps not even remunerating us. The major problem is ourselves not creating solutions for ourselves. Thank you very much. Right now, I want to call Jameli here. Jameli, please come forward. I also want to call. So Jameli is going to take us through 0.5 minutes icebreaker, because now we are going to read the communique and we are going to give the gifts, and we need to really conclude. So if it takes more than 1 minute, you are the one lifting the papers for people, 30 seconds. I'm lifting for you now. You have 30 seconds.
Hello, everyone. It's me again. So hiyo sauti. Right on your name tags, we have a QR code here. Now that we are done with the panels and the World Cafe session, please scan it and give us your feedback. At the Youth Cafe, we believe in Kaizen, which means continuous improvement. Thank you. So let's get to the icebreaker. Now that in the morning we did brain muscle exercise, right now we need to exercise our motor muscles, okay? So let's be upstanding, please. Let's be on our feet. Thank you so much. So it's a very simple thing. You repeat after me, okay? You're gonna do what I do and say what I say. Repeat after me. You're gonna do what I do and say what I say. You're gonna do what I do and say what I say. Energy, energy, energy. You're gonna do what I do and say what I say. I have speed and energy, okay? You're gonna do what I do and say what I say. You're very slow. You're gonna do what I do and say what I say. You're gonna do what I do and say what I say. Jump to the right, jump to the left. Jump to the right, jump to the left.
Jump to the right, jump to the left.
Higher. Now let's join. Okay? You're gonna do what I do and say what I say. You're gonna do what I do and say what I say. Jump to the right, jump to the left. Jump to the front, jump to the back.
Thank you.
You're gonna do what I do and say what I say. You're gonna do what I do and say what I say. Jump to the right, jump to the left.
Thank you.
Jump to the front, jump to the back.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jeff from Congo, please come front. We know what is happening in Congo. We want us to put 1 minute. Then the one who is gifting, I also want to call in front. Where's the gentleman from Congo? Jeff, are you still here? Please come. And you know what is happening in Congo? He has whispered something very touching to us. And I'll hold the mic for him. So in 0.5 seconds, what is happening in Congo, and can we stand for a moment?
Greetings, everyone. I'm Upokandi Joseph, and I'm a member of Congolese committee here in Kenya. I think in the news, everyone sees what is happening in Congo. People are dying, and the young people are being killed. So we need your support online and any kind of support. You can just share everything that is happening in Congo on your platform or social media tools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, the people around here, take the contact for this gentleman. Let's support the community in whatever we can do. I want to invite here Elizabeth from Nigeria Youth Futures Fund. Then I want Arbe to get ready to read the communique. You just can give us 5 points that on the takeaway that we have from here. And then we will do the gifting and then the vote of thanks. And then we will do tea and greet. How does that sound? Tea and greet. All right. I'm holding the mic for you for 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay. Thank you very much. So I'm up here to speak about something that I think cuts across, irrespective of the areas of work we do, and that's on funding, financing. Early this year, we all got a shock announcement from the US government. And I think not just in the US, but across the entire civil society space, development space, there have been conversations going on around the future of funding, about the sustainability of funding. What I always tell everyone is, first of all, we do need to start off with being grateful, thankful to our donors, because the funds they've provided have allowed us to do great, excellent work. However, what it does is present in very clear terms for us the risks around the work we do. And it's actually an opportunity for us to think about sustainable ways, take a risk management approach. Just mentioning a couple of things based on conversations, on evidence from other organizations that are handling this pretty well. One thing is that we do need to start diversifying the ways we fund, we run and operate. So those of us who are at the most risks are those of us who are heavily dependent on grant funding. Quite a few NGOs operate as social enterprises, right? I know different countries have different frameworks. For us in Nigeria, we're pretty lucky, and I know there are a few other countries that have frameworks that allow for us to be able to engage in profit, in quote, activities that you can then pump back into running your organizations. So if you take an entrepreneurial perspective, thankfully we had panelists who talked about consultancy. Think about the work you do and the products that are available. So that's one. There are opportunities for crowdfunding. There are organizations who run membership programs. Again, these funds won't necessarily answer all the problems, but what they can do is put you in a position where one donor doesn't pull out their funding and suddenly you find yourselves unable to operate. So
Thank you.
just wrapping up, I guess the key message is the situation presents us with an opportunity to assess, to re-strategize, and to think very critically about how we can sustain the ways we operate. So let me end this here.
Thank you very much. And she's a grantor. So those of you with CSOs, please see her side. Also, she told us that they have a program. If your organization is in deficiency of staff, they have a program they are running. They are training young people, and they can donate these associates to you, and they will pay them a salary. Trying to see whether you can retain them after maybe the 3 months that they pay the salary. Is that not good? Let's clap for them once. Arbe from CMD, come and read for us the communique. Tell us, what is the takeaway? What is the take home? What are the action forward? And then from there, I want the ushers to come in front after she's done so that we can do the gifting, then the vote of thanks. And we have a Sankara here. You remember the Sankara? Sankara will fire us up.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. We've been all seated since 9 a.m. this morning.
correct? So kindly, can we stand? All of us, if you can, that is. Majority of us are youth, so we can be up on our feet for the 5 minutes of this communique. Because, yeah, we can stand, right? If you can stand. My name is Arbe Duba. I serve at the Center for Multi-Party Democracy and at the Programs Department. So I have a one-pager communique here. Pardon? Can we have one meeting, please? This is very important. Some of us came in late, so we want to wrap up what has been discussed, the key actions, deliverables, and, different organizations that are here to take this commitment and work towards that. So we participated as a participant of the Global Democracy Coalition, Africa Forum 2025, comprising civil society organizations, youth movement, policymakers, and democracy advocates, convened under the theme. Who remembers today's theme? Anyone? Thank you. Under that theme, we focused on combating corruption as a catalyst for democratic renewal and environmental resilience. We also recognized the urgent need to strengthen institutions, ensuring accountability and integrate climate justice into governance. And one of the key concerns were democratic deficit and corruption, which is simply weak public participation, electoral injustices, and also political violence. The other concern was campaign financing and political corruption, which is basically unregulated campaign financing, which fuels corruption, enabling illicit influence in elections and policy making. The last concern was barriers to youth participation, which includes cultural norms, misinformation, voter suppression, and intimidation hinder meaningful youth engagement in political processes. Call to action, I have quite a few of them, which makes a total of 4. One is in strengthening democratic institutions. The other one is reforming campaign financing. The third one is empowering youth in governance and also advancing electoral justices. Commitment to actions. This is to all the organizations that are here and anyone who is working towards this, right? Let us all say, I commit to this. Kindly louder. Tulisema asubuhi commitment starts with you, right? You being as a personal person or you being as an organization, whichever you serve at. So we commit to advocating for accountability, pushing for campaign finance reforms, and empowering youth and CSOs to drive democratic and environmental resilience. We call upon government, civil societies, and international bodies to take decisive action against corruption and for democratic integrity. How many of us here ever took a bribe? If you have never, kindly sit down. If you have, continue standing.
It's only me and you.
We have a few people who are honest. In this holy month of Ramadan, lying is a sin. If you lied and you sat down and you've never taken a bribe, that's with you and your God, right? Hopefully we commit to all that. And that was our communique. For those who are watching us live, thank you for participating. And for those who made their time to be here from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., thank you so much for coming. And for those who traveled from different countries, safe travels back home. And karibuni Kenya for the next time.
Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. I want to call Maximilian Ochango. We want to give some few gifts. And these gifts will be given by our Executive Director, Willie Sonyango, Mary Odonda, and Alessandra. So please come to the podium. There will be some gifts. Ushers, please come. Bring the gifts. We want them read out and we want them given so that we can conclude with a Sankara movement. Sankara will dance for us as we get the vote of thanks.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, we are here to identify the partners who had put so much effort during the preparations of this event. So we'll also recognize the official sponsor, which is GDC, represented by Elisenda Baxo, and we are going to gift her. So Willis, will you?
So one can be
This is what?
System, just bring.
So this is just memorabilia to remind you of your times in Nairobi and the forum, and also for all the support and the effort that you have put to make the forum successful, from the Youth Café to Elisenda. So, can you present this? Yeah.
Thank you so much. DJ, there's no song for, she's done a great job.
Yes.
Yeah, lift it up. Thank you very much.
The next gift goes to, who's the next one?
SOMWA.
CAHED?
SOMWA first.
SOMWA, yes. Somali Women in Media Association, doing incredible work in Somalia. And this is for Thank you, Marianne, for all the support that you have extended to the organization of the forum. The next one? The next one, Max will handle and give the next round of gifts.
The next group is CAHED from Homa Bay, led by Daniel, but I think his representative will.
And if you're gifted, don't leave the stage for a group photo.
The next organization is from Rwanda. It's CVA. Diane and Jackson, who is going to receive?
All right, let's give them a round of applause. And if you have been gifted, please come back to the podium for a group photo of the partners. All right, so Marianne, Mary Odonda, you can gift that one. Great.
We have CMD in the house. Any representative from CMD?
Arisenda, you can gift that one to our latest central partner. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, DJ, give us something. Give us some, something. Aha. All right. Is Afrobarometer still here with us? Afrobarometer? All right. We want the partners to line up here for a group photo. The partners, please. The partners, SOMWA.
Oh, yeah, mine.
You can, Max, assist me to push that way. That way. Very good. Very good. How is the photo? Um, you can smile a bit, and I can join you also to shine a little bit. The noisemaker of the day. Very good. And while you're still there, our coordinator has not been gifted. Alessandra, I'm sure you know that our coordinator has done a very good job. Our coordinator, so the gift he has already taken. Let me take it from him. And very good. Oh, okay. So that one, then one more photo for the group. There was something because of the background. Put the democracy background. Then Paulette, vote of thanks. Paulette, come here. Very good. And then the TYC team, the ushers. Dance like that, dance like that, dance like that. Let's go, let's go. All right. Thank you very much. So we'll take more photos. I invited the TYC team. They didn't come. So let's have the vote of thanks. We are allowed to take back your seats. Let's have the vote of thanks. And then we will have tea and greet as after vote of thanks. Sankara, of course, has something very passionate to say. Thank you, DJ.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So I want to give a vote of thanks. Distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, partners, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense honor and deep gratitude that I stand before you to deliver this vote of thanks at the conclusion of what has been a truly enlightening and thought-provoking GDC African Forum. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to our distinguished keynote speakers, panelists, and moderators. Your insights and expertise have enriched our discussions and provided us with profound reflection on the state of democracy, governance, and civic engagement in Africa and beyond. Your commitment to fostering democratic resilience is both commendable and deeply inspiring. To our esteemed partners and organizers, the Youth Café, Afrobarometer, SOMWA, CAHED, CVA Rwanda, and the Global Democracy Coalition, this forum would have not been possible without your dedication and unwavering support. Your collaborative spirit exemplifies the power of unity in advancing democratic values. A special note of gratitude to our institutional representative, special guests, and dignitaries, whose presence here today underscores the importance of cross-sector engagement in strengthening governance. Your ongoing efforts to champion human rights, inclusivity, and civic empowerment are invaluable. To my fellow participants and attendees, Your engagement and contributions have truly made this forum a success. Your thought provoking questions, reflections, and interventions remind us that democracy is not merely a concept, it's a continuous collective effort. Let today's conversation be the catalyst for sustained action in our communities and beyond. It would be remiss if I do not extend my deepest regards to the MC, Ashers, and the ushers who ensured the seamless movement of guests, the social media team whose efforts amplified our discussion beyond this room, the rapporteurs who diligently captured the essence of our deliberations for future reference, and the videographers and technical team whose expertise has ensured that our dialogue is preserved and shared worldwide. Our work, your work, though often behind the scene, is invaluable to the success of this forum. Lastly, to the organizing community and volunteers, your tireless efforts, attention to detail, and commitment to excellence has ensured that today's effort was not just successful but impactful. Your hard work does not go unnoticed, and for that, we are truly grateful. As we conclude, let us leave here with a renewed sense of purpose to uphold and safeguard democracy, to empower communities, to remain steadfast in our commitment to justice, inclusivity, and civic participation. And we have to remember that power belongs to the people. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And we have also to say thank you to you. You have done a very good job. Thank you very much. So there's a special request by the ushers. Ushers, come on board. DJ, please prepare for me the national anthem. But for now, put Anguka Nayo. The ushers want to take a good photo with Elsandra and Mary and Willis for the TYC team. Okay, come on stage very fast. Then Sankara, come. The TYC team, look at you. You're not yet here. Yeah. The partners come. The TYC team to take a group photo very fast. The organizers. But you can even come. I don't know. Yeah. Or you can even sit down and then you can. Is that okay? Is that okay? Very good. The partners to be at the back. Where is okay, some can stand. Some can stand. Oh, okay. Then create some space so that we all sit. Create some space. You want to sit? Yeah? Okay. From here, stand. Go to the back. Yeah. So Sankara, say your what?
Okay, the DJ.
DJ.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will speak as they take their photos, or I let them take the photos first. I can continue. You know, when we gather together under the moonlit village ground, it's not because of the moonlight. Every man can see it from their home. We come together because it's important for kinsmen to do so. As we leave this important venue today, let us remember that today, as a young person, I would speak from a young person's perspective, that 60 years after independence, in the 50s, late 50s and early 60s, we had Kennedy flight that was connecting airlift program that was connecting young men and women to study abroad. Courtesy of that program, we got a first Black African president in the United States of America. Unfortunately, in the 21st century, probably 75 years later,
We've got a PhD president with doctors as ministers, building a model Saudi house in Mombasa to train young men and women to become housewives in Saudi Arabia. Do you agree with that?
No.
As young men and women, we must know that today the government is actually borrowing 1.8 billion to build hospital, whereas we used 2 billion to renovate State House, which wasn't leaking. As you sit here today, we've agonized of the young people being involved in critical government decisions. MC, just a minute. But we must know that we must first go with the low-hanging fruits. We have what we call the National Youth Council Kenya. It is a creation of Parliament, Act number 10 of 2009. 13 years down the line, the National Youth Councils have never elected anyone in that representative roles. Whereas we've seen a lot of young people subjected to horrible situations because of lack of a dignified platform where they can communicate their grievances, what we call amplifying the youth voices. And the CS Youth Affairs gazetted the notice that we served him. I would have been addressing you today as the National Youth Council CEO. But because of impunity and awareness, we have no youth representation in government today. We cannot realize youth representation in commissions if we cannot constitute our very constitutional office, that is the National Youth Council.
All right.
So I want to urge every one of you here, know that someone somewhere has been turned into a girlfriend, someone somewhere picked their concubines. They've been nominated continuously in acting capacity, whereas the Exchequer has been finding the National Youth Council. Your taxes are being used to...
Thank you, Sankara. Thank you.
Just a moment, 1 minute.
Sankara.
Your taxes are being used to make somebody feel happy. Whereas the police killed young men and women in the finance bill protest, there was no data tabulated by the National Youth Council to demonstrate the capacity of the young people whose lives were put to danger. So as we stand here today, as we leave this room, know that governance is not all about elections. It is about holding those people accountable. Because if you don't talk today, tomorrow, we will even have presidents being nominated. So it's upon you to decide.
Let's all rise for the national anthem.
The country cannot go without elections for over 13 years.
Thank you.
Comrades, power!
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 Comrades, power!
Power!
Thank you.
National anthem, and then we can have tea. Thank you very much. The Gen Z said they had to give their remarks. National anthem, and then we can have tea. National anthem is also a prayer for us. Thank you very much. And please, when you go back home, say hi to everyone. We are very grateful on behalf of the Youth Café team, on behalf of the Global Democracy Coalition, on behalf of all the partners. Thank you very much. May God bless you. May God bless your families as you travel back. Asanteni sana. We can now take tea. We can know each other. We can interact more. The dancers to time to the floor. Let's go, the dancers. All right, we can dance. Let's go. Give us a song. The dancers are here.
Hi guys. Hi.
Let's ensure we take tea, please. Let's ensure we take tea. Chai ni yetu. Sorry. DJ, the song. Nasianguka nayo, amka nayo. We can take tea, come back to take the photos. Asanteni sana.
You are now listening to Africa's Bad.
Bad girl career nipate excuse nikiwa bombo series rosa nyoro fika fiti siku zombo chote tuna washombo man here look where you there what's that friend know me better than them man here look where you there me cause problems everywhere me like a step and it drop it down low on the floor yeah that's what you prefer Germany where your mouth one day yeah that's what you prefer Pick up, that is, pick up, when me, that is, you have it, pick up, so when me, that is, you have it, pick up.
Nige ni tape ni fetie ni shande gote mapikin baka lale anguka nayo twende down it's down kwa carpet but girl kariri anafanya na come esa only fun window got giza yes dema uru lakini ngana nikikama tupotezi ita unamne mzinga na nikikama tupotezi ita
I'm low on the floor, yeah, that's what we prefer. Germany where your mouth one day, yeah, that's what we prefer. So, that is, see, so when me,
follow you where you're going. And if I make you my business, I suffer no love. Cause I'm in love and it's showing. Don't cause, can't separate. Baby, no love. Keep me away. Take you on far. Should be something to live for. My girl. Drop pressure, baby, when you're whining. You feel it? Oh, no. You feel it? Oh, no.
Go, shut up.
before you get paid. You gon' make the man them go crazy. I get a good look and not be me. Never fuck up a school and me. You say you wanna bam bam to me. You say you wanna chop my money. Say you wanna call me daddy. Oh, I can be if you got that.